Hello, hello, hello. I should have waited for the logo to come in, whatever. Hi. If you're here after the stream, you will see timestamps below. Sometimes it takes longer than others. Last stream, I actually got the timestamps done, I think the night of, so like the next morning, it was ready for people. I think that was Thursday's stream, which is a really fun stream. We talked about a lot of things, some things that we'll talk about again today, which perfectly sets up sort of today's stream. So hello everybody, let me actually get some music started. I forgot to get my Spotify loaded up. Where's my playlist? There we go. So welcome everybody. This is a special day. It's the anniversary of FF7. We have a lot of stuff to do. I'm a little bit afraid of having too much to do because I am aggressive and like I just start finding things and I'm like, oh, I want to add this, I want to add this, I want to talk about this. Anyway, so we have like three topics down below, as you can see, and we'll jump into a lot of them. But first off, how are you guys doing? Hey, what's up? Enrico, Agwood Feelings, Drake Sparky, Toolman, Darber, The Last Belgians, Drake Sparky, JN, Sephiroth, Amano, Spartan, the Rayleigh Criterion. I think both of you guys are actually on the hello Puppy Chew. Thank you for subscribing. I believe both of you are down in this this Patreon list, which is growing slowly but surely. You can see Spartan right there, the Rayleigh Criterion right there. If you're interested in the Patreon, the link is right there in the corner. You'll be able to join, you'll be added to the list. It helps me support myself, at least support this content creation thing, because it's a side thing outside of my job, and sometimes even streams get copyright struck, and so I don't technically make anything on them. But whatever, I'm doing this mostly for the vibes and for the love and for the passion. Hey, what's up, Grantel? And Shreddin, what's going on? Fat Music, Labib, Zahid, Rollin, a whole bunch of you already here today. Bumblebee. I think there was like a lot of like chatter and even questions as I was doing like stream prep, like in the chat. But let me see. I think as an objective streamer, which watched 12 hours of Sebi. Man, I got into a little bit. I got into it a little bit with him this week. But you know, I'm not a mean-spirited person or toxic, so I just like laughed off his thing. Then I didn't even like quote tweet him. I just like screenshotted it because I was just gonna do what I did. It's like LOL, you know, another one of these about the PC mod, so we can talk about that. So there's gonna be a new, nope, not PC mod, but there's a new version or new port for the PC. I don't know if it's out yet, and I'm like afraid to dive too deep into it. I went into the Steam page for FF7 and still looked like the 2013 listing. I don't know if that's because I own it already or not. They announced it in a blog post, but they didn't put like a date on it. So I don't know what the current status of FF7 on Steam. It's an upgrade. I don't know what, I know it will replace, like if you were to upgrade though, it would basically replace the original version that you already have. And that version, for me, the big thing is like mods. So you guys have been watching my original game, my OG playthrough, on the weekdays, which is now also on Thursdays, for the next couple of weeks, or maybe we might make it, you know, the foreseeable future. I don't know. We had pretty good showing for Thursday. Usually I like to reserve Thursdays for potentially like doing stuff in real life, especially in New York City. Like Thursday night's kind of like a major night for sort of doing things. So we'll see. But the sort of like turnout on Thursday was really good, better than Wednesdays usually. So we might make that more of the normal thing. We'll see. But anyway, so I don't know what's up with the PC version. What's the one thing I'm nervous about in terms of like, if you have the PC version currently and you are like, they're not even gonna make the original port available for purchase anymore. It's just going to be the new version. And so I don't know how the mods are going to translate over. I do know the Shin Archaeology guys were talking about it because they were doing a playthrough yesterday of the OG game, and I stopped in for a little bit, but I was doing like stream prep at the same time, so I was like half paying attention because I'm really bad at multitasking, which makes it a miracle that I'm able to keep up with chat while doing streaming, because that's like my brain thinking of two things at the same time. It's just not very good at processing those things. So I was doing stream prep, I was listening to them, and I know they talked about like some kind of modder discussing the impact of the new version and like how it might break mods or not. Like somebody who's like really like knows the tech really well. And I think they came up with a conclusion as to whether that would fully break mods or how hard it would be to sort of like make the mods compatible with the new version. And I just missed what they said. So hopefully it's not that big of a deal. Schrodinger calling it shot for February 12th reveal. Yeah. So we'll talk about the state of play, which I do think is pretty much confirmed at this point, because it came from Jeff Grubb, who has called like every state of play, like when it's going to happen for like the past 3 years. Because I've been following Sony stuff. Like Sony is like, PlayStation's my primary platform, even though lately I've been playing way more on PC ever since getting my PC. So I always follow PlayStation stuff. And every time Jeff Grubb would be like, this is gonna be a state of play X week, or like even X day, and he gets it right. Like, and 10 out of 10 times. He definitely has a source, so he knows for sure. That yeah, it sounds like the state of play is gonna happen second week of February. So 2 Thursdays, well, next week and then the week after is when it'll be. So we will be here. We will be watching that live. Fingers crossed for the reveal. It feels right. It feels even more right after seeing what happened with the anniversary, because we'll talk about it. But, you know, I've been saying for months that I expected like some kind of statement from the devs at the anniversary. And then like, if they do something big, like if they reveal the title or if they drop a teaser video like on the anniversary, then that probably means that they're giving us something to sort of hold us over until summertime. But they did somewhat bare minimum, and we'll look at it. But they just did like a very short Nomura message along with like some OG concept art. That's pretty much what they did. I mean, to be fair, they also did the Dear Destiny book that I'm trying to avoid just because I'm trying to avoid spoilers, because I felt like Traces of Two Paths kind of spoiled a couple of moments in Rebirth. But I read it before Rebirth, so like when I encountered those moments, like even the two girls like having a conversation on the ship, right? The fact that they were having that conversation, it was like, oh, that was in the book. I mean, it wasn't a big deal because it was a very small thing. But then like, you know, Aerith's trial where she goes looking for help for her mom, like they described that in the book. So I was like, oh, damn, I kind of know this already. Like I've went through the emotions of this. So it kind of spoiled it a little bit for me. And so I'm afraid of that with Dear Destiny. Like I don't want to sort of have the live stream sequence or moments that could show up in the live stream sequence. It's pretty clear that it's going to cover Tifa and Cloud meeting in Midgar. I'm pretty sure that was at least what was teased in the book's description. I know like translations are like flying around and stuff, and like shippers are having a heyday, but I'm just trying to avoid it as much as I can, because I just don't want to be spoiled on like any sort of like tidbits that might come up in part 3. So I want to experience it in the game first, then I'll read it for sure. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. So we should just get into it. Let me move over. Let me get this started. I think there are some questions as well. Hold on. In the chat. Let me just pull something up into this box so we're not staring at a black box. And I have something ready, of course, because I always have something ready. This beautiful ode to the 29th anniversary with art on the left from Tyler Hepner. You can find that on his Twitter and Blue Sky and Instagram, and probably he has it for sale too. I'm not sure. It's based on some original like promotional art, I'm pretty sure, for the 1987 release. And but it's like in his style, and it's fucking cool as hell. I mean, look at that. I mean, look at that. Look at this chat. I can't show you my, I'm gonna click forward if I do. But my mouse is swinging wildly around Cloud right now. But yeah, it's on his Etsy. And then of course on the right hand side is the picture that the Final Fantasy VII account posted. That also said, in a city shimmering with Mako's glow, a battle begins to protect the life of the planet. Final Fantasy VII turns 29 years old today. Happy FF7 day. What was interesting about this was I was waiting, because I told you I was waiting for some kind of statement, and I think I actually have my tweet screenshot already, so I'm sort of giving away that slide, but whatever. I had a tweet where I was like, I woke up, it was like early Friday, and I was getting ready for work. And it was probably, like, I don't know, like 10 a.m. So I was just settling in at my desk or something. And I saw Genki post something about the anniversary. He's like, oh, today is the 29th anniversary. And I was like, oh, that's right. Tokyo's like 12 hours ahead. So it's all ready. And I checked the time, and like, sure enough, it was like 2 a.m. over in Japan on January 31st. So I was like, oh shit. So it's already the anniversary in Japan. So I've been mentally preparing to see something on Saturday. I might see something Friday. Whenever it turns like, you know, regular time, like regular daytime in Japan. So I kept checking. I kept like looking. I actually set alerts on the FF7 Twitter account. So whenever they posted, it would alert my phone. So despite not getting a notification, I was like, shh, they definitely must have posted something. Maybe notifications aren't working. So I would just continually like reload the FF7 account, and there would just be nothing. And it was like, I checked it at 9 a.m. Tokyo time, 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 3 p.m., like 5 p.m. And I was like, oh my God, it's getting later and later over there, and they haven't posted anything. I'm shocked that they haven't posted anything. And then so when they did finally post something, it was at 10:30 our time, or my time, on January 31st. It had already changed to February 1st over there. So they technically waited until it reached February 1st. They pretty much waited for America to hit January 31st for them to post something, which I thought was interesting because it is technically the Japanese anniversary. Anyway, but they did finally post something. It was pretty minor, but let me catch up with chat. Sorry, because I've been ignoring some of you guys. Well, not purposefully. But let me just catch up. Anything that might have been said. The mods, from what I know, won't work on the new version, but will still work on the old one. Thank you so much for the follow, Sprezzo B, or Espresso B, like espresso. Got you. I got you. Unhinged bingo for the part 3 trailer. Yeah, we'll do another bingo. It'll be a more realistic one. We'll pull up the one that I expect, that I like did for fun for the TGAs that went a little crazy. But for this one, I'm gonna try to be a little more true to what I think might be in it. I'm thinking probably like 90 seconds to like 2 minutes, or not. Yeah, like a minute and a half to like 2 minutes, maybe. I think they're just making it in line with the PS4 version. That's the word on the street. Yeah, they had confirmed the state of play. Yeah, I mean, for me, even more than Nate the Hate is Jeff Grubb. Like I personally put even more stock in Jeff Grubb because, like I said, his track record on state of play specifically is impeccable. Like, he has not missed ever, at least like in the past 3 years. I think next week would be the direct with Rebirth on Switch 2. I've thought about this. So there is a rumored direct. I have thought that they might sort of reveal Rebirth on Switch 2, which would also, not that it would be ready, but there are rumors that it might be ready in summer. Actually, let me find that article. Hold on. Let me just find that article real quick. It was on The Gamer. Yeah, here it is. Did you guys see this? It's kind of crazy. So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's Switch 2 version could be here as early as this summer. And so they talked about this. And it was basically from their own sources. So it seems like, at least if the current schedule remains intact, that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Switch 2's port isn't too far away either, as we've learned at The Gamer that Square Enix and Nintendo are planning to release the trilogy's second installment this summer. Just last week, in an interview with Nintendo, Final Fantasy Remake Trilogy director Naoki Hamaguchi reconfirmed that Rebirth would be making its way to Nintendo's latest hybrid console. That's not a huge amount of information there's not a huge amount of information I can share in terms of future games, he said, but I can reassure players that we're working on the Nintendo Switch 2 version of FF7 Rebirth, the second game in the series, and the third game too. They're actively working on that. And there was another interview like a few months ago where he said they were doing that. They're doing like simultaneous development with like a separate team on the ports. So they're really running at multi-platform, which is exciting to hear. And if they can get Rebirth running on Switch and running well by summer of this year, considering how much of the world is going to be repeated in part 3, even if the way that we engage with it is different, like there's not as many checklists and all that stuff, they could it would at least lay a good groundwork for getting part 3 done on the Switch too. Where was it? But while Hamaguchi was able to share a huge amount of information, we've learned at The Gamer that the current plan is for Rebirth to release on the Switch 2 at some point this summer. Of course, schedules can change and delays can happen, but we've been able to confirm the current plan with multiple sources. So yeah, they are zooming. As who said that? Eltel said in chat. So let me catch up also with more things on Rebirth ports. Yeah. I'm really unsure if they'll announce part 3 now, if they're waiting until after Rebirth comes on Switch. Well, here's the thing. If they're selling Remake really well. So it would be, now is sort of like a decent time, like while momentum is on their side on the Switch 2, and we'll talk about that. Now is maybe the time to sort of like use this direct to be like, hey, the next one is coming. You know, I know you just bought this one. You're enjoying it currently, aren't you? And there are people who are like actively posting like on social media, like, I'm finally playing Remake on my Switch. It's amazing. Oh my God, I've been waiting for this. I heard, I think it was like Baby Seal was telling me on Discord that he was in some store and he heard people talking about it. Like he was like, it's almost like it was like being back in 2020, because he was hearing these like Nintendo players talking about Remake. Like it was this fresh experience, because whoever he overheard hadn't like followed what happened with Remake apparently. So they were going through it for the first time. So they were like talking about the whispers and like that, like sort of their even theories and stuff like that, which is kind of crazy to have people sort of going through what we were going through like now. But really cool. In my opinion, I think it's going to come down to whether or not they've wiggled their way out of the exclusivity contract. Otherwise, I think they'll hold it until Summer Games Fest and announce all platform release. On that note, Switch version of Rebirth announcement could happen next week. Yeah, I mean, because he's been right on so many things, I'm going to follow Max's lead on that. You know, he thinks Sony probably still has like some exclusivity. And if they do, it could be as short as 3 months. Like Rebirths was technically only 3 months. If you look at the release date versus like the little fine print that they had at the end of the Rebirth trailers, it came out February 29th, and it was unavailable on other platforms until at least May 29th. So it was a 90-day exclusivity. So it might still be exclusive for 3 months. Yes, technically, if they're going hard on multi-platform day one, and they should hold off for Summer Games Fest, I'm selfishly just wanting to see something. I'm dying over here. We don't have a title. I just need something. So I'm like holding out hope for State of Play. Tifa meeting Cloud and Midgar is in the book. Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I would imagine. I just don't want to experience it in the game. I mean, I want to experience it in the game, right? If you try to avoid shippers, why do you quote tweet them so much? I've quote tweeted like what, one time recently, and it was because they found something important, right? Like, this is the thing, I'm gonna talk about it later. So yes, this is technically somebody who's like Clody, but this just showed up on my feed. It's not somebody that I follow. You know, I don't follow them. But it just showed up on my feed, and I was like, oh shit, Hamaguchi talking about the fucking Lifestream Sequence, really? So I was like, shit, that's awesome. Let me go check that out. Like, I have no problem with shippers if they're just like sharing news, you know? Technically, I think like she was sharing it in the context of like, I think it was like part of a longer thread that like was more like, oh, see, it's all Cloud and Tifa, whatever. I don't care. This person put me on to information that is important to me in terms of Lifestream Sequence and how Hamaguchi said they nailed it. So, shipper or not, like, that doesn't matter. Sorry, I'm like responding to older stuff. Sony could have marketing exclusivity, not platform. That's true too. Although not completely, because they did show up at Summer Games Fest and like the Game Awards, and that was outside of, well, because they also tagged those spots with PlayStation. So imagine looking at Gift Horse in the Mouse. Yeah, it's fucking news. They want to talk about it so bad. We want to talk about it so bad. Give us a crumb. Yeah. I have a random question, but have you heard if they're going to remaster the rest? I have no idea. I don't follow the Suikoden series. So I really don't know. If part 3 is shown this month, it's on track for the 30th anniversary release date. If they reveal it at some Games Fest, it'll be later in 2027. Yeah, that's most likely, yeah. All right, cool. So let's jump into it. So there's some things to talk about. So a lot of news, including the anniversary. New stuff. Is this a Dear Diary spoiler-free zone? Yes, I don't know anything. I've been trying to avoid it as much as possible. Even though my feed has been filling up with shit. Like, I don't even follow that community, but so much of it is like popping up. So I'm just trying to like scan past. New stuff video. Oh, so the Sephiroth video we'll talk about. There's also a new video about the making of Final Fantasy VII that popped up literally while I was having breakfast this morning. And I was like, if this is, it's like, shit, I already have a lot of stuff to do on this stream. So we'll step through all of this news. We'll do the Sephiroth video, and then there's Crisis Core and Nier that I still want to play. So it could be a really long stream. And so it's like, shit, it's already jam-packed with like so much stuff. But I started to watch this video while eating my breakfast. I was like, damn, this is really well made. Doesn't have a lot of views, and I feel like I should try to share it. And it is the anniversary, so it makes sense to watch it. We might watch it at like 1.25 speed, just to slightly speed it up, but it is good. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff I know, but I feel like it's the 29th anniversary, so we should embrace the history of FF7 for the anniversary. If part 3 has exclusivity, it better drop the day the period is over. Yeah, they waited quite a while for Rebirth. Like, it landed on PC 11 months after the PS5 version dropped. But so speaking of the Switch, there's some updates. So Hamaguchi was in New York for the Switch 2 event. And he mentioned, I'm back in Japan from New York, hearing about the heavy snow in New York, and I hope everyone there is staying safe. By the way, it's freezing outside. It's technically, like, on paper, it's 18 degrees, but the real feel is -2. Earlier this morning, it was like 12 degrees when I went out to get coffee. It was like 12 degrees, and it felt like -7. But shit, man. To be fair, like, I feel like New York winters have been pretty mild recently. Like, we haven't gotten a ton of snow before, and it hasn't gotten crazy cold. Like, usually it's like around the 30s, maybe the 20s. But it's been like, it has crashed to like how it used to feel. before like global warming felt like it changed shit. The New York event was a success, and I'm grateful for all. And he just missed the worst of it. This New York event was a success, and I'm grateful for all the attention from game fans to both the physical and digital editions. With PS5, Xbox Switch 2, and PC, the environment is now ready for everyone. Let's keep running toward the completion of the trilogy. So I shared this last week, which was a picture off of my Switch 2. You can't screenshot the store page. I had to literally hold my camera awkwardly and try to get a good shot of it. But it was #1 in the eShop, and people reported this. This was like widely reported. So last night I was curious, and so I checked again, and it was still #1 on the Nintendo Switch 2 eShop. So exciting for FF7 Remake that it's doing so well on Switch. Like a week later, it's still the top game. And this chart did update, because if you look last week, Animal Crossing was #2, and this week Donkey Kong was #2, and then DQ7 after that. So it's holding strong, which is really exciting. Same in Chicago. Yeah, I was also in Chicago last Wednesday for work. It was like a 1-day like quick trip in and out, but yeah, I was there for that too. It was pretty cold. Chicago's always cold though. But so then I checked out. I was so inspired by all of it that like I booted up my Switch 2 version last night, which I haven't touched since the demo. But I started to play it a little bit just to sort of like check it out. This actually looks really good. Like the particle effects, they kind of disappear when the Genova effect kicks in, and they come back in force. It's like, it's sort of hard to tell like how good it looks just through like a capture off my phone. But you can see like when the Genova flash happens, like 80% of the particles disappear. Just like this little bit of these little bits of particles like right in the middle are still around. But then when the flash ends, all the particles show up again. So there's some, it's sort of, it has some limitations as to how much it can do at once, but it still looks good. And then for posterity, I just had to do this too. I just had this on my lap. Yeah, the 30 FPS does not bother me on Switch 2. Here's the thing, most of the time, I play my Switch, almost all the time, honestly. I play my Switch, both the Switch and now the Switch 2, docked. I usually play docked, just because I'm more of a TV gamer, which also made the Zelda games not visually very great. But when I play Remake docked, I noticed the frame rate a lot more, and I noticed the softness of the picture a lot more. But when I played it in handheld, it looks great. And the frame rate doesn't really bother me handheld. Cutscenes look great on the Switch. Even like the textures, like when I was walking with when I was following Sephiroth in that fiery, like the brick on the right hand side of that street looked good. Like the textures were good.
You made it. Where'd you get that? I can't remember the last time I saw a real one.
I never thought I'd be nostalgic for 2020. Yeah, I know.
How sweet. When did you get so thoughtful?
A guy can change. It has been 5 years.
Huh?
I need to talk to Barrett.
Right. Come on in.
God, this took me down a whole rabbit hole yesterday.
Daddy, the manga place blew up. Everyone on TV's talking.
This took me down a whole rabbit hole yesterday of like watching. I was like watching Max react to walking out of the door for the first time outside of the, because I got up to here basically, and then before bed I was like, you know what, I kind of want to play a little bit more, So I played up to like the item shop guy. But the one thing stood out to me, chat, and I was like curious about your perspective on this, because I noticed it last night while I was playing, and I didn't really think about it. I've like sort of noticed this, but I hadn't really thought about it too much. FF7 Remake, Chapter 3, no commentary. But this popped out to me. When the guy grabs Cloud's leg, when the clone does at night. I watched the scene last night. So right here.
Cloud, stop! Get back inside! Get off me!
Says maybe overthinking it, but I've always noticed that this guy was different than the Flash in Rebirth, where obviously Cloud pictures himself in this scene. Because if you listen, right, this is definitely just like a clone. This is arguably probably Marco. So I had this thought. I was like, could it be possible that I have my Rebirth footage here? Chapter 14. Seph explains the worlds. Like, could it be possible? Because if you watch it here, right, it's definitely Cloud, as is who it's pretending to be. Where is it? Right here. So here it's definitely Cloud. I mean, it's his voice, it's his name that's listed in the subtitle. You can see his hair. And I just had the thought, I was like, is it, because this could just be another world thing or Sephiroth fucking with him. But I also had the thought of like, what if that when he saw the vision earlier, like in Remake, at the scene that we just watched, when we saw it then, it was before we defeated the Whisper Harbinger. So, because Cloud has like several future flashes throughout Remake, which is always kind of, he doesn't have any in Rebirth actually. But in Remake, like he has the vision of Platefall. In Remake, he has like the vision with Aerith, like the Sleeping Forest vision. He has, you could even say like the Geostigma. It doesn't show Geostigma, but it's sort of like, it seems like he's reacting to that future memory. And we know future memories is part of it. He has a lot of future flashes. So I was wondering if in Remake, when they show it with the clone, is it because the future is still on track, like Mumbly's saying? And then when we see it here, we're actually seeing a different future possibility that's now opened because we defeated the Whisper Harbinger. So rather than just having some clone walking in the scenario, we have inadvertently created an almost inevitable future where it's Cloud walking in that scenario. Like it's like a small hint of the change that we have instigated in Remake. We see the same scene, so we kind of think, oh, it's just maybe a different world, or it's Sephiroth manipulating him. But I just actually wonder if it's a different future that has been created, and that we might see that in part 3. I really think part 3 would be called Reunion. Yeah, this is an example of why it would be called Reunion, possibly. I kind of took it to Seth manipulating him. I did too, but just replaying it last night, the thought popped up in my head and I thought I would mention it. Just kind of seems interesting. It could be manipulation or another world, column A, column B. So here's the thing though, is like everything else seen in this scene though, is from the timeline that we have experienced, right? So that was on the Junon ship when the captain shoots the clones. This is from the beginning of chapter 4, where the Consoul grabs a clone. This is, also Yuffie on the ship in, dressed as the clones. Sure, what was that scene? The last one. This is Barrett dying, I think. Wait, hold on. What is the next one? There was like another little flash here. Is that Cosmo Canyon, like the Gi temple, maybe? I don't know. It was so fast. Here's Roche turning into one of them. That was the entrance of Cosmo Canyon when the guy shows up with the sick clone. And then it flashes to here. So everything so far has been within our world line. Granted, that's the only one we see clearly, and it has a Genova flash associated with it. I don't know. It was just a random thought that sort of popped up that I thought could be interesting. But so back to Switch 2. So yeah, like I said, it was, there's reports that it sold out like crazy. It was selling everywhere, unavailable at GameStop, unavailable at Target. It was like reportedly at the top of the Amazon bestsellers. So then I checked it. So this is from last night also, where you could see it's number 1 on the Switch 2 games still, ahead of Donkey Kong, Just Dance, and Star Wars Outlaws. Why are so many people buying Star Wars Outlaws on Switch 2? I need to know. I feel like Star Wars Outlaws was like a little bit of a flop everywhere else when it came out. But for whatever reason, the Switch crew is eating it up, at least on Amazon. It's very funny. So then I checked all gaming, right? Like all gaming charts. And it showed up 31, right behind the MetaQuest 3, ahead of Pokemon Legends ZA, and behind some other like accessories and stuff like that. But basically top 30 for everything gaming, which is pretty good, pretty impressive. So it's doing well. So again, I posted about this related to that Switch 2 event. And if we go and watch or listen to the actual clip, I'll play it now.
In New York City to promote Final Fantasy VII Remake on Switch 2. Went to the Nintendo store and signed for a couple hours. And then they had another day, half day in New York on Friday. And they wanted to meet some people that are local New Yorkers because they were going to have lunch and just to hang out. It seemed like there was no business to be done. There was no photos, no anything. We just hung out at a place near Rockefeller and we...
Me too, Karai.
We talked. There was Jason Schreier. There was Giovanni, if anyone knows who that is. And I forget the Tom. I don't know who Tom is exactly. Just had some breakfast and we talked about games. I talked to Mr. Hamaguchi about Balatro.
Oh, okay, Sleepy.
And I said, what is the scene? What is the thing from Final Fantasy VII Original that you're most looking forward to getting into Part 3? Or that, is already in Part 3. And he said, and again, this is through an interpreter. He knew a little bit of English, but not much. And he said that it was Cloud finding himself with the help of Tifa. He said that was the part he was looking forward to, and that they nailed it. And that's one of my favorite, like from the latter part of the game, that's one of my favorite moments. And I told him that as as a 13-year-old, it was a meaningful section for me because, you know, you're a kid and something like that really, it can have an effect. And that game was like the perfect game for me at that exact right age. And so I was happy to hear that that was one that he put a lot of time and attention into.
Yeah, so I talked about this a little bit on Thursday already. But then, so I posted that, and a friend in like real life texted me and was like, hey, do you know my friend Vinny? And I was like, no, which is who this is. This is Vinny Fine Sauce. Apparently, he's a huge creator. He's been around for a long time. Like, I posted about it, and like Gene Park was like, yeah, Vinny's a legend. He has like 1.2 million subscribers on his like main channel. And I've like seen a clip or two of his in the past because I recognized this like mushroom background. So anyway, long story short, like my friend hit me up, said it was legit that they had talked to Vinny, like had breakfast with them, or lunch, like after this had happened, but before he had posted about it. And Vinny had told my friend about this meeting, didn't tell me, but told about that meeting, and I was like, oh shit. And then the other thing that made it legit too is, like he mentioned, he talked about Jason Schreier, so Jason Schreier could have easily debunked that, you know, having his name brought up. And then he posted a follow-up that said, like, because I was like, oh well, I was curious just like if he would get in trouble for mentioning it, because it was like technically a private breakfast. There was, like he said, there was no like cameras, no recording or anything like that. So I was just kind of curious, but I was also like, he's a big enough creator that I feel like he would know not to share something that he's not supposed to share. But it's like, it's kind of a small thing. Like, it's technically big news because it's like, we don't know anything. But like the Lifestream sequence is such a vital sequence in the FF7. So it's like, you got to assume it's going to be there, and you got to assume it's like going to show up in the marketing. So I was like, maybe it's fine that he said it. Then he posted like a follow-up, and he said like, that like Square said that it was like okay that he talked about it. And then like, he just clarified, you know, Hamaguchi's statement that it was like, you know, that it wasn't like ruling out other characters. So he was just like referencing the OG because I guess it became like a shipping thing, whatever. But the most important thing is just that he talked about like just the fact they like nailed it. And I cannot wait to see this scene. Like I said, I talked about this on Thursday already, so I don't want to spend too much time on it because I don't want to repeat. It's already been almost an hour into the stream. But like the live stream sequence is like the big culmination of like all the mysteries. Like in the live stream sequence is when you like piece everything together. And it's like everything that's confused you up to this point, like you're like, oh shit. So that's why all this, that's how, oh my God. And that hint, I didn't realize, oh my God. And so it's so important to the entire storytelling structure of FF7, which I've said before is like structured like a mystery where it's meant to resolve at the end. And there was another quote that I used in my video, my big Rebirth video, where it's like Katase, I think it was Katase, said like, it's like the games are being structured so that like you understand it when you reach the end. Like all the mysteries are solved when you reach the end. Fuck, what was that quote? It was actually, no, it was in my remake. It was in my remake video. Shoot. Let me see. It's a good quote. Let me just find it real quick. It's almost like it's a quote that I even sort of forgot about until like rewatching, bringing this video back up or something where I referenced it. I forgot what it was. Right here. We fashioned, so it was Nomura. It was Nomura. We fashioned the FF7 Remake project such that you finally unravel the mystery of what's going on when you reach the end. Because people have like talked about, I talked about it last week, I think. Because like people have been like, I don't think they're gonna like wrap things up at the very end. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't think they're gonna resolve the mysteries. Like that's the point of a mystery, is to sort of like resolve the mystery. So yeah, it's just another good quote that I forgot about from July 2022 with 4Gamer. I was just like, we fashioned the remake project such that you finally unravel the mystery of what's going on when you reach the end. Obviously, Lifestream Sequence is like huge part of that. Like it's the latter portion of the OG game where all that sort of comes to a head. So yeah, it gives me so much confidence. Like, yeah, the phrase have nailed it. I'm sort of confused that like, I'm sort of like, I guess I'm not surprised that he said it, especially because he said it like in private, you know, like even though he was like given the green light to talk about it. But man, just like the fact that they said they nailed it. Very exciting. Very exciting. I can't wait to see new players react to Lifestream Scene. Actually, I was watching, there's still some people who are like playing OG. There's this other guy that's playing it right now. I can't remember his name, but he just posted like the Lifestream sequence from when he beat it the other day. And it was like crazy. It was just fun to see, you know, so it's always fun to see somebody get like that holy shit feeling. Deep Patriot, yeah, that was the one. He just posted that, and I was watching his reaction. I was like, oh shit, yeah. So, and he's been following. He played Remake and Rebirth, I'm pretty sure, but he hadn't pieced together yet either. So yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy. You guys are all watching it. We are just all in the same boat of just like watching the same shit. So anyway, so very exciting news. And yeah, I'm just reminded we're almost an hour in, so I should get moving because we have 2 videos and 2 games to play. One brain cell. Yeah, we are. I'm watching I just finished watching Pluribus, so the one brain cell actually kind of is even more relevant than ever. Yeah, we're all doing the same thing. So we're an odd bunch. We really are. So like I said, I posted this on Friday. Did you see the video of a connection between Aerith in the beginning of chapter 9 and Remake and Sleeping Forest and No, I didn't see that. It's so fun watching you play FF7, Carol. Wait, who's Carol? Is that in the someone in chat? But so on Friday, oh, Carol Pluribus, da. Okay, I got you, duh. So yeah, that fucking voicemail also. I won't go into the spoilers, but that voice message, you know the one I'm talking about, the one that like repeats for like 3 episodes. Anyway, so I posted about this on Friday because, like I said, I woke up pretty early and I was like, oh shit, the time difference is the anniversary. And I already talked about this, so I don't need to linger on it. But I was just waiting and waiting and waiting. There was like no news. And then finally they posted something, as we already talked about. Actually, sorry. I missed something. Where is it? Oh, and they finally, I just have this a little bit out of order. Shit. Let me move this. It's like, I thought I had more to say. So they finally posted this, which is celebrating 29 years of FF7 with early concept art and a special message from Nomura. This was the art, so we'll get the context of this art. I'm curious if anybody's has translated the Japanese, like the handwritten Japanese on the side here. But this is like old concept for OG FF7. Obviously, like a lot of this didn't really show up in the game, except for Cloud, and apparently an early inspiration for Reno. These dragons are, you know, not there. I threw it into Google Translate, but it's not very reliable. Was there anything interesting in it, Dunrick? But the concept art from back when Zack was the main character, I think. No, well, I'm not sure. I thought this was Cloud. I think they describe it as Cloud. I thought Nomura described it as Cloud. But you know, you can even see it sort of looks a little New York-ish in the background. Like this almost looks like a skyscraper in New York. It looks more like Big Ben, honestly. But I know at one point it was more like New York City was supposed to be the thing. Is that supposed to be calm? I don't know. It might be like a amalgamation of like different things. They were working early. We'll watch a video where they talk about how like they originally wanted to set it in New York City. But I don't know. So anyway, these dragons, we haven't really, I guess you could say we kind of see these two-headed dragons in the northern caves, right? Like the ice caves. We sort of get a villain like this, or like a boss like this in the OG. Somewhat, it's like a two-headed thing. But I saw Prof Noctis actually talk about this, or like posted on Instagram that like, what if, you know, there's like these two-headed dragon shit in the Return to Midgar. And I was like, oh, I didn't think about that, but that's kind of cool. Cloud with a Brooklyn accent. That's hilarious. So the more I posted this, it's not very legible, at least especially for you guys, probably especially if you're watching on a phone. So I made it a little more readable for you guys. But what he said was, this year marks the 29th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII. So next year looks set to be an even more special occasion. So just on his face, right? 30th anniversary is what that's teasing. Just the fact that like next year's, if this is 29, the next one's 30. the Cloud voice with Chris Pratt. So this is the 29th anniversary, which means next year's the 30th. Just by definition of like the round number, makes it a special occasion. So I've seen people say like, oh, he's calling the shot of like it's going to release on anniversary. That's not a guarantee of that in my mind, although I think we're on pace. We are on track where that's very possible. Now in celebration of this 29th anniversary, I sought out some past concept art and comments to share. However, much of it has already been published in various forms, and I couldn't find anything truly new. I thought this was funny. I actually kind of didn't really clock this specific line that much, but somebody replied to my tweet about the post, and it was like, Nomura basically saying like, we don't have shit. Like we don't have anything new to share like from the past. Like we have shared everything. So it's just kind of funny. Like, yeah, they've kind of run out of like old stuff to share. Therefore, I shall repost some very early concept art that was quietly released once before, though without any particular commentary at the time. The well's been tapped, yeah. Note that when it was published previously, the explanation on the right-hand side was omitted, so this is effectively its first full public appearance. This was drawn during the very earliest plot stages of FF7. In the foreground is an early design of Cloud, that's of Cloud, so not Zack. While the figure aiming a gun on the elevated platform is Johnny the Needle, a character from the initial plot. He is entirely distinct from the Johnny who appears in the main story. Johnny the Needle's elements were later incorporated into Reno. So, very interesting. Actually, I want to look at the guy again. So this guy, supposedly some of his elements ended up in Reno. It's almost impossible to tell. It's so small. Even on my screen, which is bigger than your guys' screens. But yeah. Once on the left staircase, there's a character reminiscent of Avalanche, who is still unnamed and without a defined role at the stage. Furthermore, unlike previous FF titles, this envisioned combat is not on fixed battlefields, but whilst moving through the city's three-dimensional environment. Ultimately, this form of combat wasn't realized in the original, but has been achieved in the ongoing FF7 Remake series. So here, he's just discussing, you can see this combat, sort of like a diagram. And you can kind of tell it's maybe supposed to be sort of a moving, maybe even like a top-down sort of perspective. And I'm sure some of this Japanese might like outline it even more, what that 3D playstyle would have been like. But yeah, obviously they weren't able to do that. So in that sense, I'd be delighted if you could continue enjoying this grand project where elements technically unachievable in the original are now being realized in the remake series. Creative director Tetsuya Nomura. So this is what I kind of quoted this and posted about it, and I said like, hey, I guess +1 for reimagining people, because this is another quote where they're saying like it's taking things that were technically unachievable in the original, but sort of making it happen now. In this sense, he is talking technically the combat system, versus like maybe narrative. But either way, I mean, they've said this multiple times. But like with tactics, yeah, well, I don't know. I would assume it would be more action format, but this image, FF12 and 13 combat systems prove they always wanted a hybrid real-time combat system. I mean, even ATB to some extent, right? Like they had even ATB was sort of a way to make it faster because it was like active time battle. And you could choose to make it like in the settings, you could have it wait so that like there's not the time pressure and the speed of like enemies doing things while you're waiting to do your while you're making your selection. But the default, I believe, is active. So even throughout like the creation of FF, and I haven't played a lot of the older ones, they were trying to like sort of speed it up a bit. They just could never get to a good hybrid until Remake, to be honest. They've obviously done a lot of hybrid systems, but they haven't been very good. But yeah. So that leads us to some state of play stuff. So we didn't get anything on the anniversary, but we are hopefully going to get something at this state of play. Let me just play this this clip.
At Game Reactor, Microsoft had their developer direct, Nintendo's doing the Tomodachi.
This just enhances the 30-year cook. Yeah, I know I'm like speeding through things. I'm sorry. I don't know if there's like things people want to talk about related to that. There just wasn't much else to say other than like I'm very excited that it makes me even more confident in the state of play. Is a better transition to this topic because they really didn't give us anything, like I'm shocked that they didn't give us more of a, like the kind of message that I expected was, let me see if I can find it. What I kind of expected was something like this. I expected a statement more like this.
Life thing.
I expected a statement more like this, like they did back for like Rebirth, for example, right? So the launch of Fantasy VII Rebirth is nearly here, with only 7 days to go. Our live streaming and content sharing guidelines have already been announced. Please allow me to communicate this important request again. When posting anything that strongly relates to the game's story. This is like another thing. This is like more than another release. I hadn't actually read it, but I was just looking more at the format. But it was like a format more related to like, hey, we're coming up, like there's stuff coming up. This is like review guidelines. This was on Twitter because I just copied this from a Twitter post. But anyway, they've done stuff like this for where they sort of like mentioned stuff. The Hamaguchi tweet was cool. He didn't say much though either, did he? I feel like he didn't really. I feel like he didn't say too much. Let's see. Oh, wow. It's at 90 now on Switch 2. What do you say? It's another post. It was happy birthday. What the fuck? Oh, because I hit the tag. Happy birthday, FF7. This year, we'll be giving it all to bring you the full charm and excitement of Final Fantasy VII. He did it, but got me hyped. Okay. Yeah. So it wasn't much. So again, both from him, like no update from him on like, hey, we can't wait to talk about it soon. No update in like their official post about like anything really regarding part 3, aside from like, hey, we're working hard and we look forward to this. We're working on this. The remake project is us sort of bringing things that couldn't be done. There wasn't much of a tease really, even like look forward to XYZ. So I don't know, maybe it's cope, but I'm taking it more as like, okay, if they're going to talk in 2 weeks anyway, then maybe they didn't feel the need to sort of like post anything, right? Just keep us blue balled a little bit until they drop that in 2 weeks. I'm hoping.
So this got people to go ask Nate the Hate, hey, is there going to be a PlayStation?
He also did a 7-day countdown to actually have for Rebirth. That is true. They had already revealed it though, you know?
State of play in February. We've heard that. Is that true? And he says, yes, it is. And yeah, I agree. It is. It's happening on February 12th. So there you go. I guess it's probably always safe to say the.
So here you can sort of looking down. I think he like looked down maybe at his calendar because like he then corrects himself and says like, oh, the 12th is a Monday. And if you look at your calendars, it's a Monday in January, but February 12th is a Thursday. So
Week of February 12th. Yes, that's right. The week of February 12th is what I should say, because it could, that's a Monday, could happen on any of the days there. But yes.
no, it's not.
And it sounds like it's going to be a pretty sizable one, is probably how I would describe it. Don't expect like the world, because it's a state of play and not a PlayStation showcase. And the difference, Jan, is always, this is a little bit more like a lighter Nintendo Direct versus the showcases from PlayStation, which could be like their big E3 showcases that have all of these amazing games in them. And they feel like a responsibility to get those to be as exciting as possible. These state of plays, it's always worth pointing out, can often be obligatory. They do them as part of marketing deals with their partners. Like, hey, first party is going to help market your game, and we're going to pay for a certain amount. Well, a slot in the state of play is worth a certain dollar amount, and they can put that towards that goal. And so sometimes you get a state of play that's a little bit disappointing. I think this one will be somewhere in the middle, Jan. But they got to start setting up some games for this year beyond Wolverine, although Wolverine can easily carry it.
So it's like really the heart of it. So him saying it's lighter doesn't give me much help. Here's the thing. He's talking about it in terms of like first party, because like he says, like, it's not a PlayStation showcase. So the whole PlayStation showcase thing to me also is sort of a little bit of a red herring. They haven't done a showcase since like 2022. Because in the past, they used to have two types of shows. They used to have PlayStation Showcase, and they would have PlayStation State of Play. And usually, PlayStation Showcase was like heavily first party. That's where you would get like Naughty Dog and Insomniac and Santa Monica. So you'd get God of War, Last of Us, Uncharted, like Spider-Man. You'd get all that stuff more in a showcase, which is how they used to do it. But they haven't done a showcase in like 3 years, or maybe 2023. I don't know. It's been a while. That hasn't stopped them from showing first party stuff in State of Plays. Because in the past 2 years, they've had to. They've had to show Ghost of Yotei. They've had to show Spider-Man 2. They've had to show like several things. I personally think showcases are dead. I think showcases are dead from a branding standpoint until maybe like the PS6, right? Until they have something really big, like the PlayStation 6 reveal, then I think they'll do like PlayStation Showcase, and then they'll show that off. Because I think what they're also doing, I mean, this is what I would do, given my marketing experience, is I would want the branding of State of Play to stay consistent, because otherwise you can train people to stop watching State of Plays. You know what I mean? Like if you make it so well defined that like showcases have like the exciting stuff and State of Plays don't have exciting stuff, then people will stop tuning into State of Plays, which hurts your relationships with your partners because you've trained people to not watch the State of Plays. Anyway, it's a tangent. Long story short, pretty much State of Plays are the norm now, and they're heavily third party. Resident Evil shown up there, Final Fantasy shown up there. So I think we'll be there. I think Rebirth, I think part 3 will be there. If PS6 has no physical games, I'm not getting a PSX. Everything I buy is digital, so it doesn't really matter. I have physical copies of a couple games like Remake and Rebirth and like God of War, Last of Us Part 2. Like I bought physical copies for collector's purposes, really, but I actually buy digital copies. So I played all of those games digital. But yeah, I mean, most likely, given what they've done with PS5 and PS5 Pro, I think they're probably going to go digital for PS6. Like my assumption is that PS6 will be digital and you could buy a hard drive like they're doing with PS5 Pro. Because quite literally, like 85% of game sales now are digital. Like straight, like on console, 85%. So they're definitely treating the physical market like it's over. Digital only means losing your games long term. No, that's a risk for sure. It's partly why I bought the physicals of those games, but at the same time, a lot of physical discs now are just like DRM checks. So I think you can play without sort of confirming it, but I think like I forget exactly how it works, but I know a lot of times like the game is installed, but it does check if you have the disc. Like for example, if you have a disc copy and you've installed it, and so everything's on the hard drive, you can't actually play it until you put the disc in. It's not actively reading the disc in the moment. It's just using the disc to DRM check it. So it's basically like a physical DRM. It's weird. Anyway, people have their preferences. It's cool. Like if you want to do physical, I know there are people who are really into physical. It's just for me, I've sort of moved on to digital. It is a little bit of a bitch though, right? Because we're seeing that with FF7 now on PC, because PC is all digital, and now they're just going to remove the old PC port and they're replacing it with this new PC port, which may be incompatible with mods and stuff, which sucks. I do know there's, what's that chat? What's the there's like a digital marketplace that doesn't have, it's like GOG, I think it's called, where it's digital, but it's not tied to DRM in the same way, or like once you buy it, you own it. You know, it doesn't go away. I think it's GOG is what it's called. I know they've been like sponsors on like NSP and Blitz and stuff. But yeah. GOG is DRM free digital store, yeah. There's also that option for digital. Gives you an installer to the actual files, while Steam runs a check. Yeah. Yeah. Have you heard about the FF9 Memorial launcher? No. Back in the day waiting at GameSpot. I do miss that. I do miss midnight releases. Like those were the days, yeah. Those are fun. Those are really fun. This can also do damage. Yeah, like I think my physical copy of FF7, I need to buy like a new copy, because like my physical copy, the jewel case is like busted. Like one of the discs is missing. I mean, it's not a big deal. I don't have a physical PS1 anymore anyway. But I always held on to the OG box just to have it. But over time it's gotten beaten up, and like I said, one of the discs is gone. I don't know where the hell it is. So I need to sort of eBay and get myself a new copy of the OG. The OG PC box? Yeah, the OG PC box is weird, like sort of like Triforce sort of thing going on. Yeah, the case was cracked, yeah. All right, so let's get back to it. So another cool thing that popped up, I don't know why I started this music because I don't need to stop it, was I was on YouTube and like this popped up, and I was like, wow, really huge W for the YouTube algorithm, which is this, where is it? Right here. So I'll play like this little snippet that I shared, but there's another song that I want to actually share even more. We'll play this real quick. This is from the Consouls. Oh yeah, new jewel case, that's smart. Yeah, the Junon Jazz Bar, yeah. Okay. I sure love jazz. Last time, yeah, I did jazz. I did a jazzified thing too. The last thing I showed. It's funny because like it's technically jazz. I don't really have much of it in my actual like music playlists and stuff. Yeah, I do like jazz. But here's the full song, by the way. I'm gonna just grab the link. So like if you guys want to like sort of save this, bookmark it, whatever, you can check that out there. The one that I wanted to share more though was this one. Now we won't watch the entire thing because it's 9 minutes and 40 seconds. It's just a little too much, but we'll watch a good portion of the beginning, maybe a little bit of a section of the middle, and then the ending. This, for the record, says the Under Junon theme, like in the jazz style. But I think that like this over time has like creeped up in my personal list of like favorite Rebirth tracks. It's like it's underrated as hell. I feel like nobody talks about this track, but it's so good. Also, I mean, it was on the regular OST, but they did announce. Does anybody know in chat? Does anybody know when the OST Plus, still jazzified? Yeah, this is the consoles. But like, does anybody know when the OST Plus comes out? Because they did finally announce it. So more tracks are coming, is what I'm saying. Yeah, the Desert Rush. When you say Desert Rush, Nick, do you mean the chase out of the desert where you're like shooting with Barrett at like the guys behind you? Because that track is really good. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, but that's the one that came to mind when I thought Desert Rush. The death metal song. Oh, okay. Oh, are those the guys in the bar? In the sand, in the, I can't remember the name. The fucking prison, the Corel prison. Or is that the one? The death metal band in the prison? Oh yeah, Cowboy Bebop, yeah. I remember it. I'm gonna look it up after this because I'm just curious. You used to play saxophone, Roland? Wow. This is the Under Junon song, yeah. It's funny because like the saxophone thing, I just watched yesterday's episode of Trigun Stargaze, and they have the, well, I don't know if I should say, in case anybody hasn't watched it yet. I guess it's fine. It's a character from the original anime anyway. So they show the saxophone guy. And it's like, that saxophone guy was such a cool character, at least in terms of like how it was conceived. And they do a pretty cool thing with it. Let's check a little bit of the middle. yeah, grateful is such talented people like this, yeah. Oh, Crisis Core is on sale now? Then we'll jump to the end. This guy goes crazy at the end. Get some more familiar melody here. Crazy. It's funny, Nick, or not Nick, I was thinking of Nick because I want to play the Desert Rush thing because I'm curious. But Rollin, saxophone, soprano, or alto? This is what we just watched, by the way, the link to it. I never thought of it as like depending on the player. I don't know. Like I know like alto and soprano as like singers, but I would assume that like the instrument itself would make it more soprano versus alto. I didn't realize that even the player could affect like how the saxophone sounds. I just never thought of it. I'm curious about this Desert Rush track.
Hey everyone, Sweet Johnny Cage.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Damn it. Guides. Okay, yeah. I do remember this. I mean, I don't really listen to metal, but God, it makes me think though of the my favorite one, Happy Turtle, heavy metal.
Gonna get fully wrecked at the Happy Turtle. Wanna get blind drunk at the Happy Turtle. Girl, get inside, find a seat and order something strong. No matter who you are, like we even care.
It's so fucking funny. And it's about a turtle. This fucking art. Oh shit. I'm a little afraid of copyright. Oh my god, it's so funny. Oh my god, that's right. We should see the actual Happy Turtle from like Wu-Tai in Wu-Tai, right?
Never stop. So come on, so come on, so come on, so come out of your shell. Party, a party, a party, a party all night. So come on, come on, come on, come out of your shell. Yeah.
Come out of your shell.
Party, a party, a party all night.
Wow. God.
Wanna get fully wrecked at the happy turtle.
Fuck, it's so good. Oh my God. Love this song. All right, where was I? Oh shit. Oh yeah. This is something I wanted to. This is random. This is totally random. Doesn't really connect to much, but I was thinking about this because I was watching. I think it was on Max's stream, and I think it was Max's stream, and I was in the I was like in the chat, and I think Max had commented of like, oh, he was talking about like things set up from remake to rebirth. He was like, you know, the context of like the Cloud run, you know, run away. You have to leave, you have to live. That, you know, you don't learn the context of that line until rebirth. And he was like, oh, it's such a, you know, it showcases, and I think I even mentioned something in chat. I was like, it just shows like how much they've like planned these beats and like whatever. And so somebody in chat added me, and they were like, oh, or this actually just shows that they're making it up along the way, or that it's not planned. Like basically the person was making an argument that they retconned the fact that like Sephiroth is quoting his mom. And I was like, no, it's literally in the script. So this is in the Remake Ultimania Plus, which I forget when that came out exactly. Maybe 2021, 2022, whatever. But like literally it shows here. I think I have it. Like this is the part, and you can see it. This is more of a direct translation of the Japanese, so it's not exactly the same thing, but this is like what it said in the script. Sephiroth continues to jeer at Cloud. The next line is the last words Cloud's mother spoke, known only to Sephiroth. Sephiroth's tone is somewhat evocative of Cloud's mother. Cloud, run. You have to get out of here. You have to survive. So it's like, you know, you have to leave, you have to live. In the localization, that's how it came through. But it was written in the damn script that like that is what was happening in that scene. So anyway, this was me just like venting on this whole thing of like how much is planned, how much is not. I'm like, dude, so much of it is planned. It's written in, you know, to be that way. But anyway, a new follow. Thank you so much for Nelsfer for the follow a few times. So you may have like clicked on, clicked off. But thank you so much. FF7 Revoculation. 90% of part 3 will just be grinding to beat Emerald Weapon. Yeah. So let us talk, or let's watch this first video. Like I said, we have a couple videos making decent time, although this is the next 2.5 hours. Not this video. This video is 1 hour, but then the Sephiroth video is 1 hour and 20 minutes. And then, you know, me with talking. So yeah, we have a lot to do. Like I said, I'm going to actually speed this one a little bit. I'm going to do this one at 1.25 speed, just to make it a little more, just to make it go a little bit faster. But so we'll be here until tomorrow. Yeah. So let's boost the speed a little bit.
Fantasy VII is a game that, if you haven't played yourself, you likely know someone who has. If
this is, you know, given the fact that it is, oh, by the way, let me give credit. So this is to JRPG Central. This is posted 15 hours ago. Like I said, this just popped up on my feed, like while I was having breakfast, and then I watched some of it, and I was like, it's pretty good. So I was like, shit, maybe it is the anniversary, so I added it to the agenda. I may regret it if this ends up being like a 10-hour stream.
If not, you're at least probably somewhat familiar with its characters and music. Even if you're the most casual fan of games or anime, you've likely played Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo Switch.
Oh, did
or
several
maybe you were
anniversary
exposed to
videos
Advent
drop?
Children when it blew up in the mid-2000s anime scene. Since its initial release, this game and its characters have proliferated and entered the gaming zeitgeist forever, thanks to the slew of spin-offs anime adaptations, CG movies, and most recently, a full-blown remake. Or well, part of one. Maybe? It's complicated. And with all the newly announced Final Fantasy VII projects, and the promise of many more leading pretty far into the future, it's clear that Final Fantasy VII is becoming its own brand in the eyes of Square Enix now more than ever, something the original developers and creators could have only dreamed of while deep in the trenches on the original's development. But how did we get to this point? What made Final Fantasy VII such a big deal? And how did it have the lasting power to remain relevant almost a quarter of a century after its original release? Today, we're going to hopefully answer those questions and many more as we take an exhaustive look at the story behind Final Fantasy VII's planning, development, marketing, and subsequent global release and success. How it took the Final Fantasy series to new heights and the JRPG genre as a whole into the mainstream. I'm Virgil for JRPG Central, and this is how Final Fantasy VII took over the world.
If the playback speed is like too fast for some people, just let me know. Because I could just watch it normal, but I just figured for the sake of time. I feel like a lot of people watch at a faster speed, but if it's too much for people in chat, I could go back to normal speed. Okay, Roland.
The year is 1994. Quentin Tarantino's crime drama Pulp Fiction hits theaters. Earth's biggest bookstore, Amazon.com, is founded. Boyz II Men are at the top of the Billboard 100. Yeah, 1994 was awesome. It was also the year Final Fantasy VI wrapped up production and released in Japan and North America to critical acclaim. Naturally, this would be the same year that planning for the next installment in the series would be.
I gotta beat 6. I played like a little bit of it. I've never fully played through it. Like I played through the opera.
Begin.
Yeah, I gotta get to
By
it.
this point, the Final Fantasy series had been a breakout success
very
for
good when I
Japanese game
played.
developer Square, first saving the company from impending bankruptcy in 1987, before going on to become a well-established success in Japan 5 entries later. That's why, by 1994, creator and father of the series, Hironobu Sakaguchi, had earned an almost mythic status at Square. Starting as a part-time programmer in 1983, before eventually being promoted to executive vice president of the company in 1991. However, even with this movement up the corporate ladder, Sakaguchi would
Look at Sid Highwind right here. Look at Sid. Look at Sid.
remain heavily involved in the series he created. Previously, he had served as the sole director for every Final Fantasy game up to Final Fantasy VI, where he stepped back into a producer role. Sakaguchi would do the same for the next entry in the series, loosening his grip on the project and allowing other members at Square to hold more prominent roles in development. These included Final Fantasy VI co-director Yoshinori Kitase, who would now step up as Final Fantasy VII's sole director. Kitase was a rather fresh face, having graduated from the Nihon University College of Art just 4 years prior in 1990, before joining Square a year later. Previously, he had worked at an animation studio where he wore multiple hats, from project manager to animation cell colorist, though any form of game development was notably absent from his resume. After catching the eye of Sakaguchi with some of his design work on his very first video game, Final Fantasy Adventure, or Seiken Densetsu in Japan, he was assigned to Final Fantasy V as the game's field map designer, and later to Final Fantasy VI as co-director. While Kitase would helm the upcoming Final Fantasy's director seat, he would still work with Sakaguchi in developing the story.
He is really good at like the visual language of the games. From what I've noticed as like a director, I assume it's partially his like cinematic background. Like the there are like sequences in FF7 that I think have a little bit of that flair to it, like the flashback, the Aerith flashback where Elmira is talking about like when she got her as a kid, and like the camera goes up and down, and then like literally sort of like the scene changes from like the present to the past. There's like a lot of like cool storytelling things like that.
Story and other gameplay elements. Initially, Sakaguchi intended the story to take place in a modern New York City in the year 1999.
Let's talk about earlier.
However, the idea was quickly scrapped early on in the planning stage, though this concept would reemerge years later in another Squaresoft game. It was at this point in time, however, just like Final Fantasy VI before it, that the next Final Fantasy was planned to be another 2D project for Nintendo's 16-bit juggernaut, the Super Nintendo. But due to understaffing and the ever-changing landscape of the gaming industry, the trajectory...
Oh, sorry, Grant. We're watching, and I have it. We're watching a video. God damn it, what the hell? Oh, I keep hitting enter. We're watching this. It's a video on JRPG Central called How Final Fantasy VII Took Over the World. It came out literally 15 hours ago, and it caught my eye over breakfast, so I decided to watch it. for today, since it's 20th
The
anniversary.
trajectory of this project's development was about to take a completely different turn.
Oh, was it, Grant? Well, now you're watching it here. Although, click on them and give them a like and let it play out on your end, even if it's muted, for the view for them.
While a small team of approximately 20 developers, programmers, and designers were in the early stages of developing the 2D Final Fantasy VII prototype, other members of staff at Square were hard at work on another project due out that same year. A high-profile collaboration spearheaded by what would be dubbed the Dream Team internally and later publicly. This team consisted of Final Fantasy series director, designer, and creator Hironobu Sakaguchi, Dragon Quest writer, designer, and creator Yuji Horii, and famed mangaka and creator of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama. Their game, an incredibly ambitious time-traveling RPG for the Super Nintendo, dubbed Chrono Trigger.
Confession, I've said it before, but I've never played Chrono Trigger. I feel better about having not played it, since like I know Max just played it for the first time. I felt like I was way out of the loop on this. So at least there's someone else out there that has not played it either. And he loves it now. I've seen him on stream talk about like it's like his second favorite RPG ever. I really got to get to it. I really
While
need to
Chrono
get to it.
Trigger was conceived in 1992, development wouldn't begin until early 1993. By 1994,
I know, Nick. It's like famous. Like it's so beloved. I do know that.
the project
Crazy how they haven't like re-released it in any way. Like it basically needs to emulate it at this point. I'm hoping that I know there was like I know the creator said something not too long ago that really seemed to hint at like a remake. So hopefully that comes around. But I do think I want to play the original before I play any remake. Even if the remake is like more like a tactic style, I kind of want to play the OG.
was needing extra help to get it across the finish
It's on PC. Is it on Steam? Like straight up? Because I feel like it wasn't. I thought I looked it up before.
line and hit their goal of a 1994 release. As a result, the development of the next Final Fantasy was temporarily put on hold so that more members of staff could help with the development of Chrono Trigger. Even with this extra help, however, the game would still miss its goal of a 1994 release, releasing in 1995. Though I think it's safe to say it was well worth the extra development time. Once development of Chrono Trigger was complete, the team resumed discussions on Final Fantasy VII. But even after just a year delay, this put the team in a somewhat awkward position. Continuing development on the Super Nintendo would be the safest option. Square had a deep history with Nintendo and, by this point, the team had mastered 2D hardware, with games like Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, and Seiken Densetsu 3 all reaching the pinnacle of what Nintendo's 16-bit hardware was capable of.
Oh, it is
However,
on PC.
looming on the horizon, the next generation of gaming was imminent. Unbeknownst to anyone at the time, the forthcoming generation would prove not only to be the biggest paradigm shift the games industry had seen, but an equally important shift for the Final Fantasy series
I could have swore I looked it up before and it wasn't. But yeah, I'm about to buy it right now.
and Square as a company. So it was at this point that Square began looking into the possibility of taking the Final Fantasy series into the uncharted world of 3D graphics. As it was with most, if not all, video game companies in 1995, developing a game in 3D was not something that came naturally. None of Square's staff had been trained in, nor had any experience with 3D graphics. Rather than possibly jump headfirst into their first 3D game, Square opted to conduct a bit of experimental research first. The experiment, a fully 3D tech.
I wonder if it mentions it, but I remember reading the Polygon, and I know they were one of the sources listed in the beginning, but Polygon had a oral history of FF7 with a bunch of like interviews, and they talk even more about like just how they had zero experience with with like 3D graphics, and like they literally had to bring in all new people for it.
Demo using characters and music from one of their most recent hits.
The production on this video is great.
To make this experiment a reality, Square would need to look externally for help. This is how Sakaguchi met Kazuyuki Hashimoto, a software engineer who had experience in early 3D graphics working at the now-defunct computer manufacturer Symbolics Incorporated. Fun fact, the symbolics.com domain was originally registered on March 15, 1985, making it the first .com domain ever in the world. At Symbolics, Kaz worked in the graphics division, where he helped produce 3D animation graphics for things like TV commercials and news intro logos. If you were around in the 90s, you'll probably recognize some of this stuff. It may look outdated and goofy now, but in 1995, this was on the cutting edge of 3D graphics technology. and using this kind of technology to make an interactive media, a video game, was something no one had ever done before. However, Square wouldn't be the only gaming company to knock on Mr. Hashimoto's door. As the entire industry began to prepare for the eventual shift to 3D, he would receive offers from other game companies trying to recruit him to their team. However, he wasn't interested and never seriously considered any of the offers. That is, until he met Hironobu Sakaguchi. Whether it was charm or that devilishly handsome mustache, he was, for one reason or another, different than the rest. Hashimoto recalls the first time they met. Sakaguchi-san was different. He's talented. He has something. I don't know what he has, but he has something. He has the talent or ability to see what will happen in the future. Kazuyuki Hashimoto. And so, Kaz left Symbolics in 1995 to come work with Square on the technical experiment that was now officially titled Final Fantasy VI: The Interactive CG Game. The point of this demo was twofold: to train staff in 3D development, as it was complete.
This I've seen. I'm sure some of you have probably seen this demo, but I'm excited if he shows it.
Different from 2D development, and to figure out the creative limits to this new, unstudied hardware. Kaz wouldn't be the only engineer on staff, though. He would help Sakaguchi connect with other engineers to build a small team to get this project into motion. For them, it was their first time working on a video game, and for the staff at Square, it was their first time working with 3D graphics. Each group making up for the other's weaknesses.
Killer mustache.
To build this demo, Square purchased 4 incredibly high-end machines from 3D hardware powerhouse Silicon Graphics, otherwise known as SGI. These machines were massive, weighing hundreds of pounds. The specific configurations ordered cost roughly $70,000 a piece in 1995. Adjusted for inflation, that's roughly $144,000 for one computer the size of a large mini-fridge, and about 5 times as heavy. Luckily, by this point, Square was flush with cash thanks to the success of the Final Fantasy series, and regardless of which direction the next Final Fantasy would take, these machines were seen as an investment in the company's future developments. Once the demo was complete, the team decided to show it at one of the biggest computer graphics conventions in North America, SIGGRAPH in Los Angeles, California. However, there was one quite literal, not-so-small-sized problem. The team couldn't feasibly bring over a machine from Japan to run the demo on, as the SGI Onyx the demo was built on was around 300 pounds and the size of an outside air conditioning unit. The team had worked for months on this demo, and the moment they had worked so hard on was about to slip through their fingers.
Yeah, here it is.
Luckily for them, Kaz had connections at SGI in America and was able to arrange a loan just in time for the show. Now, it's important to keep in mind, however, that this wasn't E3. This wasn't a gaming trade show. This was a convention for 3D graphics technology. And so the reception to the demo was somewhat lukewarm. For the most part, people just didn't understand it. Most were looking for realistic graphics to be used in movies and television,
that makes
not
sense.
Whatever some weird Japanese company had cooked up on a couple of SGI Onyxes. The team recalls the response. People at the show didn't understand what they were looking at. A lot of them were interested in high-tech engineering or military-related things for business purposes, and we demonstrated this game just for fun. People said, "Oh, interesting." That's it. Kazuyuki Hashimoto.
Literally, like, it would come to redefine, in a lot of ways, like, literally redefine games. Like, the AAA 3D storytelling, granted, remake, OG FF7 looked better than this. Granted, no combat, well, not like this. Anyway, like the cinematics and stuff, like, it literally came to read FF7 redefine. It came to, like, redefine, like, storytelling in games as we know it, and literally everything that exists now. And Metal Gear also was at the same time, Metal Gear Solid, but like literally like the AAA story driven games that exist now are really because of both FF7 and like Metal Gear Solid.
At the time, when you were talking about computer graphics, people wanted to see something very realistic, something that you could throw into a live-action movie, and they couldn't tell the difference. But we used CG to represent anime characters.
But it makes sense if they're not into gaming.
Weren't very interested in it, but that's what we wanted to do. Hironobu Sakaguchi. That being said, the people who actually gave it a shot seemed to really enjoy it, often asking to play it a second or third time to try and figure out the right combination of commands.
This is a playable demo too.
You see, rather than making a selection from a list of commands, the demo featured an odd gesture-based input method for selecting commands. Using a mouse, you input a Z shape, an O circle shape, and a star shape.
So more real time, kind of like how Nomura was talking about in the anniversary post.
Each for different commands in the game. Looking at it in retrospect, the demo is pretty bizarre. You play as Shadow, Locke, and a blonde Terra, who more resembles her Amano artwork than her in-game sprite. The three are battling a golem-looking monster that looks more akin to something from Dragon Quest than Final Fantasy. Meanwhile, the music selection changes between various boss themes from Final Fantasy VI, starting with the end phase of Dancing Mad before going into...
It's funny because like some of that though, and it may be an FF6 enemy too, because it's based on FF6, but some of that actually looks a little airbuster.
The regular boss theme, which I just find kind of weird. I also find it incredibly fascinating that the tech demo was built and rendered in 16:9 widescreen, as opposed to, say, 4:3, like most media in the 90s. Try as I might, I couldn't find any information about this one specific detail. My guess is that it was a conscious design decision to make the game more cinematic. I also did manage to find this one image of a Square developer with a 16:9 CRT on his desk, which I find interesting. Overall then, the demo proved to be a success. Even Silicon Graphics themselves took an interest in the demo, with engineering director Michael Jones asking to have a copy to demonstrate at the company's headquarters in Mountain View, California. So it was then that the success of this demo, coupled with the excitement for the technology shared between the team, is what ultimately led to move forward with the next Final Fantasy being the first one in 3D, leaving that original 2D prototype to fade into obscurity. To this day, this single screenshot is the only publicly available physical evidence that such a version of the game ever existed. And while it's obvious now that it was abandoned in the early stages of development, it's fascinating to think what could have been if Final
So I wonder if you run around on this kind of map, but then like combat was that 3D style?
Fantasy VII had been developed and released for the Super Nintendo. Not long after the convention was held, Western gaming enthusiast magazines began to share screenshots from the SIGGRAPH demo, incorrectly reporting it as the next Final Fantasy in development for Nintendo's upcoming home console, the Ultra 64. Given the demo's aesthetic, along with Square's long history with Nintendo, it was admittedly a somewhat safe assumption to assume this was a Final Fantasy game in development for Nintendo's first 3D console. But ironically, this misreporting would make what came next all the more shocking.
So Disc Do Us Part.
By the latter half of 1995, Square had released over 25 games over the course of 8 years across Nintendo's NES, Super NES, and Game Boy systems. The two companies had an incredibly close working relationship, with Square basically acting as a second-party developer for Nintendo. With the team fully on track to produce Final Fantasy VII as a 3D title, Square began to put together a plan for what Final Fantasy VII would...
Yeah, no, Xenogears is another game that I never got to. I popped into Eyes on B once when she was playing it, and it looked good, and I've heard so much about it over the years, similar to Chrono Trigger, and she's like, you gotta play it. With the way that I know you love FF7 and the way you talk about it, you would love it.
Look like on the Nintendo.
Wow, Xenogears is the only game I love more than FF7, and I love FF7 to death. Wow.
Nintendo 64. This included a plan to utilize the upcoming 64DD, a magnetic disc-based
Hey, what's up,
peripheral
ET?
for the Ultra 64. Given their close
ET
relationship
bro.
with Nintendo, and Silicon Graphics even officially partnering with Nintendo for its upcoming hardware, developing Final Fantasy VII for Nintendo's upcoming system seemed like a no-brainer. Almost immediately, however, the team began to run into issues during the early stages of testing for Nintendo's hardware. The hardware limitations, both in terms of storage capacity as well as raw horsepower, quickly became problematic. The team wanted to include lengthy cutscenes and large amounts of content in the game, and fitting this on Nintendo's proprietary cartridge-based storage would be incredibly difficult, if even possible. The aforementioned 64DD hardware expansion was still in the early stages of development and wouldn't be ready anytime soon. And in fact, the 64DD would end up being delayed for 4 years, not releasing until the fall of 1999, and went on to be a critical and commercial failure, never releasing outside of Japan.
Wow.
Around this time, Sony had just released their own home console in the Sony PlayStation. Entering a new market for the first time is never...
It was like the N64 Pro. I know there were some consoles like that too, right? Wasn't like Sega, wasn't it the Sega, one of the like Sega Saturn or Jaguar or whatever also had like an extension or like some other thing like that. Some of those old consoles had those like extensions.
Easy, and the video game market was no exception. Looking for companies to work with to help bolster the new hardware, Sony approached Square, asking if they'd be interested in developing for their own home console. Leaders from Square were hesitant, stating that they primarily made games for Nintendo.
I love some of these old shots, you know, like I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy Union has had these in some of his videos, but this is a new video, so I decided to check this out. But
Sony understood, but remained open to work with them if they changed their mind. Meanwhile, by this point, Nintendo and Sony had their own fair share of history. Back in 1988, the two companies had entered a partnership to produce a CD-ROM add-on for the Super Nintendo. It would be compatible with all previous SNES titles, as well as titles released for what was dubbed the Super Disc format. However, Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi became unhappy with the contract, as it gave Sony more control over licensing than he thought was warranted. Fast forward to June of 1991 at the Consumer Electronics Show.
I do remember this, the fact that like the PlayStation was originally like a contracted Nintendo add-on that literally had the Nintendo PlayStation, and then like Nintendo decided to not go with it and created for a while one of their biggest competitors. Like now they very much like live alongside each other because they offer such different things. But like N64 did not sell well, and it was largely because of the PlayStation. The GameCube also, from what I remember, didn't sell too well. Now they found their own lanes. You know, Nintendo is like its own thing. PlayStation is its own thing. But yeah.
Otherwise known as CES. Sony officially announces their SNES-compatible CD console, the PlayStation. The next day, when it was Nintendo's turn to take the stage, they announced their partnership with Philips, Sony's greatest rival in the consumer
What do you mean by streamlined progression exactly?
electronic space.
Oh, do you mean like the sped up thing where you have like 5,000 HP and like maxed out materia and stuff? Maybe? Sure. I'm not even playing it on the Switch because I personally don't want to play it that way. It's too easy.
To the surprise of everyone in attendance, Sony included. After considering Sony's offer, Square's programmers
With the max damage. I'm sure they'll probably add that stuff at some point. I'll never play it. I will never play it. But
started comparing benchmarks between the Nintendo 64 and a prototype of Sony's PlayStation. The results were staggering. Character programmer Hiroshi Kawai was tasked with running some of these benchmarks and recalls the stark difference. We'd be running parallel comparisons between the PlayStation, where you would have a bunch of 2D sprites bouncing off the screen, and you would see how many polygons you could get within a 60th of a second. And even without any kind of texturing or any kind of lighting, it was less than 50% of what you would be able to get out of the PlayStation. There was no way you'd be able to get anything close to what Final Fantasy VII was doing on PlayStation and the 64 at that time. Hiroshi Kawai.
I do feel like N64 games too had like such a different art style to it, you know, like very few games, like they all had like that more like blocky sort of look, kind of like the tech demo. Was like very much N64. I didn't play a ton of N64. I didn't own one, but my uncle did. And I would just, the only thing I really played on it were the wrestling games, like WrestleMania 2000 and No Mercy. Those are my jam. But those how like have the blocky sort of characters, you know.
After seeing the results, Sakaguchi knew that to fully realize his vision for Final Fantasy VII, the team would have to develop the game for Sony's PlayStation, or at the very least, a more powerful disc-based gaming system. In interviews from around this time, Sakaguchi states that the team looked into other machines such as the Sega Saturn, but how serious these considerations really were remains a mystery.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the team made their pitch to the president and founder of Square, Masafumi Miyamoto, to move development from Nintendo to Sony. For Masafumi, it would come down to whether or not it made business sense. Sakaguchi insisted that this shift...
Yeah, it's the other... I have not played Ocarina of Time. Yeah. I just remember as a kid, the debates between like my friends who were like Ocarina of Time heads and me, who was like an FF7 kid.
Would be necessary to make the game something truly special. That the game he wanted to make simply would not be possible on the Nintendo 64. Not only did Miyamoto approve of the idea, he encouraged the team and told them to do as they saw fit. And so, early the next year, on January 12, 1996, Square publicly announced that they would be developing and releasing Final Fantasy VII for the Sony PlayStation. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the video game industry. To many gamers at the time, Square and Nintendo were inseparable, whereas Sony still had a lot to prove in the gaming landscape. And yet their generous publishing offerings, along with the cheap cost of CD-ROMs and their improved capacity, eventually caused many other developers to jump ship to the PlayStation. Square was just one of the biggest.
The Skunk Monk.
While the Nintendo 64 would go on to be a success, it would be largely on the shoulders of Nintendo's first-party offerings. And for many years, Nintendo would never see the level of high-quality third-party support they had seen with the Nintendo and Super Nintendo. Personal accounts on Nintendo's reaction to Square's decision vary depending on who you ask. Hironobu Sakaguchi insists everything was cordial, while other team members have suggested that wasn't the case. When we made our decision, the president of Square, our lead programmer, and I went to a meeting with Nintendo president Yamauchi-san. And Yamauchi-san welcomed us with a very expensive bento meal and beer, and gave us a very nice welcome, and basically patted us on the back to say, "I wish you the best, no bitter feelings or anything."
God. Is it just me? But reading the, like, expensive bento meal and beer, like, I could just go for that right now so hard. Especially the beer part. I haven't really drank in the past month. I wasn't, like, consciously doing dry January, but I ended up basically doing dry January. And man, I could really go for a beer right now.
Hironobu Sakaguchi. But character programmer Hiroshi Kawai had heard differently. Quote, "I think Sakaguchi is just trying to be politically correct with that one. What I heard was Nintendo said, if you're leaving us, never come back." Hiroshi Kawai. A stark contrast, to say the least. Then again, Yamauchi was known to hold a grudge.
See, and like this is the context for like why the Switch 2 release is like so important. Granted, there have been ports of other Final Fantasy games in the time since, but like, it's a big deal that FF7, like the newer releases, will be on Nintendo again. So cool.
A stark contrast, to say the least. Then again, Yamauchi was known to hold a grudge, and he did have this incredible quote 3 years later, in 1999. Quote, "People who play RPGs are depressed gamers who like to sit alone in their dark rooms and play slow games. Hiroshi Yamauchi." Clearly, there were no hard feelings.
You hear that, chat? This is you. Chat. This is you. This is you. And me. But more you. True hater mind. Gotta respect it.
Hiroshi Yamauchi.
I like to sit alone in my sunlit room.
Clearly, there were no hard feelings.
It's not the first or last time Nintendo would trash talk its consumers. That's why they don't buy their. It's why I don't buy their consoles. A lot of people do. Breaking limits. Here we go.
After deciding to part ways with Nintendo, Square moved quickly to bring Final Fantasy VII to life on Sony's PlayStation. Their target for release? The fall of that very year. This left the team with an extraordinarily short amount of time to develop.
I also like dark rooms in general. Like, I remember when I was buying an OLED, it was like a, I don't have an OLED anymore, but because it kind of went to shit. Anyway, I bought OLED too early, basically. Anyway, but when I bought it, I just remember being like, oh, it'll be a challenge in dark room or in light rooms, like with rooms with too much light. I was like, it's fine. I like to keep it dark anyway. I watch a lot of movies, play games. I don't want it to be too bright because the glare is.
And while games were,
it's more of a glare thing than anything else. You know?
Developed much more quickly during this time compared to the bloated dev cycles that we have today, that was really only true for the prior 2D generations. This was all new technology and a new generation of hardware. Turning around something so ambitious this quickly would prove to be a daunting, yet incredibly rewarding challenge for the team to overcome. And it's a development period that many at Square would go on to say has never been replicated. To help expedite this development process, Square ramped up both their own technology and staff, investing serious capital in the process. While exact numbers vary, Final Fantasy VII's development team ballooned from roughly 30 people, a fairly standard number for a game at the time, to around 150 developers, artists, programmers, and the like, including Hollywood CG visual effects artists who had worked on blockbuster films like Star Wars, Terminator 2, and Jurassic Park. At the time, this was the largest video game development team in history. Back in August of the previous year, Square had formed a new North American studio in Los Angeles, California, aptly named Square LA. Between December of 95 and March of 96, they would publish ads in popular gaming magazines looking for talented people to join the newly formed studio, of which Sakaguchi was appointed president. Note that this studio is different from Square's other, much more well-known North American subsidiary, Squaresoft, whose headquarters were located in Redmond, Washington. Squaresoft's primary function up to this point, apart from being Square's outward-facing brand in the States, had been localizing and distributing Square of Japan's titles to the North American audience. Though they would eventually develop their own primary function up to this point, apart from being Square's outward-facing brand in the States, had been localizing and distributing Square of Japan's titles to the North.
By the way, Square, makers of the world's greatest video games. Have you guys seen that FF6 commercial? It's fucking nuts. I think it was in the US only. And it was like a Final Fantasy III commercial. But it's like that shit. Yeah, here it is.
Okay, kid, show me what you got. Yeah, right. Next. Yes. Next. Ooh, scary. Next. Next. Next.
Final Fantasy III. Do you have what it takes? Final Fantasy III from Squaresoft.
Next.
God, their advertising was so much better back then. I swear, like, this is amazing. And the FF7 commercials are great too. Yeah, I will, Bunkai, after this. We're watching like a retrospective, like making of FF7. But like, yes, I also am Bumblebee. I want every Moogle to sound like this. Look at it. Oh my God, the horrifying teeth. Yeah, I just want like a 60-year-old sounding Detective Moogle. Give us like Detective Moogle, kind of like Detective Pikachu, you know? I'll be totally down for that.
North American audience, though they would eventually develop their own original.
I want all my Moogles to sound like they smoke 14 packs a day. Yes. Yes, I want all my Moogles to talk like this. Columbo Moogle. I never watched Columbo.
Games for the company, like Secret of Evermore. Square LA, on
Howard the Duck, but Moogle.
the other hand, later rebranding as Square USA, would
Also, I've never watched Howard the Duck.
work hand in hand
But I know that my uncle was always obsessed with it because it was like, he just thought it was ridiculous.
with Square of Japan in the development of new titles. Their primary focus for Final Fantasy VII would be creating the game's pre-rendered backgrounds. When it came to the technology used, Square unsurprisingly spared no expense, as the
Cloud, you gotta catch all my piece of shit kids. They keep running off. You gotta find them, Cloud.
company had had a long-running obsession with technology by this point. Their philosophy was if they were going to do something, they were going to do it the best, better than anyone else, and their commitment to Final Fantasy VII's development was a true testament to that philosophy. Here's a quote from production manager Shinichiro Kajitani. Square was always of the mind that it would be best to commit 100% to just one thing.
Wait, what? Marty McFly's mom falls in love with a duck? Is that the plot of Howard the Duck? I need to watch Howard the Duck.
So where, for example, Sega would buy a $10,000 machine, Square would buy a $100,000 machine. Then when we'd go out to recruit designers and programmers, they would say, well, we'd rather work with.
It's funny, every time I watch Back to the Future, I'm like, damn, his mom, she's attractive.
The $100,000 machine. Shinichiro Kajitani. And so they
Obviously when she's like younger.
did. Square purchased over 200 SGI Indigo 2 workstations for use on the development of Final Fantasy VII. Luckily, the Indigo 2 was a much more compact machine than the Onyx that the SIGGRAPH demo was built on, with these being able to easily fit on a desk under a monitor. What was
Not that older women can't be. I'm just saying, you know, not the makeup. Leah Thompson's her name, yeah.
At all smaller than those machines were the Onyx and Challenge servers that were also purchased during this time. These obelisks were the size of full-sized refrigerators and cost $1.5 million just for the two of them. In total, Square spent approximately $21 million on development hardware and software alone for Final Fantasy VII. For many on the team, this financial backing made all the difference, giving them the tools they needed to outpace many of their contemporaries working in early 3D game development. Thanks to the unprecedented support from Square, the team was able to focus on quality and scale rather than constantly worrying about working within a budget. With work on Final Fantasy VII properly underway, it was time to shape the scope of the game and the tone of its world. While Final Fantasy VI was a light departure from the medieval setting the series had become known for, with its industrial steampunk-inspired towns, Final Fantasy VII...
God, that intro of 6 is so good. God. It's part of why I really need to play this damn game. I played a lot of it. Well, like I said, like a third of it, I feel like.
VII would completely abandon the worlds of castles.
And the music, man. Terra's theme. God, I have this lo-fi of Terra's theme on my playlist. Where is it? Dancing Mad, yeah, I know Dancing Mad. Oh, my backlog.
Nice.
My backlog is brutal.
Modern, gritty, cyberpunk-influenced city of Midgar. A dark, dystopian metropolis separated by two halves. Above, the higher class and well-off would live and flourish, while below, the poor and less fortunate lived in slums.
If you guys want to look that one, oh shit. It's the Terra's Theme Mellow Minstrel Mix. I have it on Spotify, so I don't have like a YouTube link, but it is on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. So it's the Terra's Theme Mellow Minstrel Mix.
With harsh lights taking the place of the natural sunlight they were missing. Literally living in the shadows of the well-off. This city would serve as the opening hours of the adventure, getting the player familiar with the game world and its inhabitants, while establishing the game's core theme as well as the narrative's main conflict. You begin the game taking control of a young man by the name of Cloud Strife, former soldier first class gone rogue against the mega corporation in control of Midgar, known as Shinra. You team up with Avalanche, an insurgent group of eco-terrorists looking to save the planet from Shinra, which is bleeding at dry of its natural life force known as the Lifestream. Eventually, you're forced to leave Midgar and set out on your quest to save the planet and uncover the truth of your past. The story is full of twists and turns and touches on themes of identity, self-discovery, loss.
Yeah, I know 6 is very much like a, what's the word for it? It's like a, there's a specific word for when you have like a lot of characters and like almost like no real like core main character. Ensemble. Yes.
And fate.
It's very much like an ensemble from what I understand.
More mature story than the series had ever seen, and is yet another generational leap that Final Fantasy VII would represent. However, despite the enormous shift in setting and the huge leap in visual and audio fidelity, Final Fantasy VII's overall structure would remain familiar to fans of the series. Over the course of the game, you would visit towns, speak with NPCs, and encounter enemies randomly in the now fully 3D world map, even beginning with the same zoom-in effect that had become a hallmark of the series' battle scenes. Once in battle, however, the differences between it and its predecessors become immediately apparent. One of the first decisions made for Final Fantasy VII, maybe even the main pitch for moving the series to 3D entirely, was the idea of a shifting cinematic camera during battle, one with multiple angles that were dependent on what was happening on screen. This was a large focus of the SIGGRAPH demo, and the aspect of the demo that seemed to excite the team the most. In Final Fantasy's past, battles were static, with enemies on one side and your heroes on the other. Battles in Final Fantasy VII would begin with a sweeping camera pan into the battlefield as your party appears on screen. Then,
wow, it's such like a nice little detail this video points out. Yeah, like even like that sweeping camera, and then even how the camera, I assume, is going to show how the camera like shifts to, you know, based on the spell or whatever. All that stuff was like groundbreaking at the time.
Depending on what sort of command you or your enemy would execute, the camera would shift accordingly, giving battles a totally different, dynamic look and feel. This was something simply not possible on previous hardware and brought a newfound sense of cinematography.
Like you almost take it for granted, right? Like how like that was crazy back then.
To the series. But this wouldn't be the only way the team would evoke film in the game, as I'll discuss later. The biggest mechanical change to the combat would come in the form of the materia system, which was also one of the game's earliest concepts. Pitched by Sakaguchi himself, this system was at the core of Final Fantasy VII's gameplay. Unlike previous entries where characters had dedicated roles like the classic tabletop RPGs that inspired them, the materia system allowed you to customize each character's spells and abilities to your liking on the fly. Each character could play completely differently or entirely the same. The decision was left up to the player, which not only added a fresh new element to Final Fantasy's gameplay, but also made the game far more accessible to newcomers. Materia could also be used to augment a character's weapons and equipment, giving it even more value.
I assume there were probably some people who were mad that it went to 3 characters.
Another way the team wanted to inject a certain air of cinema into the project was to ensure that the computer-generated full-motion videos, or FMVs, would transition to and from gameplay seamlessly, with no loading or obvious signs of a cut between the two. The latter was incredibly crucial to the team, as any crack in the illusion could break the player's immersion into the game world. For their time, these scenes were truly a marvel to behold. And while more modern versions of the game you'd play today make the cuts between the two a lot more obvious, at the time, displayed on a proper CRT, the cuts were completely indistinguishable. The FMV scenes were yet another example of something that simply would not have been possible on the Nintendo 64, and are a large part of why the development team shifted to the PlayStation in the first place. Of course, looking at it now, it's funny to think anyone could compare visuals so rudimentary to film. But you've got to keep in mind that this period was the first time that real-time graphics could even begin to resemble something you could describe as cinematic in the traditional sense. The team was so incredibly excited by the technology and its capabilities that they wanted it to feel as close to a film as possible. This interview from just before the game's launch makes a point to...
God, it's funny to like, even just the smallness of like that motion, right? You'll see it whips around Aerith and then it zooms in.
Cinematic.
There's like so much happening.
The team was so incredibly excited by the technology and capabilities that they wanted it to feel as close to a film as possible. This interview from just before the game's launch makes a point to drive home that comparison.
いわゆる映画的な表現というのができるようになって、
将来例えば映画と競合するようになった時に、やっぱ負けたくないなと。
I didn't realize Twitch was that bad with the ads.
映画的なアングルが実際のゲームの中でできるようになったっていうのが、まあその 3D の描画ができるマシンに移行して一番良かったですね。
映画が1時間から2時間ぐらいですけども、見ていて非常にのめり込みますから、その時の感覚っていうのはゲームにのめり込む感覚とは確かに違うんですけども、もしかしたら映画にのめり込む感覚がインタラクティブになることで、さらにね、もっと本当にこう映像に同化してしまうというか、そういった方向はあると信じてますのでね、それを目指したいんですけども、僕にとっては
God, sorry, I was like reading chat and not reading the subs.
込む感覚とは確かに違うんですけども、もしかしたら映画にのめり込む感覚がインタラクティブになることで、さらにね、もっと本当にこう 映像に同化してしまうっていうか、そういった方向はあると信じてますので、それを目指したいんですけども、僕にとってはやはり昔から映像重視、音重視だと思ってますから、映画とのその融合というよりは、まあ映画を超えたいという気持ちが強いですけども。
It's a hell of a ambition, you know. I mean, I love them equally for like different reasons, but at times, yeah, it is very, yeah.
When it came to the game's art
Which
direction,
is bad with
while
no
the
subs.
title of art director would fall on...
Which reminds me, actually, you know what? Since we're talking about that, oh shoot. Let me just turn on discounts for subs. Where do that? Subscription discount promotion. Yeah, why not? How do I turn it on? Here we go. Let's turn it on for the next like 6 hours. So now gift subs should be 35% off. I don't know if it applies to regular subs also.
On Yusuke Noura, it would be fellow artist Tetsuya Nomura who would leave a lasting impression on the game, thanks to his distinct anime-style illustrations.
Oh yeah, belt on her, yeah.
In Final Fantasy games prior, character and concept design had traditionally fallen on Yoshitaka Amano, a famed fashion artist who had done work for the series since its inception. However, due to prior commitments to overseas art workshops and exhibits, his involvement with Final Fantasy VII was limited in comparison, only working on some promotional art closer to release, as well as the game's iconic logo. According to Sakaguchi, during the pre-production of each new Final Fantasy title, the entire team would submit ideas for the game, regardless of their position on the team. While everyone handed in text documents typed up on PC, Nomura would always submit...
That's kind of cool. I wonder if they do that anymore. Like, I know there's been a lot of conversation about, like, how Square is now versus, like, the Sakaguchi era. Listen to that again.
During the some promotional art closer to release, as well as the game's iconic logo. According to Sakaguchi, during the pre-production of each new Final Fantasy title, the entire team would submit ideas for the game, regardless of their position on the team. While everyone handed in text documents typed up on PC, Nomura would always submit handwritten notes with illustrations attached. This impressed Sakaguchi to the point where he began to look forward to his illustrations. This is what eventually attached.
How did he turn it in?
Text documents typed up on PC, Nomura would always submit handwritten notes with illustrations.
Thank you so much for the, oh my god, how many is that? That 5 gift subs? Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, Sephiroth.
Attached. This impressed Sakaguchi to the PC. Nomura would...
Thank you for the 5.
Always submit handwritten notes with illustrations attached. This impressed Sakaguchi to the point where he began to look forward to his illustrations.
Well, that's kind of like the illustration that we looked at that he shared, right? It was like a hand-drawn illustration with like a bunch of like handwritten notes is what he posted for the anniversary.
This is what eventually led him to handpick Nomura as the main character designer for the game. Prior to this, Nomura's credits were of a debugger for Final Fantasy IV, monster designer on Final Fantasy V, and graphic director on Final Fantasy VI. Main character designer would be a big step up from his previous positions and would prove to be a watershed moment in Nomura's career. At the time he was brought on, the main scenario for Final Fantasy VII had not yet been completed, and thanks to the respect Sakaguchi...
Thank you so much, Wick! With the 5, I think. It doesn't tell me on my like multi-chat. Sorry, my Twitch chat would tell me. But thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, Wick.
And Kitase had for him, he was able to openly present his own ideas and input, helping to shape not only the characters of Final Fantasy VII, but its overall narrative and design alongside Sakaguchi and Kitase. One of the very first characters Nomura would design for the game would be Cloud. Early on, he was envisioned to have black, slicked back hair to 1. Cut down on his overall polygon count, and 2. Contrast with the antagonist's characters Nomura's overall narrative and design alongside Sakaguchi and Kitase. One of the very first characters Nomura would design for the game would be Cloud. Early on, he was envisioned to have black, slicked back hair to...
Oh, wow. So literally early on, he was designed like Zack.
Cut down on his overall polygon count, and 2. Contrast with the antagonist Sephiroth's long silver hair.
Black hair, white hair, yeah.
However, to help Cloud stick out more as the main character, Nomura decided to go with the iconic spiky blonde look we know today, though that design did undergo some changes of its own throughout development. As for Sephiroth, his goal was for him to be the complete antithesis to Cloud, and to also embody kakui, a Japanese term that translates to...
Yeah, Voltage. It's not that serious, it is video games.
Cool or stylish in English. My concept for Sephiroth from the beginning was that everything about him would be...
Yeah, it would be... I'm very helpful. Thank you, Saravin Van Sickle, for the follow. Oh, my back hurts now. I was standing too long. All right.
Kakoi. His battle movements and all his in-game scenes, too. My image of the relationship between Cloud and Sephiroth was that of Musashi Miyamoto and Sasaki Kojiro. And
thank you, Adamana, for the follow.
I had them in mind when I designed their appearance as well as their swords. Of course, Cloud is Musashi and Sephiroth is Kojiro. Tetsuya Nomura.
It's like inspirations.
The rivalry between Musashi Miyamoto and Sasaki Kojiro is one of the most iconic in samurai history. Though time has romanticized much of their story, their rivalry endures as a classic clash between two master swordsmen with contrasting styles and philosophies. This contrast comes through in Cloud and Sephiroth, with each contrasting the other in more ways than one. Nomura would also be the one to propose the limit break system, wherein each character has an ultimate ability that charges over time. These were developed as both a flashy battle mechanic as well as a way to evoke each character's unique personality during battle. All in all, Tetsuya Nomura's impact on the project can't be understated. His character designs were instantly iconic, and leaned heavily into the anime aesthetic that had just begun to spread across the West like wildfire. Even with hindsight, there was truly no better time to change up the series' art style, and he did so masterfully. When it came to the game's sound, the musical score would be composed, arranged, and produced by series veteran Nobuo Uematsu, who had also served as the sole composer for the 6 previous entries in the series.
Look at young Uematsu also.
His work for Square dated back to the company's inception, first working on games like King's Knight and Rad Racer for the NES, before meeting Sakaguchi and composing the score for the very first Final Fantasy in 1987. Fast forward to 1996, and in just shy of a decade, the technological advances and capabilities of the CD-ROM format would allow Uematsu to compose music he could have only dreamed of creating before. Just as it was for many on the team during this time, this was a significant period of creativity and challenge for Uematsu. Originally, he saw this expansion of storage as an opportunity to implement tracks with vocals and singers. However, doing so would have increased load times, and so he decided against it. Instead, Uematsu would opt to use the PlayStation's internal sound chip in a similar fashion to the way he had used the Super Nintendo's chip before it.
Same mustache for 30 years.
He would have access to a full 24 channels of audio to work with, compared to the Super Nintendo's measly 8. In essence, this gave Uematsu more than double the amount of available inputs for instruments or samples. The game would still be the first game in the series to use digitized voice samples, thanks to their use in the game's final boss theme, One Winged Angel, for which Uematsu would take a different approach to composing entirely. With this track, Uematsu wanted to outdo his previous work on Final Fantasy VI, whose final boss theme took the form of an incredible multi-layered 18-minute-long epic. Topping a track like that would be no easy task. Uematsu has said that he wanted to create something that would sound like 60s or 70s rock performed by a full orchestra, and for the piece to have the same destructive impact as rock music. To come up with something truly unique, Uematsu would take a gamble and mix his clearly proven composition style, composing this song piece by piece rather than in sequence. He recalls the process. It felt too boring to start the piece with an introduction, followed by melody A, melody B, a chorus, and an ending, like most songs. I wanted to make something different.
I don't remember this exact quote, but I do remember reading a quote similar to this. It was probably this one, but just like how specifically like intentional it was to sort of like break a lot of the traditions of how it works. And thank you so much for subscribing with the Prime, Knightus. But it was like very purposeful, like how funky and weird and like untraditional. Like I've heard like musicians react to One Winged Angel, and they'll notice like usually the flow of a song will have like within a verse or whatever. I don't know all the technical terms, but they would be like, I've just heard them notice that like it's supposed to build to something, and then that something is missing like continually throughout the song, but it's like so intentional. And so it's probably this quote, but
different structurally. So without any preconceptions about how the song would turn out, I wrote down 2 to 4 measures of music that popped into my head every day until I got about 20 to 30 different measures. Then I took those different pieces and rearranged them to fit together. That process of placing these various 2 to 4 measure pieces of music is how I composed One Winged Angel. That was a totally new approach for me. This was the only time I ever used that approach.
Just like very disconnected, 2 to 4 measures as he wrote here. It's fascinating.
It was almost like a gamble. It could have turned out great, or it could have turned out horribly. Nobuo Uematsu. This gamble would pay off big time, as not only would One Winged Angel become the most iconic track from Final Fantasy VII, it would later go on to become one of the most recognizable tracks from the entire series. Today, at Square Enix's Final Fantasy Distant Worlds concerts, the song is featured as the encore to almost every single show.
Yeah.
When it came to composing the rest of the game, Uematsu also took a different approach.
It was
to
the encore
composition,
when I went.
though in a much less extreme sense. In keeping with the team's vision to create a film-like experience, Uematsu sought to score the game like a film as well. His goal...
It's so funny watching this version of the world map just after all the mods that we have on ours. After all the mods that we have on like my playthrough, because we just flew to this area on the last stream.
A film-like experience, Uematsu sought to score the game like a film as well. His goal was to create melodies that would fit within the game, but that would, at the same time,
like I've almost forgotten what the OG looks like.
Sakaguchi
visually.
also wanted to have no repeating tracks in the game. As with the movies, you rarely heard a melody repeat unless it was the theme of the film. Of course, this goal was somewhat unrealistic, as video games by their very nature are repetitive. And with a game this large, some music was bound to repeat, but the goal was to make each area feel distinct and unique. I think Uematsu's goal of fitting a mood or a vibe really rings true, especially in some of the earlier tracks in the game, which helped to give Midgar its identity.
And there's a lot of back and forth in chat, and it's like somewhat getting a little contentious. Can we all just like chill a little bit? Everyone's entitled to opinions and whatnot, and that's fine to have discussions, but like, always try to keep the temperature in a decent mode. Rotting pizza, man. God, it's probably gonna copyright hit me. All these old tracks are like copyrighted to hell. To that end, let's turn it down a little bit. Depress people.
In total, Final Fantasy VII's actual development time would span just 1 year with a total development budget of approximately $45 million US. Adjusted for inflation, that's roughly $87 million. While it was certainly a busy and challenging time for the team, one that undoubtedly had its own fair share of crunch, it seems that most were happy to work on the game to the extent they did, thanks to an unprecedented amount of passion towards the project. After all, it's very rare that you get to be first at something, and the team worked together to do just that, create something that had never been done. A cutting-edge, fully 3D role-playing game with a budget to match that of a blockbuster film. And so, after countless hours of blood, sweat, and tears, as well as a slight delay, Final Fantasy VII was released in Japan on January 31st, 1997 for the PlayStation.
The first time I saw, like, I'm sure, like a lot of you,
after
first time doing this, like,
blood,
jump into Midgar, it was like, holy shit, that's insane.
As well as a slight delay, Final Fantasy...
We've already gotten a little bit of a preview of it with the Jesse jump, but yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the returns of Midgar. They have to do it like this. They have to.
7 was released,
or maybe they'll just get in the goddamn elevator.
In Japan on January 31st, 1997 for the PlayStation. Instantly, the game was a huge success in Japan, selling 2 million copies within its first 3 days on the market, and was touted as one of the PlayStation's true killer apps by magazines such as Computing Japan. Really though, the game's success in Japan was practically guaranteed. Japan was the home of the series, and this was the biggest, baddest entry the series had ever seen. So there was really almost no chance that Final Fantasy VII would be a flop in Japan, especially with all the excitement surrounding the technology at the time. The game's success outside of Japan, however, was far from guaranteed.
Oh, true, Nick, yeah.
Outside of its homeland of Japan, Final Fantasy as a series had seen lukewarm success. In fact, at this point in time, a whopping...
How are you doing, Sleep Easy, by the way? How are you, my good friend?
95%.
Yeah, I wonder if it catches it in fast forward.
Of Square's total revenue came exclusively from Japan, while the North American release of the original...
Everyone like a stream or two ago was like, where is Sleep Easy's new video? I know, I just told them you're extremely busy. Like work, you know, and everything. Yeah.
Final Fantasy actually outsold its Famicom counterpart, mostly due to Nintendo of America themselves publishing the game and heavily promoting it through their in-house magazine, Nintendo Power. Every other North American release sold far less than its Japanese counterpart. Still, the series had its diehard fans, and it sold well enough in the States to make a profit. But it was still considered a niche series in America, at least in comparison. This was largely believed to be due to the West's inability to truly appreciate the games for what they were. You see, there was a commonly held belief among Japanese game developers that, frankly, role-playing...
Yeah, I'll tell. I mean, like, critical success? FF15 was not really a critical success, from what I remember. I forget what the exact... I'm curious what the exact, like, reviews early on were, but I know a lot of people were just not hot on 15 when it first came out, myself included. Not until like the Royal Edition. But it sold like crazy.
Games were too sophisticated for the Western audience. This perception is partially responsible for the odd, non-sequential release of the series in the West, and what caused the few releases we did receive to be dumbed down and made significantly easier. The shining beacon of this hubristic perception, however, was Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Released in 1992, it was a game designed, developed, and intended specifically for the American audience, with the hope that this would be the breakout game that finally took the series into the mainstream outside of Japan. And well, obviously that didn't happen. Otherwise, this would be a very different video. I won't go into it too deeply here, as this video is plenty long as it is, but if you haven't played it, Mystic Quest was a very basic RPG, with a more shallow story and more action-oriented gameplay than Western fans of the series had come to expect. While the game did receive fairly favorable reviews from critics at the time, it ended up selling no better than any other Final Fantasy game had in the West.
You know, it'd be a really cool homage to the killing of the team. The party gets split up into different groups, different events unfolding. That way you could even incorporate Deep Ground. Yeah, I do think Sleep Easy, that will be what happens. I've talked about it before on stream. Like, you need, for example, the party that goes to Hojo, it has to have Cloud, Vincent, and Red 13. They're like the most directly affected by Hojo. Those got to be the three, at the very least, to confront Hojo. Then you need like Vincent, Yuffie. Oh shit, Vincent's are going to be used up in Hojo. You need Yuffie and Deep Ground, for sure. But I think they will like split up within Midgar and do different things.
Completely missing the mark Square had set out for it. And for many existing fans of the series, it was seen as a slap in the face and further perpetuated the belief that Japan thought less of the Western gamer. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest would even go on to be released a year later in Japan as Final Fantasy USA, with a little red, white, and blue banner across the
Barrett, Yuffie, Tifa, since Scarlet seems to be in control of Deep Ground, yeah.
top and everything. Ain't that cute? Around this same time, Square was also localizing and releasing several Final Fantasy games for the original Game Boy. This began with the Final Fantasy Legend in
Sleepy's talking about the original, like that plan to like, when you skydive into Midgar originally, there was that proposal to like kill everyone except for like 3 party members. Obviously they scrapped that, and Nomura put a stop to that. And so he's just saying like, as an homage in terms of like having limited number of party available, you just split people up, you know.
1990, followed by Final Fantasy Adventure and Final Fantasy Legend 2 in 1991, with the last Game Boy release coming in the form of Final Fantasy Legend 3 in 1993. Thing is, none of these were actually Final Fantasy games. Instead, they were other RPGs developed by Square of Japan that they simply localized and rebranded under the Final Fantasy name in hopes of cashing in on the initial game's somewhat manufactured success. And while they sold well enough, they were certainly no Pokemon.
Oh, Wick. Yeah, they can make it seem like you're unsure. Like, well, at least the party members, each party is like not sure of where the other is. Sort of like when Cloud drops at the end of Remake, when he's in the Hojo's thing and then the party split up. They've done it a couple times. Or like Mithril Mines, where they get split up. Granted, they jump down, so it's not like you're really unaware that they'll reunite. But make it so that they like, because maybe so much is going to be happening with like the Wutai War, and you know that there could be action happening as they do the jump, that they could get split up in the chaos. You know, you could do it that way.
Pokemon, and they didn't come close to
nobody's
breaking
going to die.
That mainstream audience Square had been eyeing. And I know some of you may be thinking, all this talk about America and the North American releases, what about our friends across the pond in Europe? Well, a Final Fantasy game had never been released there. unless you count Mystic Quest, which was released there shortly
Yeah, Temple of the Ancients they split up too. Yeah.
after the Japanese release, under the title Mystic Quest Legend, which, for the record, I don't. So, in a way, when it came time to localize and market
Nibelheim they split up also.
Final Fantasy VII, this was really Square's second attempt at capturing the Western audience in a major way. Even with this second chance, it would still be a gamble. What if the Japanese developers were right? What if this game really was too massive and too complex for the average Western mind? A simple standard release alone wouldn't be enough. This launch needed a hook, a story that could sell. And luckily for Square, that's exactly what they would get.
The fucking advertising for this OG game, I hope they show it. I've shown it before on stream. It's so good.
Thanks to some creative minds at Sony of America, working hand in hand with one of the most prestigious marketing firms in the world.
But the FF7 advertising back in the late 90s when it came out was ever present and very good. And they need that for part 3. They kind of had some of that presence with Remake. They were on like buses and Butterfingers and all that stuff. But they need to go all the fuck out. Like they need to have the same kind of presence. Like this is it. This is the finale. So they should look back at their history as we are in the anniversary. They should be looking back at this stuff.
By 1997, the PlayStation was a resounding success. But in North America, Sony was still fighting an uphill battle against two seasoned giants. Sega had Sonic and Nintendo had Mario, two instantly recognizable icons tailor-made for marketing. Sony did have Crash Bandicoot, who debuted the year before, but he was still new. He hadn't earned the cultural weight that the others carried. Until they could build their own catalog of first-party franchises, Sony would rely heavily on third-party partnerships. One of their most fruitful partnerships would be with Square. Towards the tail end of Final Fantasy VII's development, Sony pushed for full Western publishing rights to the game, even offering Square an incredibly lucrative deal that would net them nearly the same amount of profit as if they had published the game themselves. A publishing deal like this was practically unheard of at the time, especially during Nintendo's iron grip on the industry, and just goes to show how serious Sony was about their new gaming venture. Sony would also co-promote and market the game alongside Square, coordinating a massive marketing campaign.
I assume he's going to show them. Which is why
Sony themselves allocated a massive $40 million towards marketing for the game, split between Japan, Europe, and America, with $20 million going towards the American campaign alone. With funding secured, it was finally time to start marketing the game leading up to its Western release. The pressure was officially on, and the stakes couldn't have been higher. They only had one shot at this, one chance to do it and to do it right. You see, video game marketing in the 90s was a little different than it is today. There was no social media, no influencers, no skippable video ads on YouTube. I mean, there was no YouTube either, but that's beside the point. While video games were truly unlike any other...
Yeah, I mean, I also found out more like word of mouth. But I did see the ads afterwards. I found out because of my uncle. He just showed me the game. He had bought it. But I remember seeing like stuff afterward or he showed it to me somehow. I was like, oh yeah, or like I saw it in like magazines. I saw it in like gaming magazines.
Form of entertainment. Their marketing was just like any other form of entertainment marketing at that time. Your options were fairly limited. There was print, radio, and lastly, television. Most video games in the 80s and 90s were marketed like toys, with over-the-top in-your-face commercials and print ads. This wasn't always the case, but most of the video game commercials you would see on TV were much more akin to a toy commercial than, say, a trailer for a film. It was here that Sony of America's senior marketing manager, David Bamberger, and his team struck gold.
But no state of plays. There were no state of plays. We just had to wait for magazine drops. It was like, oh shit, this has like 150 words about FF8 on page 63. How exciting. Oh my God, information. Like, and it's why E3 was so big. Like literally that's why E3 was so big, because you know, it was such a central point to like disseminate information. It's like you get all the journalists, all the magazines, all the retailers, everyone at one location at one point in time, put on a big show. You make deals to like get it into stores. It was like all the old media, the infrastructure was just set up that way. You know, to get into stores, you had to like strike deals at E3, which happened in summer, so several months ahead of time, so you can get the stock. And it was like this whole machinery that now just you don't need that anymore. but you would have like, there were things that would be shown at E3 that would probably get covered in like magazines 2 months later, you know? It was like such a different world, like literally a different world.
How the game was received in the West. He and his team would partner with marketing firm TBWA Chiat Day, which I will simply abbreviate.
E3 was killed by social media. Sure, it was just killed by the internet, you know, and then killed by the fact that like publishers could do their own shows, you know. Once the distribution, anytime like distribution changes in anything, everything changes. Like the Amazon changed how we shop because of how they handle distribution. Like once distribution changes, like industries change around it, you know.
Create a Chiat Day going forward for my own sanity. The previous year, Chiat Day had been responsible for the now iconic marketing campaign for Crash Bandicoot, where Crash stood outside of Nintendo of America's actual headquarters and taunted them through a megaphone.
Mustache Man, your worst nightmare has arrived.
TBWA Chiat Day also did like all the famous like Apple advertising way back in the day. Thanks so much, Rustaford, for subscribing. So the same guys that literally the same guys that did like to bring up like old advertising. Like the Apple 1984 ad, I'm 99% sure that was TBWA Chiat Day, because they were Apple's like ad agency for a long time. So the same guys, so the same agency that did fucking Apple advertising did this advertising apparently.
Pack up your stuff. I got a little surprise for you here. Check it out.
Prior to this, Chiat Day were probably most famous for their iconic 1984 campaign, which introduced the first Apple Macintosh to the masses. They would also go on to produce the Yo Quiero Taco Bell campaign, as well as the hugely successful Get a Mac campaign from the mid-aughts. Bamberger and his team, partnered with Chiat Day, would map out a 3-month campaign that would begin in August of 1997. The main focus of the campaign would be to use the game's then stunning movie-like visuals to specifically attract newcomers to the series, as the established RPG fan would likely be interested in the game regardless, as Bamberger noted. The RPG player, we already had them. They would look at this game and of course they'd want to play it. Our balancing act was, how do you celebrate what this is for the RPG fan, and at the same time, attract the mass market to come in and check it out? David Bamberger.
I feel like they've maybe gotten this balance a little bit off, you know? Like, at least considering the RPG fan. You know, I think sometimes they sometimes miss the RPG fan.
The team
but this was more of a general campaign, though.
Landed on a multi-pronged approach. First, they would start with the core audience. Magazines like Game Informer and Electronic Gaming Monthly would preview the game and tout its success in Japan, generating hype and excitement among its readers. From there, that excitement would slowly bleed into the more mainstream outlets. Next, they would run full-page print ads in magazines and comic books. These ads went for a less is more approach.
It's to a human what headlights are to a deer. Jesus.
Each displaying a simple screenshot from one of the game's many FMVs, with minimal one-liners placed above. They were also purposefully formatted in letterboxed widescreen to really
yeah, they went for like a cinematic. They really like one of the my favorite OG FF7 ad was like the biggest blockbuster coming to you won't be in a theater near you. It was so good.
Sell the comparison of Final Fantasy VII to that of a film. Some of these ads would even play into the ever-growing console wars and the drama behind Nintendo and Square's breakup. With this ad specifically that depicts the Mako cannon from Junon, with text copy above that reads, "Someone please get the guys who make cartridge games a cigarette and a blindfold." Even the game's North American box art was thought out and
it was like very bold,
purposefully crafted. The Japanese release went with a classy minimalist approach, with a pure white background and the game's logo placed slightly offset from the middle. For the North American release, Bamberger and Chiat Day would keep a similar motif while making something a little more grabbing. Inspiration for the cover would come from promotional materials for Lawrence of Arabia, which was one of Bamberger's favorite films.
There was one that I remember my uncle recording on like VHS, because I think he just had it recorded from like some TV that he showed that he watched. But I could swear, and I've never been able to find it, but there was like a TV ad where it was like Santa Claus playing FF7, and like it was something like Santa Claus was so addicted to FF7 that he didn't deliver gifts. It was something like that. It was just like, fuck, dude.
Ground would be soaked in white, with the monolithic headquarters of the game's main
I've not been able to find it.
Shinra towering over the game's protagonist, Cloud, looking up with a determined grip on his already iconic Buster Sword. To Bamberger, the composition gave a sense of the main character heading off on a grand
but unless my memory is broken like Cloud, and I'm just like imagining that, I could swear I watched that ad. I remember it.
Adventure. I felt that the prestige feel of the packaging would help show people that it was high quality. I wanted it to look like a specialized design that had a sense of quality to it. David Bamberger. Finally, the marketing team would partner with companies and retailers to promote the game through certain deals.
Press Santa in his dark room.
For example, if you
He's an
pre-ordered the
RPG
game
player,
from
yeah.
retailers like Toys R Us, you'd get a special limited
He only
edition
works once a
t-shirt
day.
featuring stats and details about the game's protagonist, Cloud. Through Sears, you could get a coupon for $10 off the game and the promotional tee. Through a partnership with
Sears
Pepsi,
ad?
you could receive a coupon for $5 off the game by buying a 12.
This is what I mean by they were like everywhere, dude. They were on Pepsi, Sears catalog.
24-pack of their soda. You could also mail in with proof of purchase for a now very rare custom Final Fantasy VII branded Pepsi cup. Walk into your local big box retailer and you'd see standees as tall as 5 feet to promote the game and Pepsi. There could likely be even more smaller promotions that I couldn't find any record of, but those may be lost to time at this point. The ultimate culmination of this campaign, however, was a series of TV commercials that would be shown during primetime television, like Saturday Night Live, The Simpsons, and even primetime sports. These would mimic the style of a movie trailer, right down to that movie trailer voice guy, boasting of a game unlike anything.
This is what I was saying. Oh, you got the link to the Santa ad? Seth, can you post links in YouTube? I hope so. If not, do you have the Discord? Thank you so much for the follow. Sleepy Person 21. I feel that.
Played before. The goal was to capture that mainstream audience, and presenting the game in this blockbuster sort of way during some of the most viewed programming in the late 90s was the best way to do it. And it worked.
More than 200 animators and programmers.
This is the one that's so good. It's just like it gives it such gravitas. It's crazy.
Was the best way to do it. And it worked.
More than 200 animators and programmers. A multi-million-dollar production. Over 2 years in the making. And a cast of thousands. They said it couldn't be done in a major motion picture. They were right. Final Fantasy VII.
They said it couldn't be done in a major motion picture. They were right. Fuck. So good. Over 2 years in the making. I assume with the localization, maybe. Because, yeah, it wasn't technically 2 years. But, shit. They show the ending of the commercial. Oh, wait, with the meteor? I think so, yeah. Oh, Jesus, literally that.
More than 200 animators and programmers.
Yeah, it's so fast you would have no idea. But yeah, they did show the ending.
A multi-million-dollar
2 years is
production.
fast, yeah, by today's standards.
They said it couldn't be done in a major motion
picture. They
were right. Final Fantasy VII.
Like, there's no aura to, like, as much as I love remake and some of the remake advertising, there is none of this, like, intrigue, right? Like, you would watch that not knowing what the fuck it is, and you would be like, I gotta play that game. You know, like, I don't know what that is, but I gotta play that. And it's much harder now, because, like, this is trading a lot on its visuals, and so, like, that's not as unique anymore. You know, part of what made this unique was, like, that's a video game? I've never seen a video game like that. You know, that was definitely part of it. That's part of why they did the, you know, major motion picture spin, because you would think this is a movie because of how it looks. But so they can't really trade on that anymore because games look incredible now. But they need something, you know?
An evil empire is sucking the life force from the planet.
This is where it works against it, yeah.
All that's in its path. It's up to one soldier of fortune to save the world. If he succeeds,
Yes, these games and trailers looked approachable versus looking like homework.
you survive. If he fails, you can always hit the reset button. Final Fantasy VII.
If he fails, you can always hit the reset button.
Only on PlayStation. Beyond the edge of reality lies a story of ultimate conquest, a story of war and friendship,
You really don't know what's happening though. I mean, they showed Aaron's death. Fucking crazy.
The most anticipated epic adventure of the
They
year.
had her burial on the
Never
back of
comes to a theater near you.
at the back of
Fantasy VII.
the case too.
On September 4th, 1997, 3 days before the game's official
Edge of
launch in
reality,
North
edge of
America,
creation,
demand
yeah.
for the game was so high that thousands of retail outlets nationwide broke the street date and began selling the game early. This caused a nationwide frenzy for the game, unlike anything played.
Oh, you did, Seth? Hold on. OG FF7 channel. Oh, it was a Pepsi ad. Hold on. Wow, somebody's literally rewinding their VHS on this recording.
I don't see Prussia, Siam, or Auto.
Oh, right here, yeah.
Now when you buy Pepsi products, you can instantly win one of thousands of PlayStation games and consoles. It might just change your plans for the holidays.
Hey, Santa, you're 6 hours late, and the reindeer and I are sick of playing poker.
Holy shit, great find. Thank you so much. Who was that found that again? Seph7184. Thank you so much for finding that. Holy shit, what a find. This is what I saw. Yeah, he's summoning Titan. But look at that, it was a PlayStation with the fucking FF7 case right there. Bunch of Pepsis around it. This is so 90s.
It might just change your plans for the holidays.
Cloud summoning Titan.
Hey, Santa, you're 6 hours late, and the reindeer and I are sick of playing poker.
So funny. So I wasn't crazy. That did exist. This is your favorite? It is so cool.
PlayStation or Square had ever seen in the States. Here are a couple of media quotes from the time of the original release. Gamers have been asking for this game for months. As a result of the pre-sale program we implemented for Final Fantasy VII, where we had tens of thousands of copies on reserve for customers, it hasn't been enough. We've had customers asking us on a daily basis, when is it shipping? Due to this tremendous response, we have pulled out all of the stops to get this product delivered as quickly as possible. It is finally shipped and it is in our stores today. Pete Rothmeyer, Director, Senior Buyer, Video Games, Electronics Boutique. The massive consumer demand that's been placed on Final Fantasy VII has been extraordinary. Our overnight sales have been record-breaking. We foresee that the momentum of the Final Fantasy VII phenomenon will continue through the holiday months. Andrew House, Vice President Marketing, Sony Computer Entertainment. And so, on September 7th...
It was so huge for the PlayStation. Like, Square needed PlayStation for the technology, and PlayStation needed Square for FF7. Like, FF7 was... It's hard to state how huge FF7 was, especially now in the context of, like, how it sort of feels overshadowed a lot of times. You know, over the passage of the 30 years, it's kind of become somewhat smaller. You know, now we just hear like, oh, it's not meeting expectations, but it's still literally, I think, yeah, I got a PS1 because of FF7. A lot of people did. I got my PlayStation 1 because of FF7, and I wasn't a Final Fantasy fan. I had never touched or heard of Final Fantasy before, but my uncle showed up with the PlayStation and a copy of FF7, and we played the bombing mission. And then he left it for me overnight, and I played some more after I finished my homework. And that experience, I never played a turn-based game before, never played a Final Fantasy game before, but like that experience was like, oh my God. And I told my parents after that, I was like, I don't want an N64. I want a PlayStation and Final Fantasy VII. That's it. And it changed everything, you know? And it's still, I think to this day, I'm pretty sure it's like the #1 selling game on the PlayStation 1 still, you know?
1997, Final Fantasy VII would officially be released in North America. In its opening
I was so proud I asked for both.
weekend, it would sell roughly
I didn't have the balls, Kofi.
330,000 copies and gross $16.5 million. making Final Fantasy VII the highest-grossing video game ever released at the time, even beating out that weekend's highest-grossing box office blockbuster G.I. Jane by $5 million. By the holiday season, the game would sell a staggering 1 million copies in North America alone. To put this release into perspective, let's look at the numbers. Excluding re-releases or modern ports of any kind, only looking at original release sales from the time.
3 guesses how my parents reacted.
Using the best resources I can find, let's compare. Starting with the first release, Final Fantasy for the NES, it sold approximately 700,000 units. A respectable number, no doubt, but due again largely in part to that.
Again, this is North American. And also very cool graphic, like the way they animated this, like this video is so good.
Marketing campaign by Nintendo. Final Fantasy II or IV on the Super NES would sell just short of half that at 340,000 units. Final Fantasy III or VI on the Super NES would prove more successful than its predecessor, selling 450,000 units, while still failing to come close to the original game's success 4 years prior. The next release, Final Fantasy VII, would go on to sell approximately 3 million copies in North America alone, more than every previous release combined. And that's not even counting the almost 2 million copies it would also sell in Europe. At long last, Final Fantasy and the JRPG
get it while it's hot. Absolutely stunning. The best storytelling ever found in an RPG. Like, look at the... Man. They just had so much fucking swagger back then.
had finally broken through and taken the Western world by storm.
Yeah, same stuff.
Final Fantasy...
Well, actually, I really wanted a remake for the longest time. Since, like, seeing FF10, since playing FF10, I was like, man, could you imagine FF7 looking like this? I'm glad it took as long as it did, because I think Square is finally a much better developer. You know, the game that we would have gotten on, like, say, the PS3 would have sucked. It would not have been good.
7 could have failed. Technically, creatively, commercially, but instead it became the product of a perfect storm. Cutting-edge technology, a bold shift in platforms, a team willing to learn, and a company prepared to bet big. Square left behind the safety of cartridges and sprites for a leap into the unknown. Full motion video, 3D graphics, CD-ROM storage, and a cinematic approach to storytelling and gameplay. Sony, eager to prove the PlayStation's potential, gave them the stage. And when the time came, Square delivered a game that would define the era. What followed was more than worldwide success. It was a shift in perception. Final Fantasy VII showed the world that video games could
it would have probably had the Advent Children actors.
Be emotionally resonant, globally marketable, and artistically ambitious.
Because our actors were like literally 13 years old.
Set a new standard, not just for RPGs, but for what video games could mean. Today, its influence is seen everywhere, in movies, in TV, and all throughout popular culture. While it may sound cliche to say that it made Japanese role-playing games mainstream, or that Final Fantasy VII put the Final Fantasy series on the map, the truth is, it did both of those things and so much more. One could argue that Final Fantasy VII is one of the most important video games ever made, not just for what it did for Japanese RPGs, but for what it did for Sony as a force in the games industry, and for what is now Square Enix as a company. It cemented Square as the king of the RPG genre, and earned Sony and Square an army of fans across the globe, many of whom still remain so to this day, over a quarter of a century later. To put it simply,
it's a very good video. I'm going to reshare the link. Well, it's almost done. I was going to say at the end.
It was lightning in a bottle, a symphony of circumstance, a beautiful confluence of timing, money, passion, and hard work. And I gotta say, as someone who's been playing games for basically the entirety of their life, they, quite literally, don't make them like this anymore.
Yeah. Is there anything, or is it the end? That's it. Thank you so much, JRPG Central, with the amazing video. Just posting the link again. So yeah, and then after that, we have this Sephiroth video, as Sephiroth fooled us again by Steed. So go check out the video that we watched on the link that I just submitted. Please go give a like on it. It didn't have a lot of views when I saw it earlier today. It has 1,018 views. So please go over, give it a like, let it play in the background on mute if you have to, just so that they can get the watch time and the link and everything, with the click and the like. So please go do that as a favor to me. I'm gonna go to BRB real quick because I need to run to the bathroom. But I'll be right back, and then we'll get into the Sephiroth video. Okay. So real quick, before we jump into this video, let me also give some thoughts initially before we jump in. So we've watched one of Steed's videos before here on stream. And essentially I didn't necessarily agree with it. I thought it was, you know, well written and well made. It essentially put forward, I think it was in his video even, that he said that he was a believer of the requel sequel thing until Rebirth. And then now he, you know, thinks it was all coming back to the OG, just flat out. This is not Wix. No. Wix happened over the holidays, and then like everyone watched it. Like Max watched it, everyone watched it. So I just haven't watched it. I mean, I referenced it. I played a little bit of it a week or two ago when I was talking about Sephiroth, and I really liked that video a lot. But this one just dropped this week, I'm pretty sure, and people were mentioning it on the Thursday stream, so I decided to check it out, and we'll check it out. So in general, I have not really agreed with a lot of Steed's conclusions in past stuff that I've seen, and I know he's been in chat before. But I'm curious about this one. People have said good things about it, even like friends of mine who weren't super hot on like Steed's other videos. But I've heard good things. I started to watch the beginning of this. So like the first like 5 minutes I've seen already. What I liked about it is that he was at least sort of bringing up some of the meta questions that have been on our mind. So it's not divorced from some like our perspective. So, you know, I don't know how I'll feel about it at the end. If I'll agree or not. But you know, I always give a shot to a lot of theories, like even outside of like what I'm personally thinking, just because I'm curious, you know. So we'll give this a watch, but we'll do it on the actual page for it, because otherwise I can't like tap forward and back.
You have failed again, I see. Sorrow, anger, regret, guilt. Nothing but empty words to you. Fill your hollow heart with rage. Let it engulf you, consume you, that you may burn your world to the ground. Is what you're feeling even real?
Yeah, I mean, Ben, I think that's sort of the intention, right, of making the first soldier and Ever Crisis, is to sort of build some of that backstory and whatnot. So that makes sense. And in terms of like parallels, I don't know if you mean it this way, but we've talked about it on stream. Whenever I've watched some of the first soldier stuff, I'm like, wow, there are a lot of like parallels with the Sephiroth story with what they've done with Cloud. And I feel like Sephiroth is even going to use some of the tricks that were played on him on cloud. Did you get to ever play Ever Crisis is good? I played some of Ever Crisis, like the first week that it came out, I played it. Otherwise I've just watched the YouTube compilations of the scenes. Because the gameplay loop, I just can't do it. I just cannot do it. Like the actual combat in Ever Crisis is pretty fun. Like when you actually like are forced to use the mechanics and you're like choosing when to pop off your ATB, when to sort of like stack your limits, like flipping between defense and offense with like what the enemy is doing. Actually, like I find the combat engaging. The problem is that the game incentivizes you to just grind because it's a gacha. So you have to like do hours of just like grinding combat. And at that point, you just put it at like 2x speed or 3x speed. I forget which speed, but you put it at the fast forward and you set it to auto battle and let the game play itself and just do that for hours so you can get enough coins to then upgrade your character. I know the point is for you to sort of like pay for that stuff. So you don't have to grind, but I'm not going to pay. So anyway, long story short, I stopped playing. But I do watch the cutscene compilations, but it really sucks because I do think the game actually is pretty fun, but the game doesn't want you to play the game in some ways. It either doesn't want you to play it or wants you to play way too much and automate things. And I hate that.
It's time you stopped pretending. All those lives cut short at your hand. There's still so much to be done. Were the planet to die.
Sorry. I need to get water too. I forgot. I wanted to grab water. Because I'm out of water. All right.
So many things would be lost, and I would be loath.
You're saying it's better than the automation? The only problem, though, you still need to do a ton of it, right? And I just can't do the same battle shit over and over and over for hours, for me, because I ran into that when I did try to play it.
To live in such a world. The reunion is nothing to fear. Cloud, allow me to redeem myself. Lend me your strength. Let us defy death.
Wait. Allow me to redeem myself? Where's that audio from?
Destiny. Lend me. Cloud, allow me to redeem myself.
Is that AI shit? In combat? Really? Where? Which fight does he say that? Ben, do you have any idea which fight it's from? I'll grab the link to the audio files. I do not remember hearing that ever.
Lend me your strength. Let us defy destiny together.
And I feel like I've paid attention to the audio in the fights too. Because I've grabbed some combat audio before for my stuff.
In a trilogy
I'm very curious on that line. I don't know. It feels questionable to me. I just feel like I would have noticed that. I've played those fights a million times. And I've never heard that. I didn't even catch it when I like watched the first 5 minutes of this before. I kind of don't know if that's in the game. I'm kind of thinking it might be questionable. But
Defined by
anyway.
a level of mystery.
Posted to you on Discord. Rebirth voice lines.
I'm waiting.
Is there a timestamp?
Cloud. Hey, rein it in, kids. Really. Those Turks gigs.
If you can find the timestamp for it, I don't remember that ever.
History that has not been witnessed before. One specific problem sits at the heart of almost every attempt to figure out where the story is going. The Sephiroth dilemma. No matter what camp you belong to, it all starts and inevitably ends with this. Why are there different versions of him, and what is his ultimate goal? A big question mark not only for those who have come to believe in his upcoming redemption, but even those who argue against it. No matter where we stand, we seemingly can't make sense of his actions and how paradoxical they are to what he says. Some perspectives have used this Sephiroth duality as the main driver behind the premise that this is a story that has become aware of how it ends, and has given itself the possibility to end differently. And if you already know this
yeah, this background song was very good.
This might come as a surprise, but yes, I agree that Sephiroth's motivations are probably the biggest hint that something's off. The problem, however, is not whether something's off, rather, what is it that is off, and where is it leading to? Is this existence of multiple Sephiroth motivations within the story lead into a remake of the ending, or a simpler recontextualization? And by the way, if this word was a bit more marketable, it would have been one of my favorite picks for the...
It's partly why in my YouTube video title I called it, or Redefined. It was like recontextualization's way too long for a YouTube title also.
The long-awaited Part 3 title. But don't worry, I do have one for you, and you'll know it when you hear it. The Sephiroth dilemma is actually more relevant to what is supposed to come after this trilogy, the Final Fantasy VII movie sequel, Advent Children, rather than the remake itself. And the question we're about to ask is something that we could have asked right when we watched the movie for the first time. How the hell does Sephiroth even come back after he is defeated in Final Fantasy VII? In fact, what is the mechanism by which he keeps coming back? And why does he seem even more obsessed with Cloud once he does? The inevitable dilemma that the remake trilogy has brought us to face is the following. If the stories still lead into the same place with Sephiroth's defeat, then how does Advent Children, where Sephiroth appears once again, follow the same continuity? Not only that, but Remake has an additional mandatory question to answer of its own. If Sephiroth's fate is exactly the same as before, why is the story portraying him as someone who is aware of what will happen? And why go the extra mile and release a prequel that shows him in a clear moment of reflection, directly tying into the remake plot?
Yeah, so when I checked this beginning portion out, before deciding if I was going to watch it or not on stream, because, like I said, Steed and I have not fully agreed on where it's going, I'm like, okay, he's right. He's asking the right questions, though. So I'm curious how he answers them. You're saying it looks like 1822-ish. I think it's combat dialogue from chapter 1. You mean from chapter 1 of like Rebirth? 1822. Let's go like here.
Come, watch and learn. Quickly. Hold on. Here, fool. I owe you one. Allow me to redeem myself.
Oh, I kind of get it then. Within that context. Because, yeah, these are definitely like combat dialogues. And yeah, it's when he's like a regular soldier. So maybe the context of that is he, didn't do so well in the fight. And it's like he's, allow me to redeem myself in the context of the fight. That is from Nibelheim.
Stand back. You're in good hands. Allow me to redeem myself. Stand back. You're in good hands.
Yeah, so it's definitely like him talking to the player. Low HP line or something? Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. So that context also, like, feels very different than the way it's at least presented in the beginning of this video, where it's like, it almost sounds like redeem myself as like a full-on character within the story type of thing.
Sephiroth standing at the edge of creation.
Oh yeah, really, Chris. I know that line. I mentioned that in the in my video.
The challenge with the dilemma isn't the lack of possible outcomes. There are two of them to be precise. At the end of this story, Sephiroth will either...
See, the problem with like it being a misdirect, I mean, it's fine because we've tracked it down. You could get people who, like, I forgot who said it in chat, but it's like, they could think it's just AI in this day and age,
They'll be defeated for good.
Yeah, it's something to do with the other dialogue from the theory video intro, yeah. And like I said, it puts you at risk of people being like, is that fucking AI? And then like assuming it's AI and then like stop watching because they're like, oh, this person's making stuff up, Even the miscontextualization of it could get you some of that thought, but...
Or he won't. But as it stands, neither satisfies all necessary conditions. In true Final Fantasy VII fashion, we're presented with two choices, but neither looks like the right one. Help and heal Cloud or stop in Biggs. Protecting Glenn or Rosen. Saving Aerith or letting her go. A universe with Genova's figure looming in the background, or
yeah, a lot of these like
conditions for good or to be precise.
I was so caught up with that dialogue line, but there's something interesting here too.
At the end of this story, Sephiroth will either be defeated for good or he won't. But as it stands, neither satisfies all necessary conditions. In true Final Fantasy VII fashion, we're presented with two choices, but neither looks like the right one. Help and heal Cloud or stop in Biggs. Protecting Glenn or Rosen. Saving Aerith or letting her go. A universe with Genova's figure looming in the background, or an alternate path hinging on us trusting Sephiroth. Do you see the trend here? These conundrums are scattered everywhere in the story, and there always seems to be an additional wildcard choice coming out of nowhere. Just like the vendors in Cloud and Aerith State in Sector 5, making us realize that our initial decision did not matter as much as we thought, because we were not shown all the options.
I mean, this is in a lot of ways what I talk about in my video, right? In terms of the seemingly there are like two different potential outcomes that we have been debating as fans, but is there a third? Is there a synthesis?
And especially not the one which the vendor or the story wanted to put forward. For one of these Sephiroth dilemma choices to be the right one, it will have to achieve the seemingly impossible task of answering these questions in a satisfying way. If he is defeated again but returns 2 years later in Advent Children, what was the point in portraying him differently and giving him this dichotomy, implying a change in his arc? And if he does not return in Advent Children, then it's a classic time travel paradox. How does he become aware of his own subsequent defeat in the movie sequel, allowing him to go back in time and summon memories from that same movie, which should not exist anymore now that he has been defeated?
So this is where I stopped watching. Because I was like, okay, I'll watch this. I'll hear it out. I don't think it's a time travel paradox in the way that he proposes. It's like literally within the lore. He has that understanding of the future, like the future memories that he talked about, because he's referencing, like during Remake, that future exists. So he's aware of it and can sort of like use it. And then potentially it gets like erased or removed from the current world line or multiple worlds. Like maybe it's, a different thing, whatever. Anyway, it's not that he still maintains that information, despite the change of direction, because he used it at a time when that future existed. So it's not really much of a paradox to me, but Call of Steins Gate. I haven't watched Steins Gate, so I wish I could say, and just like in Steins Gate, but I don't know.
This is not even talking about the thematic implications of bringing such a mechanic to Final Fantasy VII. So what I want to show you today is a possible third choice, which we might not have been presented with before, and which could satisfy both conditions, setting up Sephiroth's return in Advent Children, while making sense of why there are two Sephiroths to begin with.
Because I didn't see this part of the video. So he's gonna propose something that still leads to Advent Children, despite all this meta-ness. So we'll see.
And where we're starting is exactly that. The many Sephiroths acting against one another, a key addition to the new remake story. Or is it?
And here's the thing too. I mean, the one thing that still is in the back of my mind, you know, having watched that intro yesterday, I was like, it's not just Sephiroth though, right? Like, Aerith has understanding of the future. Cloud sees the flashes of the future, which we talked about earlier in the stream. It's not just Sephiroth, right? Like, this is not just a Sephiroth like mechanic or dynamic. It's everything. Like, literally multiple characters are wrapped up in this.
The only way we can understand Sephiroth's true intentions, what each version of him means and where his arc is going, simply by looking at everything the story throws at us, his past, words, actions, and more importantly, his evolving characterization. So, I'm sorry to say this, but you will have to bear with me as we dive into his past and buy into what Square Enix told us in 2023 when releasing the FF7 prequel featuring his backstory, the claim that we still did not know Sephiroth. Now, Final Fantasy VII at the time of making this video is a 29-year-old story with many entries that have helped expand the lore around the universe and portray characters in more detail. And Sephiroth is no different. Despite his aura, he was originally portrayed as an almost typical, terrifying villain, as we had limited knowledge about him. Advent Children doubled down on that. It made it seem that Sephiroth had even less humanity than before, and that he was now particularly obsessed with Cloud, a small departure from the real Sephiroth in the original game. Crisis Core added a bit more nuance. It showed us his bonds with Angeal and Genesis, and gave us a much better portrayal of the Nibelheim events. When he lost his mind, he was still...
To repeat the OG ending in Part 3, I'd consider the trilogy overall a narrative failure. They could still technically lead into some kind of geostigma situation with significant changes. I mean, I'm pretty much in the same place, right? Like, I think you need... Given the big bet of Part 1, it feels like you need to pay that off fairly directly. But let's hear this out.
In control, though, and closer to what we remembered him as in the original game. Crisis Core portrayed the picture of a special soldier who tragically becomes a villain, but still a heartless one at that. So it is no surprise that when Remake released, there was some backlash over how much we're seeing him compared to the original story that made him the Sephiroth in our minds. While I empathize with this view, I think that the expanded lore in Remake, and especially the first soldier, did a great job in giving us more context about him without necessarily taking out the madness. I understand that people simply wanted him to be as terrifying as in the original game. He did not even appear in the Midgar segment and was hailed as this ultra-powerful soldier who somehow found a way to be back from the dead. And there is the Nibelheim incident flashback, where his portrayal is much darker and mysterious in the original game. So I wouldn't have had any issues with them sticking to the same way of doing it, and I think it's valid points raised by the players, but I also empathize with the very sensitive task that the developers had while writing his character for Remake. From the get-go, they set out to portray characters in more detail, and it clearly shows on everyone we play as or interact with. So treating Sephiroth differently could have brought a bit of a disconnect here. They had to at least consider improving his character. And of course, there was no chance that Sephiroth was only going to appear in Part 2. The problem...
Yeah, we talked about this, right? Like, if you stick to the OG, like, portrayal, he would not show up at all in Part 1. And he's just so famous at this point that you don't need to do that. And we talked about this in other streams, but, like, he's still a mystery, right? Like, he shows up a lot more, but people still don't know exactly what his end game is. You know, he's talked about it a little bit with, like, the eternity and all that, but we still don't fully know why he's doing the things he's doing and the way he's doing it, you know?
The problem with giving more layers to a villain is that it's an extremely fine line to thread, because you don't want to make them too relatable and take away from their mystique, but you don't want to keep portraying them over and over again.
I also agree that it's not a bad ending, Ben. Like, technically, it's like on the way to a smile, you know, there is like closure, but it's potentially a bad ending for the story that they set up in Remake, you know? Like, where they set up potential change to fate itself.
And the same way as a soulless monster, for example. Yoshinori Kitase himself spoke about this a couple of years ago. When answering why Sephiroth appears much earlier in Remake, he said the following: "There are two main reasons. Firstly, the way we handled Sephiroth in the original Final Fantasy VII was to hide him, hold him back. We wanted to build him up as this really big, powerful character in people's minds. By only referring to him indirectly, it created this feeling of fear and oppression, so when he makes his first appearance, it's a big deal. But for the remake, that doesn't work so well, partly because everybody knows who Sephiroth is. We didn't think it would be as effective to have him held back until later on in the story. Secondly, Sephiroth is this massively overarching presence that looms over the whole Final Fantasy VII saga. We wanted to make sure that aspect of him was present in this first game in the project. That's why we have introduced him much earlier in the story now." Kitase's words also stand out here and directly relate to the fact that narratively, Remake has two almost distinct layers. The first one is the main story, which is simply the retelling of Final Fantasy VII as is, and the second one is what I would call the player's story, which is a meta conversation that the devs are having with those of us who have played the original game. This combination creeps in a lot of scenes, and is especially prominent in big moments that we as players have expectations about. The biggest example to date being the Forgotten Capital. There is an awareness on the game's part that we want to see how this play out, and this message is disguised within the story that the characters themselves are experiencing.
Well, let me catch up with chat. I think the idea of changing fate was the Genova illusion, misleading the party and the player into thinking AC is a future to avoid. It just feels like a convoluted plan then. Hey, what's up, fathers? It just feels convoluted to like try to turn AC into this future that they don't know into something to avoid just to still make it happen. I don't know. This feels like, why?
The characters don't know that we exist. Well, at least for now, but the writers do, and they are.
In that way, it's certainly just meta, because then it's not really fucking with the characters, it's messing with us.
Making us a part of it. And this is how I understand Kitase's quotes about Sephiroth being a very well-known figure at this point. The game knows that we know that Sephiroth should be terrifying, so it speaks to that and offers something additional. Now, we're talking about the intention here, not whether everyone liked it. I don't think there would have been any major risks again if they simply stuck with a similar portrayal to the original. But that can be said about the whole project. If this remake taught us anything, it is that these writers don't think about how risky a change is, but rather whether
the fate they show is meteor crashing.
It adds something to the Final Fantasy VII story and how we experience it a couple of decades later.
J. Vicar Dragoon, not that I know of. I haven't said those words. It's honestly said something about wanting to make the characters happy. Toriyama said something about like exceeding the original, but you know, the exact words, you can maybe take it that way, but that wasn't what was said, you know.
Later. And that's why we all knew that it was no coincidence that the Sephiroth prequel was released 6 months before Rebirth. This was clearly intentional, and the devs wanted us to get this information about Sephiroth's past. In fact, the connection is so relevant that among the new FF7 related releases since 2020, one of the...
I mean, the one thing I would push back on, I guess, is that I feel like, because I did mention in my video as well, is that making the characters happy, when you see them in Advent Children, they're not very happy, right? Like, it's... everyone's sort of in a rough place, especially if you read the book On the Way to a Smile, like Red 13 is like dealing with an existential crisis around his like infinite life, or like very long lasting life compared to everyone that he knows and loves. And, you know, Barrett is figuring out how to help people live in this moment where they don't have any resources and energy. They're big sad, as Max would say. Like Cloud and Tifa are like, you know, seemingly not speaking as much as they should be, you know? Like he's sleeping in the church and she's running the business, and I don't know, there's a lot of characters that are not in a place that's like very quote unquote happy, you know? So the state that the characters are in Advent Children doesn't feel reflective of like that ambition to make the characters happy. Granted, Katase also did say in that same interview that it's not up to me. You know, there are still other Space Cancer arrives. Yeah. That is up to the other developers, so it's not just his choice. But he said it multiple times. So it feels a little bit like Evangelion Rebuild, right? Where at the end of that, it's still true to what Evangelion is as a story. But the ending, and I don't think it's going to be like, he even said it's not going to be happiness and rainbows. These literal words where it's not going to be happiness and rainbows, but you're just going to feel like the characters are in a different place, you know? But we'll see.
Major additions to the remake, Loyal Little Stamp, was only referenced in the first Soldier. That's right.
That's true.
Crisis Core Reunion was released in December 2022, and
No
despite
stamp.
being confirmed as relevant to both FF7 OG and Remake by the devs themselves, it still did not feature a single stamp reference, at least not that we know of so far. We can brush that aside with the fact that it was more of a remaster of the 2007 version, but suspiciously, many of the posters that we see in FF7 Remake were purposefully added to Midgar in Crisis Core, except the biggest and most important one story-wise. And mind you, it is not a matter of the stamp propaganda being created after Crisis Core in story either, because it's confirmed that it was created during the war, and because we see it in a game that takes place 15 years before. Anyway, this stamp distinction between the first Soldier and Crisis Core Reunion might actually be
Like at the very least, the remake project has to have an endpoint past Dirge, you know, like some kind of forward progression that gives like some kind of bow to things, which has never really existed. And they purposefully avoided. Like they purposefully, like Najima talked about how like when they made the end of the OG FF7, they purposefully did not show how all of the characters turned out. And it skipped 500 years instead. And we've still never really seen it. You know, like AC ends in a much happier place, but then Dirge happens and we see some of those characters almost make like cameos. Like Cloud is barely in it. He's just in it on the like the attack, you know, but we don't really know what he's doing. We don't know what's up with most of the characters. Definitely not after the fact. So
a hint on the nature of these entries and how they relate to each other, but that's a topic for another day. The first Soldier starts out as Glenn's story initially, before Sephiroth takes control, and there were no questions from the moment he popped up on screen that this was a radically different Sephiroth to the one we knew.
The white feathers, I don't know if he mentions it here, but it's just like very noticeable. It's such a different, so different. Like we never see white feathers associated with Sephiroth.
Usually FF7 is pretty good at putting something right in your face when it wants you to pay attention to it. We all remember that Terrier stamp poster again at the end of Remake indicating a parallel world. And this was no different, because this white feather was literally in our faces from the very start of Sephiroth's story. So no bonus points to us for guessing what this whole game was going to be about.
Crazy idea. Just a crazy thought. Just thinking about the white wet feathers. What if the Ever Crisis backstory is like a different Sephiroth? But no, because it's still the same fucking Beagle. It is Beagle World. I don't know. I just had this thought, you know, like why white feathers on Sephiroth? Is it like a different? Are we seeing the backstory of a different Sephiroth in a way? I assume maybe it's just reflecting. Obviously, it implies that it's falling from the birds. There are literal fucking birds flying overhead.
Different because this white.
You can see these birds, but
feather was literally in our faces from the very start of Sephiroth's
Let's
story.
see what he says about it.
So no bonus points to us for guessing what this whole game.
Cloud will grow a white wing and beat him with the power of friendship. Yeah. Yeah, so I was wondering too, like white feathers, is it before Genova's manipulation?
Was going to be about.
Let's see.
The first soldier had a very clear agenda. There is way more to Sephiroth's character than what we knew, and some might argue that
the dove in the very first trailer for Remake. Is it? Oh yeah, fucking right there, literally the first shot. And it flies into Midgar. And then what do we see in Remake? It's a black bird that flies into Midgar in the entry of Remake. In the intro of Remake. And I know, Sleep Easy, you've been talking about, like, to me at least, sorry, to potentially give some stuff away. But I don't think it's enough to really, like, anything major. But you just talked about the Lifestream Black Worlds and Lifestream White Worlds, like, Advent Children almost being, like, the eventuality of Lifestream Black, and maybe there's a whole other iteration of things. I don't know. It's interesting to open with a white bird here, but in the actual game, it's a black bird.
Long ago, we looked upon a foreboding sky.
I don't really have much to say beyond that, honestly.
The memory.
Thank you so much for subscribing, Red Mage, for 3 months. Is there a message on it? No, okay. Thank you so much.
Star that threatened.
The fucker. Yeah, the white bird at the start of this trailer. Shit, where was the video we were just watching? Here it is. Sometimes a bird's just a bird. I don't know. Not with Nomura.
That it went too far to portray something we've never seen in him before. Humanity. On a side note, this will be a Sephiroth-focused summary, so we won't really introduce the world and characters in that game, but if you want to go through the whole...
Sleepy's is saying, white bird could be Aerith appearing in Midgar, black could be Sephiroth. Yeah. Like their future consciousnesses, like, coming in to affect things. Like a representation of that
whole thing, I recommend checking out these two channels which regularly cover Ever Crisis content. In his early days, Sephiroth is basically a human grown in a lab with the sole purpose of turning into the perfect weapon for Shinra, which he does. But the complexity is that he actually demonstrates an incredible amount of self-awareness. We already see him sensing the differences between him and the soldier colleague.
Oh my god, this version of the song, holy shit. Steed, where the fuck did you get these tracks?
His dispatch with to her door. See him sensing the differences
like the Vincent
between incredible amount of self-awareness. We already see him sensing the differences between him and the soldier colleagues his dispatch with to her door, Glenn, Matt, and Lucia. He outright tells them that he is a part of the new soldier project, those whose body has been modified to become stronger, but also that he wasn't a hero like they thought, as his achievements were manufactured.
Yeah.
Sephiroth is the most special soldier that Shinra has created because he was injected with Genova cells when he was still in the womb, hence giving him the strength that he displays. But sadly...
Yeah, Seth, that's basically what we were just talking about. Like, that's what Sleep Easy proposed in the chat. Like the white bird showing up in the trailer is like essentially a representation of future Aerith showing up to have an impact, and then the black bird being the sort of like future Sephiroth as an idea. Who knows?
This isn't the only consequence of that, because Sephiroth being injected in the womb also means that he was literally part human, part Jenova, something that Hojo has not been able to replicate with the same results, with the only semi-successful experiment being Cloud, but much later in the story and under very different circumstances. So knowing this about Sephiroth, the most fascinating part of the beginning of his story is that even considering what he was, he still showed a lot of humanity from his very first interactions with the...
It's so hard not to be distracted by the Vincent song. I'm sorry, it's just so good. I need to rewind for like 10 seconds just to like lock in, because this fucking song.
Sephiroth, the most fascinating part of the beginning of his story is that even considering what he was, he still showed a lot of humanity from his very first interactions with the group. He disrespected them a couple of times, but right away apologized, explaining that he didn't really interact with anyone before, and saying that he just wanted to live a normal life, while recognizing that it was not possible for him. Glenn initially calls him a cyborg, but seeing how much it affects Sephiroth, he apologizes, and the group do their best to welcome him with open arms and show him what human relationships mean. Glenn keeps insisting that Sephiroth can become the hero that Shinra is selling him as, and all of that has a great positive effect on Sephiroth during his time with...
Fuck, Cha. Said, bro, I just googled what white bird and black bird represent, and the word harbinger came up. Bro. That's amazing.
3. But before connecting with this group, the only remotely human connection on Sephiroth's mind was his mother. Hojo had given him this picture and told him that it was his mother and that her name was
Lucrezia.
But we know that that's a half-truth, of course. While this is indeed his mother, her name is Lucrezia and not Jenova. This was literally a plan by Hojo to test his reunion theory, and it worked, because Sephiroth showed a great deal of attachment to this picture and a desire to learn more. While this was...
I was distracted by the music again. I'll be 100. I was distracted by the music again, and I was like, Lucrezia, very attractive. I can understand Vincent, just like, poor guy.
Human connection on Sephiroth's mind was his mother. Hojo had given him this picture and told him that it was his mother and that her name was Jenova. But we know that that's a half-truth, of course. While this is indeed his mother, her name is Lucrezia and not Jenova.
Yeah.
This was literally a plan by Hojo.
But he literally uses this image to fuck with Sephiroth all throughout Ever Crisis. Like, literally, there are like dream sequences with like a purple haze over it on both Sephiroth and Angeal. Yeah, and Carl Jung's theory about dreams, he actually cites harbinger of fate. Wow, really? I'm sure Sleep Easy's like all up in that. Because literally, I know Sleep Easy's been like reading all up on Carl Jung or Jung, or however you pronounce it. As well as like Yoga Car stuff. I know last time I saw him, he was like digging deep, and he was also finding stuff in Carl Jung related to like materia and stuff like that. Yeah.
So
how did you end up with Evo Hojo? It's not. I mean, the implication that I've seen, especially like in a recap of the third story, it's her just like choosing, like really prioritizing her career. It's less about being with Hojo. It's not like a romantic connection with Hojo. It's just that he is the pathway to the career that she wants. And so she just sort of like goes along with him because she loves science, because she wants to be successful at this, job that she has. She enjoys it. She finds meaning in it. So I think she just prioritizes her job over Vincent.
Test his reunion theory, and it worked, because Sephiroth showed a great deal of attachment to this picture and a desire to learn more about who he thought was his mother. Right at the end of their mission on the island, the group set out to save Rosen, who Glenn, Matt, and Lucia had become friends with a few days before. This was someone from the enemy who had welcomed them with open arms and was dedicated to his role as the Eye of Rador, alerting others of incoming threats. The trio were feeling bad because they had literally wiped out everyone else except Rosen, but with the island about to disappear into the ocean, they still wanted to save him. And at that point, they had also been saying a lot of good things about him to Sephiroth, which pushed him to insist on joining them. Something they told him was that Rosen and him were the same age, and that prompted him to seek another human connection, seeing how fulfilling the previous one was.
Well, Glenn really pushed it. I feel like Sephiroth was somewhat resistant to even being compared to Rosen. I remember dialogue like that. I'm trying so hard to lock in because like this music, I'm just waiting for Steed to like stop it with the Vincent music because it's so good. I want to like track with the melody. All I want to do is pay attention to the melody of the song. But I'm doing decent.
The problem was that Rosen wasn't going to leave because he did not.
Seth, yeah, I know about Dear Destiny. I'm sort of avoiding it. Only because Traces kind of spoiled a couple moments in Rebirth. So when I experienced them in Rebirth, I was like, oh, I kind of experienced this already. And so it felt like, I kind of wish I experienced it in the game first. So with Dear Destiny, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to like hold off until I play the game so that, because I don't want any moments to be ruined or like given away early. Like any extra stuff around like Tifa meeting Cloud at the train station, which I assume it seems like it was in the marketing of that. So I want to get that. I'm sure the game is going to give me a lot of that stuff between like the post-Worldwood Maze and the Lifestream Sequence itself. So I don't want to pre-spoil myself the way that Traces kind of did, you know?
Not want to abandon his mission. Despite hearing that they've killed everyone else on the island, Rosen trusted the trio so much that he did not believe them at first, and it all came down to Sephiroth's attempt to convince him, which somehow ended up with Sephiroth.
Thank God. Thank God the music stopped. Fuck. It was really hard to pay attention to that music. And Ben is telling me to pay close attention to Rosen and Sephiroth, which I have before, but...
killing him. But before we talk about the meaning of his actions here, Sephiroth had actually lost the necklace with his mother's picture and wasn't able to find it until now.
Yeah, the whole necklace thing is like such a big thing in this game.
Very important detail.
Like it's a continuing storyline that they keep up even like way into the future. When I think Glenn brings it back. I'm pretty sure.
He kills Rosen and this big purple monster appears from the livestream, with Matt wondering, is this the will of the planet? A purple Genova-coded monster appears after a mentally weak protagonist has a big choice to make, feeding off the negative emotions of the moment. Where have we seen that before? The moment this monster is defeated, Sephiroth...
Yeah, Leslie too had a similar thing.
necklace with his mother's picture magically reappears. This is the first time of many where the story makes a connection between Sephiroth's emotions and Genova's ability to appear. At face value, it almost seemed as though he earned a reward for making the choice to kill Rosen by getting his necklace back. Glenn is furious and kicks the necklace away. Sephiroth's despair seemed as though he and Genova's ability to appear. At face value, it almost seemed as though he earned a reward for making the choice to kill Rosen by getting his necklace back. Glenn is first.
Oh yeah, because the necklace like
where
comes
have
back,
we
right?
seen that before?
Like it floats back up.
The moment this monster is defeated, Sephiroth's necklace with his mother's picture magically reappears. This is the first time of many where the story makes a connection between Sephiroth's emotions and Genova's ability to appear. At face value, it almost seemed as though he earned a reward for making the choice to kill Rosen by getting his necklace back. Glenn is furious and kicks the necklace away. Sephiroth's despair is very visible. Initially unable to come to terms with what he did, he brings back Rosen's dog, Stamp. Well, not Stamp, but Glenn jokingly calls him Stamp. and he has a 1-star collar. Not suspicious at all. His real name's Rifu, and he goes back to Midgar with the group. Things happen in between, but the short story is that the three,
and I'm pretty certain becomes Darkstar. Pretty certain.
Along with Rifu, leave Sephiroth behind, which is half surprising because they were about to be judged, while Sephiroth was going to
Because yeah, the star on his head. It's like the Dark Star. There's literally a star on fucking Darkstar's head.
be earmarked as the hero who saved the day in Redor. Sephiroth doesn't actually like that and wants to defend them, but inevitably ends up
I think it might have been Jess who first made me think of that, actually. I know you're in her chats a lot.
being miserable when he sees that the three left him behind. And despite all of this, 10 years later, we are shown again a Sephiroth who has grown a bit more empathetic, reuniting with Glenn, who apologizes about the necklace. Sephiroth had been sent to Mount Tamblin to look for the soldiers who deserted, which included Genesis and Angeal, but Glenn tells Sephiroth to evacuate everyone because Shinra was about to strike the whole place down. So this was the perfect setup from the story for Sephiroth's most human moment yet. His encounter with Glenn, despite the previous disappointment, triggered something in him and gave him the resolve to try to save everyone and to break the cycle of hate using compassion, by his own words. We see a genuine attempt from Sephiroth to care for human lives, and he succeeds in saving everyone despite reaching his physical limits for once, which leads to this big rewarding moment. Sephiroth getting the plaudits from everyone, being shown love and appreciation for.
It's so funny because it feels like in this scene, it almost feels like he feels uncomfortable with the admiration, right? And you'll see it in a second, the way he reacts.
What he just accomplished, including the guy he
I know he technically gets a Genova headache too as part of it.
Thought had left him behind 10 years earlier. He finally looked free from Genova's mind torture, or at least that's what we thought. Because this exact moment is when his memory is taken back to the biggest choice he made in his first mission.
Unless maybe Genova is sort of trying to help deny him enjoying that admiration, you know?
Saving Rosen or the others. Sephiroth literally has one of these static glitches, which we have largely come to associate with Cloud's personality and memory splits.
Is Glenn dead already here? No. He was in the crowd, or at the end of the crowd.
And the reason we quickly went over the Rosen sequence initially, stating that Sephiroth just killed him, is because that's what it looked like from the outside. But in truth, it was an impossible choice for him to make. Saving the guy he met a few seconds ago, or the three friends he had bonded with. And he actually shows a lot of compassion towards Rosen and tells him that despite being enemies, they can find a place in their world for him, just like the three did for Sephiroth himself. But Rosen outright refuses and pushes Sephiroth to choose. Now, a defiant Rosen literally taunting Sephiroth to kill him certainly didn't help. But in reality, this was almost a fake choice, because you could argue that Sephiroth did not really have to kill Rosen in order to save the other three. The worst that was going to happen was that Glenn, Matt, and Lucia weren't going to leave until Rosen accepted, which was not necessarily confirmation that they were ready to die then and there if that didn't happen. And that explains their reaction to seeing Sephiroth kill him. But from his point of view, it was a choice of him versus them. That's when he cast his humanity aside and did what he was created to do. Kill the enemy. The Genova instinct inside of him celebrates this by giving him back his necklace.
It's so funny because Glenn like misinterprets it so much, right? You weren't going to try to talk to him at all, were you? Huh? Because like Sephiroth says that he's going to talk to him. He does talk to him, as we just seen, like leads to that choice. These videos are cool, but they always reference Ever Crisis. We need a full in-depth Ever Crisis lore video or guide before part 3. I mean, he's explaining as it's going, you know.
The instinct inside of him celebrates this by giving him back his necklace, but also safeguards this specific moment to remind 10 years older Sephiroth of his true nature. It establishes the premise that the only choice he has,
thanks so much, Eagle, for subbing,
is to tap into his instinct of destruction, because that's what he is. a part human, part alien Shinra weapon. In his most glorious day yet, this moment was used by Jenova to remind him, and frankly, the parallels with the internal Jenova monologues to Cloud throughout Remake and Rebirth just draw themselves. The first weapon that Jenova uses against its hosts is to devoid them of empathy, compassion, and of striving to save people even when it looks impossible, or at the very least, take that choice and twist it in a way which seems righteous but is not in reality.
Yeah, we've talked about this during when we were watching the Ever Crisis stuff. I was like, man, so many of the things that Jenova does to Sephiroth feels so much like what Sephiroth does to Cloud. And obviously this Sephiroth is heavily influenced by Jenova, hence the Jenova like particles that appear like as he appeared there. So he talked about like it feels like Sephiroth almost used some of these things that he experienced, knowing how they worked on him, to sort of like use it on Cloud. Even partially probably like having Jenova sort of compelling him to do this stuff. And how like even the Matt versus Lucia choice, it's like, man, what if he were to do that with Cloud? Right? Like what if he were to present Zack and Aerith, and it's like you could save one sort of thing. That'd be fucked, but it would match what he did in Ever Crisis, with what happened to Sephiroth in Ever Crisis.
The first part of Sephiroth's story established a lot about him. It started out strong by showing that despite being grown in a lab, he still had humanity in him and was actively seeking connections, be it...
Yeah, Sephiroth was like, what if that was the 7 seconds till the end? What if that's the 7 second choice that you have? I don't know if it'll be the 7 seconds choice, but
through the friendships he built, the urge to seek out his mother, or the desire to save the enemy. But it also showed that despite those good intentions, he was never really in control. Glenn, Matt, and Lucia leaving him behind was then cemented as an internal reminder that he will never belong, and that his path, the path of his kind, is different and unique. It showed that even at his most human and pure moments, he will inevitably be reminded of what he is and what should truly matter to him. A Jenova puppet. Matter to him.
But this Sephiroth feels like it's dreaming a different dream, right? Like this Sephiroth feels like it's picturing a different path, third path, which I know he's talked about in the setup of this video. So maybe it comes to that.
A Jenova puppet.
Twisted Dreams.
The
Yeah,
second
Ever
part of
Crisis was
Sephiroth's
crazy.
story doubled down on this, but used a completely contrasting character in Angeal to show how far away from a normal human Sephiroth.
Oh my god, it's a young Nomura. It looks so different.
Sephiroth is. The core difference between the two was their upbringing. Angeal had a very strong sense of self because he had a great relationship with his parents. He had memories that he could turn to in his moments of weakness.
And Jill's utterly 90s hair here never stops making me laugh. Yeah. 7 seconds before meteor, I think. Yeah. Remake appears to take place 7 seconds before a meteor impacts the Earth. I think there's dialogue writers, not dialogue, but like some kind of description that says like before the end of the world or something.
And the irony is that, in his mind, Sephiroth also had what he thought was a mother appearing in his dreams and promising to always be by his side after he saw himself left behind by others, which in turn conditioned him to feel the same towards her.
Hey, what's up, Lakers? What's going on? Having a very, very good Sunday. We're just checking out the Sephiroth video. Making decent time through the stuff I had planned. I hope we get to Nier. We might just get Crisis Core today, and it feels right to go to Ever Crisis after the Ever Crisis, to go to Crisis Core after this because we're talking about Sephiroth, and I got to the point in Crisis Core where we're gonna go through the Nibelheim stuff with Sephiroth.
A sense of responsibility and the need to cherish and protect her, but at the expense of his relationship with others. Both Angeal and Sephiroth actually had these dreams triggered by Jenova corrupted spirits.
But Angeal saw the truth
mission together with the purpose of feeding guilt, but they reacted in completely different ways. Angeal was able to recognize real from fake memories and to snap out of it, retaining control over his emotions and keeping his guard up. Sephiroth, on the other hand, kept feeding back into that isolation with his mother and started believing that this was just who he was. The most striking aspect of his past is once again him recognizing how his upbringing conditioned how he thinks and acts, but what this latter part of the story showed was that he was now growing to accept and embrace it. A few months after what happened in Rador, Sephiroth and Angeal are dispatched to the ruins of Robio, south of Wutai, to find and rescue 4 missing soldiers. 3 are dead, but 1 survived. Her name is Alyssa, and Sephiroth is shell-shocked when he discovers that she literally has the face of his mother, the one he's been having dreams of. What started as a rescue mission turned into Sephiroth seeking out the Masamune sword, which specifically
lore-wise, I love that choice. Lore-wise, I love that. You know, it actually plays into what he says in Rebirth in some ways, right? In terms of like using, you know, those you fear, those you love, those you hate. You know, like he's experienced it firsthand, you know.
Caught his eye after an encounter with the person who created it, Masamune himself, under the command of Jenova corrupted spirits in Robio. This results in a series of crazy illusions that the whole party goes through, where they all recognize what's happening but react differently. And we see literal Jenova corrupted spirits, giving the photographer that was tagging along knowledge about the history of this area, which he has no business knowing. These illusions test their mental strength, especially Sephiroth, but have no impact on his resolve to pursue the sword. He's already cold to everyone since the start.
The arguments between Angeal and Sephiroth on like what's real and what's going on, and like, hey, aren't you a little concerned about how fucked your head is right now? It's so they're good.
Part of the mission, especially Angeal, who senses the weakness inside and tries to get through to him, but Sephiroth only grows more distant and starts living in his own illusory world the more the story goes.
Cloud.
They have a lot of conversations about how they view the world and how careful they should be in the middle of all these illusions and trials, but Sephiroth grows tired of it and outright tells Angeal that they were raised in different worlds, and that
it seems like somebody in chat might be able to answer it more completely, because I don't get all lore details right, but from what I understand, the sword is like somehow connected to Jenova. You know, like it might be a piece of meteorite, but it's definitely connected to the sword in some way. And Jenova, like it actually literally grows. Like it's not even, like it's almost like an organic living sword. It's weird.
They would never see eye to eye, which is very intentional dialogue, because in this cutscene in FF7 Rebirth, as a part of convincing him to join forces in defying destiny,
there was a Setron blacksmith who forged a sword seemingly possessed. And yeah, maybe he used like meteorite material or something, which is like infused with. Yeah, Masamune is a meteorite blade. Yeah. It's being made by the meteorites. Yeah, so the blacksmith just thought he was using rock, you know, and traditional sort of materials. Or like he probably knew it was better and special, but didn't know the extent, probably.
Disappointed Sephiroth tells Cloud that they still see the world differently. In a moment summarizing all of this, Angeal snaps out of one of his fake dream memories, wondering what Sephiroth must be going through inside his own head, and whether he's trapped in a nightmare like he himself was.
People only hear what they want to hear with that Angeal
going through inside
dialogue.
his own head, and whether he's trapped in a nightmare like...
I found this so interesting. It made like the Sephiroth Angeal stuff, like, I found it fascinating.
He himself was.
The sword changes form similar to how Jenova does when she takes various human forms, yeah.
Understands that nothing that he says will reach Sephiroth, just like Sephiroth himself tells Tifa. The contrast between Sephiroth and Angeal grows bigger as they get closer to getting the Masamune, but unfortunately for Sephiroth, he is unable to snap out of it, and the encouragement that he gets from the
God, this fucking line from Genova. I have a feeling that the moment Sephiroth takes that sword in hand, the world will change. Subtext, you see Angeal in the Genova illusion, kneeling with his father, holding the Buster Sword, looking to strike him down. Sounds familiar. Like Cloud and Aerith. Yeah.
woman they literally just met and who has the face of his mother certainly does not help. Sephiroth's past is also weaponized by the spirits, which show him and the others illusions of Glenn calling out to him, prompting him to remember how he was left behind. Angeal points out that the spirits are able to latch on dark repressed emotions, but it's still not getting through to Sephiroth despite understanding what is happening when talking to himself. He ends up succeeding in getting the sword, and the spirits, Alyssa and Bachman the photographer, all do an incredible job of celebrating his achievement and calling him a hero, despite the obvious fact that he was playing into what the Genova...
During this whole part, like, Angeal is like, what the fuck? Angeal is like so Zack-coded in this moment.
Corrupted spirits wanted him to do in the first place. But at the heart of this journey, Sephiroth's biggest trial was the choices he was forced to make. A Genova illusion pops up from the void, with Hojo, the orchestrator of Sephiroth's tragic upbringing, making him choose between saving Matt and Lucia. Sephiroth recognizes that it's an illusion, that his choices don't matter, but is pressed by Hojo to demonstrate good judgment, decisiveness, and to set aside the weakness of indecision. He is forced to make another choice later between Rosen and Glenn, and when asking again why he is even forced to choose, he simply gets the answer that his choices don't matter, and that this is his destiny. In his final choice, the illusion takes Angeal and Alyssa prisoners, but because of his mental strength, Angeal is able to...
It's funny, right? Because, like, you could make the argument that this experience that Sephiroth has of these, like, false choices and having no real choice, having no real agency, this is what I've talked about before, that no iteration of Sephiroth has truly been able to sort of, like, have his own choices matter, where, like, either he was under the boot of Shinra and had to do what they wanted him to do, or he was under the, manipulation of Genova and followed her and what she wanted to do, but he's never had his own choice in things. And so this decision to, like, break fate, you could make the argument that, like, maybe he's motivated to get rid of fate, and he does it via Cloud because of experiences like this, right? Where it's like, his choice was never, my choice doesn't matter. My choice never matters. Then fuck it. Like, this is my destiny. Then let's get rid of destiny, like whatever that form of him is at the edge of creation. Well, let's see where this goes.
Break free, resulting once again in no consequence behind Sephiroth's choice. These three instances show how Genova keeps appearing by feeding off Sephiroth's past, emotions, and weak sense of self, but they also depict how Sephiroth...
This plays a lot into Loveless as well, which at a certain point discusses a lack of ability to change fate. Yeah.
Despite being well aware of what's happening, is unable to do anything about it and keeps giving in. A demonstration of a character's inability to fight against their own tragic quote-unquote destiny, orchestrated by big purple Genova-controlled entities trying to convince the mentally weak Link in a group that they should accept their fate and
see, like, that's where, again, I bump up against, like, Steed's old theory video, where it was, like, so focused on Cloud. Like, yes, Cloud is central to the scene, but, like, literally everybody is seeing flashes. Like, we see Tifa react to the flashes too. It's not just Cloud, and it's not just Sephiroth. Everyone sees it. So this battle being reflected onto Sephiroth's lack of choice given to him by Genova is pretty interesting, yeah. Genova is destiny with fighting the imposed fate. Genova is manipulating you to follow versus chasing your own hopes and dreams into finding your own destiny. Yeah, very Zack oriented there, right? Crisis Core, the role of it in the lore.
given to the righteous anger and rage inside of them. Where have we seen that before? And mind you, these parallels don't only draw themselves to Cloud's journey, but to older Sephiroth himself. Right before finding Jenova and losing his mind in Nibelheim, Sephiroth looks out from the window in the hotel and says,
"This landscape, I could swear I've seen it before."
Which is actually, like, the fact that I said, like, you see Tifa see the scenes too in the fight with the Whisper Harbinger. Maybe that's also just reflects Tifa's role, right? That, like, even if all this is so, like, Cloud engineered, she can still set him right, because that's what she does in the OG.
Replica of what he says while pursuing the Masamune in Robio. The spirits used what looked like a genuine memory of a picture that his friends showed him and changed the scenery to match it in order to once more remind him of how he was left behind. And honestly, the level of manipulation in the process is quite insane, because we're not only seeing everything change depending on the state of mind of the main character, but at the end of the story, it is revealed that while Sephiroth was seeing the face of his mother in Alyssa, the camera footage captured a completely different person.
Yeah. I love this shit. This is so cool. Yeah, I remember it was said it was because of the White Materian being around it, why they could see it and why it happens less in Rebirth. I always thought of this moment with Sephiroth as him remembering an extremely early childhood memory of living in Nibelheim. Oh, you're talking about the window scene.
Jenova had disguised itself to fool him in his quest for the sword. The trials that Sephiroth goes through reinforce in his mind more than ever that the only thing he can do is what the Jenova instinct inside
you actually
more
see it
than
grow
ever.
there, right? You literally see the organic nature of it.
The only thing
like, look at it there. And then
can do is what the Jenova instinct inside of him and inside the Masamune tells him to do.
With the purple.
It strips him of his ability to choose, to affect the world outside of him by making a choice and changing himself.
Yes, this was never more than an illusion. Your choice has no real purpose. Fuck.
A stark contrast to Angeal's strong convictions of hanging on and changing himself. A stark contrast
There's gonna be a lot of Tifa in part 3, yeah.
To Angeal's strong convictions of hanging on to one's hopes and dreams. At one point, he even claims that by changing oneself, we can change the world around us.
That's what will form the world you live in. If you change, the world around you would change too. Yeah, I remember that line. I remember talking about this line quite a bit. I think we even talked about it. Even like, I feel like Cosmo Canyon might have like lines like this too.
The philosophy that Jenova has conditioned Sephiroth to.
And still 50 minutes to this? Holy shit. I need to run to the bathroom real quick. This is actually a good pause point. I'll be right back, chat. Okay, chat.
Accept throughout the years is that choices don't matter. The future is already decided under the label of destiny.
Yeah.
which is possibly the biggest theme of the story we really want to talk about, Final Fantasy VII Remake. But before we get to that, Sephiroth's past up to what we know today, and from other entries like Crisis Core, paints an increasingly perfect Jenova puppet, which I don't think is a surprise at all, right? We have been able to see more layers to that manipulation, but we already knew some of this, which is why I would argue that despite all the hopelessness that Sephiroth demonstrated while being led by the nose and reminded of his own pain and guilt to remain trapped in a world he constructed for himself, the real addition from his backstory is that despite not having any remotely healthy upbringing at all, Sephiroth did have humanity at one point, and dare I say, almost in a naive way when you see his early interactions with Glenn, Matt, and Lucia. We always thought of Sephiroth as a tragic villain who couldn't have become anything else from the get-go, but the first soldier taught us that he had chances to break free from that path, and that at moments, even a couple of years before losing his mind, he was still looking for human connection, for compassion, and breaking the cycle of hate. So in a way, what his story really brought to the table is that there were two distinct currents inside of him, the Sephiroth who was seeking human connection and the one who was progressively, helplessly led by Jenova. The strength of each one of the currents inside of him was completely unbalanced, of course, which is why he was never able to break free from Jenova's control, but the two sides were still there. He is, after all, biologically part human and part Jenova/alien. And many years and trips inside the Lifestream later, this distinction makes
that
us
was a nice
wonder
transition.
if there are
Hold on.
indeed
That was a nice transition.
Lifestream Jenova/alien. And many years and trips inside the Lifestream later, this distinction makes us wonder if there are indeed two Sephiroths at play in the Remake Trilogy, a human Sephiroth and a Jenova Sephiroth, representing the dichotomy we saw in his backstory. Vision Sephiroth versus Sephiroth.
Yeah.
Or because we have grown obsessed with his pronouns, Ore Sephiroth versus Watashi Sephiroth. This
I love this song
quote-unquote
too.
new distinction is at the heart of the Final Fantasy VII Re-Trilogy narrative, with this new Sephiroth introduced at the edge of creation, whose nature according
Hold on, chat. I need to order food. I usually don't even eat during streams, really. But I'm so hungry. And it would take too long to make something, so let's order something. I know, right? A beer too, yeah. Kind of am in maybe a sushi mood, actually. Jenova makes people hungry. Yeah. Fuck it. It's been a while since I've had sushi.
into the remake Ultimania cannot be guessed even by those who have played the original game, right? Here is the FF7 Ultimania Omega, released 20 years ago, and it says the following. The change of his, as in Sephiroth's, first-person pronoun from Ore to Watashi is an unquestionable indicator of his transformation. Having acquired even more knowledge from within the Lifestream, he's now trying to seize all the planet's life for himself. The image next to this quote is that of Sephiroth at the Temple of the Ancients, revealing his plan to the party, and using the Watashi pronoun, which in this context indicates a bit more distance as opposed to the less formal, more direct, and sometimes more dominant Ore. In Rebirth, Sephiroth appears and, in his typical I only speak in riddles style, reveals his plans to the party again, implying that what they've been hearing at the temple about the Black Materia, summoning Meteor, is what he plans on using to finally claim his birthright, but he adds that he will also reunite the worlds, reigning into infinity. So far, so good. It's all consistent. His
That was heavily what Wick's video focused on.
character is portrayed with the same distance,
or rather, sorry, maybe Junkie Gamer,
to our party and possibly us, the players, in both scenes from the original game and the remake trilogy. And more importantly, Watashi seems to indicate the Sephiroth who has lost his mind and wants to claim his mother's legacy, right? Here is Sephiroth in Nibelheim after losing his mind using the pronoun Ore. And you would think this is new to the remake, because Ultimania Omega says that he talks about himself differently after his transformation, right? Here is OG Sephiroth in Nibelheim after losing his mind using the pronoun Ore instead of Watashi. In fact, in the Rebirth flashback, despite his madness being fully portrayed, the only time he uses Watashi at all is when quoting Professor Gast's words from his book. Well, great, because maybe it's simple. This just means that every version of Sephiroth after he dies, as in visions of him, uses Watashi, whereas Ore is exclusive to the Sephiroth, his real self, at the edge of creation, possibly having a different motivation behind his plans with this revamped story and genuinely asking for Cloud's help. Here is a vision of Sephiroth in Rebirth addressing Cloud alone and messing with him about Tifa's true identity, using his quote-unquote human pronoun, Ore. Well, maybe he's back in Rebirth, which is why he now uses Ore exclusively going forward, right? Here is Sephiroth in Rebirth, intimately toying with Cloud again, reverting to Watashi and telling him that he knows the truth, or more accurately in Japanese, "Don't let them fool you, I'm the only one who knows the truth about you."
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of getting a little bit lost in how he's presenting the idea, but I think he's showing that there are both Ores and Watashis in Rebirth, and that maybe seemingly conflating that there are, you know, the same one is consistently showing up. I could see it as the one in the Calm Inn is the Edge of Creation Sephiroth, and then this one is more aligned with the traditional path toward Genova. Like, I remember seeing a theory that was like, perhaps like we actually see two Sephiroths in the Forgotten Capital, one that Cloud parries and the other that gives like the speech at the end. But I don't know, because there's definitely have been multiple Sephiroths. The question mark versus the more traditional illusion through. So, for example, the one in the inn is just in Cloud's head because there is no clone there to perpetuate the vision. But in this scene that he's referencing with the doctor, with Doc Sharon, it's appearing through a clone. So it could be a different Sephiroth, you know?
Maybe Ore
He's saying that it's now muddled. Yeah.
doesn't necessarily draw the line between the two, but at the very least, Edge of Creation Sephiroth, who we have.
The innkeeper is a clone, but like literally the vision that we see standing by the door isn't turning the innkeeper into Sephiroth. It's just a vision of Sephiroth in Cloud's head. Similar to, you know, when he's walking to, if you remember when he's walking to back toward like Elmira's house after the platefall, he just sees a Sephiroth, and that's a Sephiroth that's like, you know, you want to be stronger, right? That's just one that appears out of nowhere.
Have seen in his own backstory, resolved to do something about what he has become to possibly redeem himself, is.
It shows the innkeeper, but the innkeeper is downstairs. It does make that cut. I know exactly what you're talking about. But I'm just literally saying, see, for example, where is it?
but not here.
There's nobody standing up here. I know the innkeeper was a soldier. I know this. Well, he does look down. But then this Sephiroth is like up here.
I know that I killed her. So, who is she? Or rather, what is she?
And then it cuts to the innkeeper sitting down at the thing. Versus, for example, when he more directly takes over a clone's body, which is like here. Let me find it. Which is like this scene. Where is it? Chapter 7? Yeah. This is like in this scene. When he walks in.
You're telling me Doc Sheeran's the one who fixed you up?
Come on.
Come on. Myself, move. But he walks in. He sees the vision of Sephiroth.
Do not be deceived. You know the truth.
Goes to attack it. Barrett blocks it. And in turn, Barrett is standing in front of a clone. So he used the image of this clone to project himself. So there are times where it's like very one-to-one, a match with like him and a clone, him in the Shinra building in like the president's office is like you see the flash between him and the clone. There's a bunch of them. Marco at the beginning in chapter 3 of Remake when he, jumps on Cloud when he checks him at, at night. So I don't know. It just feels like there are times where he either disappears mostly in Cloud's head and other times where he's like directly projected onto a robed guy. Doesn't the entire party see him in the ship before fighting Genova? I could be wrong. I believe so, yeah.
An actual distinct version. Here is Sephiroth at the edge of creation, fighting Cloud and Aerith, and using the pronoun watashi, while saying to Cloud, "Rage my weak little puppet." I probably made this way too long, but do you see where this is going by now?
Sure, Dark Knight. I mean, the thing is, it's like the Ultimania outlines 4 different versions of the guy. So there are like different forms that might show up in different ways in different vehicles. Like it is confusing.
I don't know how much conviction is still out there about Ore and Watashi creating a distinction between instances of Sephiroth, and I don't know how clear we think the distinction is, but the evidence from the dialogue and the different appearances of Sephiroth in Rebirth suggests one of two things. It either doesn't matter at all, which is slightly unlikely because it has been referenced in both Ultimanias of the OG and Remake, or it might have at one point, but does not anymore, which, judging by the transformation that Edge of Creation Sephiroth himself demonstrates between Remake and Rebirth, could be a valid hypothesis. And you know what? Despite this pronoun discourse likely not amounting to much, I still firmly believe that there are 2 versions of Sephiroth at play.
I'm still curious though, like what he's building to it here, like, okay, so he's making this distinction or this clarification on like the appearances, but like, what's the point, I guess? The ship Sephiroth is also made up of rope figures, yeah.
His true self, who clearly asked for Cloud's help at the Edge of Creation, and the avatar that Genova uses, especially in Remake, which either comes from a recollection, an illusion, or taking the body of one of the Black Robes. The catch is that pronouns and locations alone might not be a strict differentiator between the 2 versions anymore, and the nuance we need to think about is not whether there are 2 different Sephiroths, But if there were, what makes them different and how far does it go?
Feels like he's highlighting how flaky relying on the pronouns is. Possibly, though, like I said, if it's like the real Sephiroth showing himself through visions in Cloud's mind, it still seems fairly consistent to me. Versus the clones, which may be more of a direct, like Genova inspired apparition, you know? And I think that still kind of holds. I mean, you could have a debate about the calm in appearance like we have. But
just because we have two versions of him, it wouldn't necessarily mean that one of them has good intentions while the other doesn't. So far, the strongest case we have had about a good Sephiroth relies on the following. 1. His past, which shows a tragic human being who has never been able to break free from Genova's shackles despite his good intentions, but which sets up a possibly positive resolution to this as he's shown to be reminiscent over his life at the edge of creation. And 2, his dialogue in Remake with Cloud in the same place, which is in a clearly different tone, asking for help in defying destiny and showing a resolve to not erase Cloud or himself. So for a moment, let's give the guy the benefit.
It's interesting too, because it seems like this video is based on the premise of a Sephiroth redemption argument, which I know people have made. I guess the other possibility though is just like, it's may not necessarily a redemption, but just a will of Sephiroth that is purely his own. Whether that's good or not can be debatable, but
bit of the doubt as we wait for the inevitable climax of his arc in part 3. Here is what the Remake Ultimania Plus says about Sephiroth and Cloud's interaction at the edge of creation. Sephiroth, 7 seconds before the end, but there's still time. Sephiroth shows a meaningful, knowing smile. If he won't fight alongside him, then this leaves him no choice but to keep manipulating him and leading him as before. Sephiroth, the future depends on you, Cloud, and leading
that's kind
him.
of a great. That's like a telling line I forgot about. One sorry, I just got a text. Sephiroth shows a meaningful, knowing smile. If he won't fight alongside him, then this leaves him no choice but to keep manipulating him and leading him as before. This reminds me of what we've talked about, right? In terms of like manipulating Cloud to the point of taking him over, essentially. Getting Cloud to agree.
As before.
Which I think we'll see probably in the Northern Crater, just like in the OG.
Sephiroth, the future depends on you, Cloud. When Cloud turns around.
The question is, how far does it go?
Around, Sephiroth is gone, and black feathers are fluttering in the air. 30 seconds into giving this guy the benefit of the doubt, and he's already acting sus. Our last hopes of a Sephiroth redemption arc hinge on that last cutscene at the end of Remake, where Sephiroth realizes that he has no choice but to manipulate Cloud further in order to achieve what he thinks is his righteous goal, after reminiscing over his inability to break free from
which I kind of picked up on. It even, there's still that in Rebirth too, right? He's like, when he says, which he showed that dialogue earlier, but it's like, you know, if he's, I thought you still see the world differently, right? He still has the same, he's been trying to break through with Cloud in Remake and in Rebirth and has been rebuffed both times. So it's like, okay, got to keep manipulating.
Nova's shackles. And the environment itself is ominous because visually it makes it seem that Sephiroth wants to break free, with Genova's shadow looming in this design behind Cloud while pursuing what looks like a more pure dream, as in saving the planet. Except we have this, a comment from the environment artwork team in the Remake material Ultimania. Sephiroth's wing was used as inspiration for the background featured in the final confrontation between Cloud and Sephiroth. Sometimes beautiful things in life don't come from positive places. I don't know about you, but I don't like this. I don't feel comfortable trusting that the only hope we have to save the planet in Remake is this guy, who even when acting like a changed man, still uses deception and a refusal to take no for an answer. A guy who
Oh, yeah.
literally goes on to call Cloud his weak little puppet in the very last fight we have in the story so far. So, what
Yeah,
gives?
he
How
should
can
still be
there
the
be two
antagonist.
different Sephiroths without one necessarily being good? More importantly, what has Sephiroth achieved at the end of Remake to create this distinction? Do his actions in Rebirth at the edge of creation align with what he claims he wants to do, or has he simply made us fall in the same trick once again after posing for this seemingly pure moment of reminiscence?
Kofi.
In order to figure out where the different Sephiroths are going, we need to look at the one major thing that changed between the end of Remake and the beginning of Rebirth after his intervention. From the moment the Whispers, beings who can enforce and shape events, have been introduced, the Remake narrative became
FF7 Reminiscence, yeah. Very marketable. Very easy word to use in marketing and to put on a box and in a logo. Very, very easy. Did you catch the subtext? His prediction for the third title's name. It won't be Reminiscence. It might be Remember. Definitely not Reminiscence. That would be shocked.
a battleground for will, both for the planet collectively
Has just enough syllables. Yeah.
and for the main character, Cloud, individually. And all of Sephiroth's actions in the trilogy so far have been about winning this battle, even when it means going against Jenova's will. See, the Whispers are still largely understood as the will of the planet, a notion that is very vague, and that a lot of us have come to accept as naturally the planet defending itself, which makes us wonder.
React. There you go. FF7 React. Hey, we're going to react to FF7 React's latest trailer.
Why actual white Whispers, who do act to defend the planet, are depicted later in Rebirth, and why they differ from the grey/black tainted Whispers in Remake. The Whispers, which basically represent will itself, are largely misunderstood and confusing because the story wants them to be. The essence of the planet, the Lifestream, is essentially made up of.
I could see Remember. I would see, like, for all those other ones, like Recollect, Recollection, Redefined, I would probably lump that more under like Reclaim as an option. It's like reclaiming your memories, reclaiming the world, reclaiming your agency, you know?
Memories through the spirits that live and return to it. And technically, as Aerith clarifies, the Whispers we see in Remake are some of these spirits of the dead, roaming and dictating the will of the Lifestream and the planet based on their memories, hopes, and dreams.
You think Retold will be the title? That's kind of nice.
The problem with spirits in the Lifestream is that they are also prone to being corrupted by something that cannot return to the planet, Jenova. This mechanism is not only on display in Remake. In the novel that depicts events between OG FF7 and Advent Children, On the Way to a Smile, a specific chapter, Lifestream Black, shows Sephiroth's actions in the Lifestream, leading to him being able to come back once again in the movie. Here goes. When the Lifestream erupted onto the surface of the planet, the man had already surrendered his inconsequential memories to the planet. At the same time, the core of his spirit and those memories deeply related to it moved from torrent to torrent and traveled around the land from city to city. When the people who were trying to escape, or those left unable to do anything but stand still, were enveloped by those streams, he decided to leave them with his stigma. If Cloud noticed that stigma, the man was certain that he would never disappear. So the mechanism exists, but does this imply that the will of the planet has been entrusted to Jenova? Well, yes and no, because not all Whispers are corrupted. The fact that some spirits have been controlled by Jenova has led to a battle taking place inside the Lifestream, with an increasing interference from her, and it has been portrayed in Remake quite clearly, to be honest. In short, Whispers as spirits roam in the Lifestream can and are visibly being corrupted by Jenova and or Sephiroth eventually. And mind you, this deception tactic of infiltrating something that should be pure is not new to Jenova. The Cetra themselves tell how she was able to manipulate them by appearing as their dead loved ones. And we don't even need to go 2,000 years in the past to witness how corrupted spirits work, because we have seen how they led Sephiroth and his party by the nose in his quest to get the Masamune, changing the landscape and taking the form of past friends to match the deep
even beyond Lucrezia, like within this, there's the flashes where like Angeal's tainted memories or Genova memories that he breaks free from are dreams like featuring his dead dad, right? I see what he's saying. The sacrificed memories are edge of creation, Sephiroth. Oh, yeah, that could be.
memories or desire inside their target and evoke a specific.
I actually didn't pick that up, Sleep Easy, but that's what he intends. That's kind of interesting. Because yes, in Lifestream Black, he sheds his human memories, you know, to sort of like come back in Advent Children. Like anything that was like a remnant of his like humanity, he shed and let that go into Lifestream. So that was after his like, well, that was technically after the events of OG FF7. I think that happened, but that's kind of interesting, right? Like, is the more human memories that he shed sort of like forming into this question mark Sephiroth? Kind of interesting. It would be closer to his real self, you know?
Emotion triggering the action that the spirits themselves are manipulated to enforce. And if we go to Remake, the opening intro paints the picture of a world that is barely hanging on, something that is confirmed through dialogue as we go through the story. That path has probably been caused both by humans draining the planet of its spiritual energy and Genova lingering in the livestream.
What do you think of the idea that Sephiroth will be deemed because it will be revealed that he was a puppet of Genova all along, just like Cloud, and even though he's dead, he's trying to redeem himself? I don't really want a redemption story of Sephiroth. I mean, I could see the logic to it, Spud Bun, but I still think you need some kind of, he still needs to be the antagonist. I just kind of foresee that maybe he wants, like the real, quote unquote, real Sephiroth just wants something other than what Genova Sephiroth wants, you know? Like he has his own desires. Because nothing, even in terms of like how he presents himself as question mark Sephiroth, like reads as like good. It still reads as like manipulative, because it's not like he like tells Cloud what he's trying to accomplish aside from breaking fate. And it's like, okay, you want me to break fate, but to what end? And it's like, well, my end.
The Whispers, who initially seem neutral, are actually...
Hey, thank you so much, Wiz. Long time YouTube vid watcher. I guess it's time to follow on Twitch too. Yeah, I mean, I also do stream on YouTube. This is on both, but yes, thank you for hanging out. And for the follow.
Already divided into two factions in Remake.
I do need to make more actual YouTube videos. It just takes so much work.
But in a much more subtle way. We have the usual Whispers called Mysterious Specters.
Like the only basis for like a redemption Notorious in some ways is like those Ever Crisis depictions that were shown in this video, where it's like there were times when he just wanted to live a normal life. Like he just wanted to be normal, and he, you know, doesn't want to kill Rosen, you know? There is like a version of Sephiroth that gets in touch with his humanity, especially through like Glenn, but never really gets to live, you know? All that said, I just don't think, I don't mind like an independent Sephiroth, you know? And finding out what like an independent Sephiroth wants. I could see that. I just don't want like a... Shit, hold on. There's a knock on my door. Give me a second. I mean, I kind of talked about it in my video that like there was a what I would want is like my in between, you know, is something where the like Sephiroth comes to accept that he can't live forever, that he has to join, you know, the cycle of life. And so that his redemption in some way is basically accepting his death, you know? That at least I could see something there where it feels like a meaningful change in the character, but not necessarily becoming like a good guy, you know? That was essentially what I was going to talk about in my video whenever I got to it. I just haven't built even the outline of the video or like done all the research that I wanted to like support it even more. But that was basically where I've been going.
We have this purple variation, the enigmatic specters, which the literal Japanese
This is the most important part of the video. Back it up a little bit. Okay.
And if because still how trade in something that should be pure is not new to Jenova. The Cetra themselves tell how she was able to manipulate them by appearing as their dead loved ones. And we don't even need to go 2,000 years in the past to witness how corrupted spirits work, because we have seen how.
And the thing too is like, it would be a way to also do something Advent Children like related or coded or like respectful of like Advent Children and its role. Just literally recreating what Kadaj does at the end of Advent Children. At the end of Advent Children, Kadaj, like, you know, accepts death, essentially. Aerith, like, extends the offer. And Kadaj takes it. And that was essentially, like, a shade of Sephiroth. So my thought was, like, what if Sephiroth himself actually took that offer that Kadaj did? You know,
how they led Sephiroth and his party by the nose in his quest to get the Masamune, changing the landscape and taking the form of past friends to match the deep memories or desire inside their target and evoke a specific emotion, triggering the action that the spirits themselves are manipulated to enforce. And if we go to Remake, the opening intro paints the picture of a world that is barely hanging on, something that is confirmed through dialogue as we go through the story. That path has probably been caused both by humans draining the planet of its spiritual energy and Jenova lingering in the Lifestream. The Whispers, who initially seem neutral, are actually already divided into two factions in Remake.
Yeah, I have seen the Eva stuff. We've talked about it a bit.
But in a much more subtle way. We have the usual Whispers called Mysterious Spectres, and we have this purple variation, the enigmatic specters, which the literal Japanese translation calls Void Demon. Does this sound familiar? The remake material Ultimania says the following about these Whispers. They try to obstruct the player, and the more a player proceeds into an area, the more of a hindrance they become. Once the player goes beyond a certain stage, an attack Whisper appears, acting as a direct hindrance to the player. These are more aggressive forms of Whispers who deploy the other defense Whispers to hinder the player. The only way to beat the stronger attack Whispers, as in these enigmatic specters, is through defeating the other weaker defense Whispers, also known as
Sorry, I dropped some stuff. The void you see is all singularity. Yeah.
Mysterious specters, and Whispers who deploy the other defense Whispers to hinder the player. The only way to beat the stronger attack Whispers, as in these enigmatic specters, is through defeating the other weaker defense Whispers, also known as Mysterious Specters. And during the only time weaker attack Whispers, as in these enigmatic specters, is through defeating the other weaker defense Whispers, also known as Mysterious Specters. And during the only times we fight the Whispers at all in Remake, before the Expressway of course, 2 to be precise, This purple enigmatic specter appears and takes over the regular ones. See, these quote-unquote neutral whispers can now actually be controlled by a quote-unquote void adjacent monster with a color coding that very clearly implies a Jenova corruption. And mind you, that reference is not so subtle anymore when you fight the alleged embodiment of the will of the planet, the Whisper Harbinger, and its 3 smaller versions, which have been confirmed to be inspired by the fighting style of the Jenova remnants from Advent Children. But as we said, the nuance is that through Remake, the Whispers don't seem to be all bad, because we do see them saving Barrett, which wouldn't really make sense if they were simply enacting Jenova's plan. And this leaves us with one possible explanation, which is that the Whispers we saw in Remake, while enforcing the will of the planet, or rather, what the planet thinks its will should be based on the spirits within it, were made up of both benevolent and potentially malicious, tragically Jenova corrupted factions. It's the planet collectively, gradually being convinced of its inevitable death, with Jenova orchestrating it all in the background. And a big point of contention in the past few years around the Whispers has been how clear-cut it all seemed when Tifa asked whether they symbolized capital D destiny, to which Red 13 answered yes, for it is the will of the planet itself. This sentence has been understood by many of us to be as close of a confirmation as we will ever get that the planet itself is protecting what we think are the events of the original game. However, in the Japanese equivalent of this conversation, it paints a completely different picture. Rather than doubling down on the planet itself enforcing its will, Red 13 says, yes, it seems that the planet is running out of power or energy, something confirmed in the other localizations. And Barrett's challenge to Red 13, wondering if the Whispers would try to enforce even a bleak future, is not so subtle commentary on what's really being implied here. It's surprisingly consistent with the premise that the planet is being convinced of its inevitable death through the Lifestream. As a matter of fact, when talking about what Red 13 gets as knowledge from coming in contact with Aerith, Toriyama says that Red 13 is special because his kind lives for so long that he can see that knowledge, but also that the amount he received was so vast that he was not able to see everything clearly.
It's interesting, definitely an interesting English difference that I did not know about. I'll have to look into that more. Because, yeah, that's a pretty big distinction.
And this is very relevant to the Whisper quote-unquote bad ending visions. The nuance here is that 1. We see 500 years into the future, not the past, when Red 13 himself and his species will still be alive, and 2. He doesn't see those visions very clearly. We could think of the visions he gets as something similar to what Cloud gets, flashes of things that don't necessarily make sense on their own, just like Red 13 running in the middle of nowhere, with no indication.
It is interesting, though, how, like, because, like, Cloud's visions that he doesn't understand are pretty vague, like, very vague. The fact that, like, Red 13 gives him some kind of definition, I guess he gives him less of a definition in the other translations, right? He just says that, like, it's the planet running out of power or running out of energy. So he doesn't really define them. I wonder what the Japanese, hold on. Do I have it by any chance? I wonder. Because he has another line that he says before that, where he says that they're arbiters of fate. Like he explains them. Fuck, what does he say there? Do I even have a direct translation of that? I think I might have this like computer translated one. Fuck. Jesus, this sheet is like so hard. So sorry, chat. Just give me a shot to like dig through this. I mentioned Promised Lands before it. Unto her promised land, one day return. Let's see.
On where he's going.
I'll just pull this up so you guys can look at this live. So I have this, which like pulls in all the Japanese, but I don't have like a direct like human translation of these lines. But this is where he describes it. So let's take these three, these 4 Red 13 lines. And for now, we'll just plug them into Google Translate. The understanding of them as guardians of fate is the most accurate. Let me see if I can make this bigger for you guys. Here we go. The understanding of them as guardians of fate is the most accurate. They appear before those who try to alter the course of destiny and correct their actions. In other words, they oversee the entire process from the birth of the star, from the birth to the death of this star. It seems the star is running out of energy. So yeah, so that one line of dialogue is not capital D. Well, Tifa says capital D Destiny. Actually, what is the Tifa line? Shit. It's not as like the capital D Destiny was not a Tifa. It's not a. It wasn't a Red 13 line. It was a Tifa line. And it comes before this line. So here's Tifa. We'll just write in Tifa. She has fate. So yeah. So still the context of the entire conversation is Red 13 describing arbiters of fate who appear before those who try to change the course of fate and correct their actions. In other words, the flow of events from the birth of this planet until its demise. It seems the planet is running out of energy. So it's still the same, like, yes, that one line is running out of energy versus, what is the localization? For it is the will of the planet itself. But, okay. I don't think the localization went that far afield from what the Japanese said when you take into context the full, like, context of what he says, right?
And what the word looks like at that point.
Same message, just that one line is different for no reason. Yeah.
And whether this is a positive or negative picture. But as we said before, given that the planet is being convinced of its inevitable death, another key to understanding the will of the planet is the cycle of life and death and how it can be instrumentalized. In fact, just like spirits that live within it, the planet itself having a cycle of life and death is not even a new concept to the Final Fantasy VII compilation. In Dirge of Cerberus, which takes place 3 years after Final Fantasy VII, a party of Vincent and others from the main cast trying to save the planet are shown this vision from Lucrezia's research, which states that the planet itself, in time, returns to the cosmos when her time has come. The statement that the Whispers intervening in Remake were the will of the planet is not entirely incorrect, but it is also only a half-truth in the context of the FF7 crisis. The Whispers are spirits who enforce the will of the planet and preserve it, but they're also progressively corrupted by Genova, possibly for the past 2,000 years since it crashed on Gaia and went into deep slumber after being defeated by the Cetra. The more of these spirits there are, the more the planet will be convinced or forced to accept its inevitable death. And this conflict shows in the actions of the Whispers, which act in very contradicting ways, sometimes helping the party plan.
Let's rewind this a little bit.
The statement that the Whispers
losing track. Hold on.
Intervening in Remake were the will of the planet is not entirely incorrect, but it is also only a half-truth in the context of the FF7 crisis. The Whispers are spirits who enforce the will of the planet and preserve it, but they're also progressively corrupted by Genova, possibly for the past 2,000 years since it crashed on Gaia and went into deep slumber after being defeated.
To some extent, right? Because, I mean, it definitely corrupts it within the fight, as he showed, right? Like there are times where the enigmatic specter can sort of corrupt the other ones. There's definitely some of it. But I do think until defeating the Whisper Harbinger, the Whispers do largely sort of like act fairly neutral.
Defeated by the Cetra. The more of these spirits there are, the more the planet will be convinced or forced to accept its inevitable death. And this conflict shows in the actions of the Whispers, which act in very contradicting ways, sometimes helping the party and sometimes hindering them. But one thing is certain, when we get to the expressway and cross into the singularity, the Whisper Harbinger and the three Whispers are all clear manifestations of Jenova's control over the Whispers, trying to enforce the path forward. That is, until Sephiroth decides to change that. See, in theory, all the appearances of Sephiroth up to the expressway section are very easy to understand. Despite having 4 categories, we don't have 4 Sephiroths. 3 of those are simply recollections and or Jenova illusions of Sephiroth, either spontaneously or through one of the black robes, which initially only Cloud can see. And the remake Ultimania agrees, specifying that the question mark Sephiroth is the one whose nature is impossible to guess even by players in the original game. His first appearance is here, when he asks Cloud to cross the barrier of destiny with him. Portions of the script also allude to Aerith sensing that this Sephiroth is different and seemingly taking him much more seriously than the other appearances. But before that, one version of Sephiroth initially kills the president, and the Whispers are fine with it, but they strongly react when he's about to kill Barrett. So, is that actually the first appearance of the Sephiroth? Well, this might never be confirmed, but it's possible, because while not being on the side of the Whispers, he does turn into Jenova eventually, and it's later revealed that this is simply Marco, one of the Black Robes, who was summoned to get Jenova's body out of the Shinra building, something that the Black Robe number 2 will manage to do. And the reason I'm saying that this could be the Sephiroth is precisely because of this connection to the Black Robes. More on that in a minute. Now, Jenova's biggest property, the reason the FF7 plot exists to begin with, is its ability to enact the reunion. Hojo's reunion theory claims that even if Jenova's body is dismembered, it will eventually become one again. And at this point in the story, there are 2 main known locations of Jenova's remains. Her headless body is in the Shinra building, which is what the robes seemingly try to extract, while her head is at the northern crater with Sephiroth. Which begs the question, why is the reunion happening at the northern crater and not at the Shinra building? Why wouldn't all Jenova's body parts move towards the Shinra building instead, where the biggest part of its body is stored? And the good thing is that
Well, his body moved. And actually in Remake and in the DLC, like in the Yuffie DLC, there are like all these clones, these robes, like walking toward Midgar, like into Midgar. Like Yuffie sees a couple of them. Then obviously the body moves. Like the same point is made in OG, where they were like, "Oh, why are the robes going?" It's like, "Oh, because because Sephiroth moved the body. It's taken out. Yeah, it's taken out of the building."
Possibly have an answer to this from the OG FF7 Omega Ultimania once again. Sephiroth's will begins to control not only his sibling-like Sephiroth copies, but the body of his mother Jenova as well. From this point on, although Sephiroth's true body is active only in the final battle, his thoughts are expressed through Jenova. For this reason, the text also lists Jenova's actions. Perhaps because Jenova's head is with Sephiroth, or perhaps because Sephiroth's will is so strong, the reunion does not occur at the Shinra building where Jenova is located. Rather, Jenova herself begins to migrate. The first comment is referring to a portion which says that Sephiroth summons his copies to get Jenova from the Shinra building, and the analysis goes on to say that from that point onwards, Sephiroth basically...
So hold on. In the OG, when we see the blood trail and stuff, was it just Jenova moving itself? Like through the control of Sephiroth? Because in remake is clearly, you know, a Sephiroth controlling a clone who grabs it and takes it, jumps off the building with it. We never see it in OG. We just see the trail. Is the timeline of this somewhere already? Genova Roth. So Sleep Easy. Is it just a body moving itself? Versus like a clone taking it like it was in Remake?
Starts expressing.
I always thought of it as Sephiroth manifesting himself into Genova's body, and then he uses it to kill President Shinra. Sephiroth possesses the body of Genova, and the blood trail happens. Body moved itself. Oh, fuck. I don't know, I never realized that. But in Remake, it wasn't that. In Remake, it was a robed guy under Sephiroth's control, moving her body.
In his thoughts and
I don't know what to make of that difference, but
desires to Genova. And in the FF7 Rebirth Ultimania, a similar concept is presented. It is said that Sephiroth has manipulated a man in a black cloak to steal Genova's body from the Shinra building, and that while the party were sometimes helped or hindered by the Whispers in Midgar, Sephiroth absorbed part of them in the Singularity, allowing him to manifest his will through them. This is why I am more and more skeptical about this quote-unquote new Sephiroth dichotomy, because of this notion of Sephiroth potentially taking over Genova's will already being an idea in the original story, although it might not have been developed as much, obviously. Technically, all of the above prompts us to think that while the reunion could have initially...
Yeah, it could be an area where like additional exposition tighten things up for the trilogy.
Started in the
like it may not be like a meaningful difference. It's just more consistent or just cleaner, you know?
Rebuilding, the Sephiroth was lurking in the background, using the black robes to extract Genova's body and redirect them towards his location. And in order to have full control over proceedings, he needed...
It's really obscure in OG, but I always thought he physically manifested himself, and that's why this president was killed in the sword. Oh yeah, and Palmer also sees Sephiroth. Remember? Palmer's in the office, and like as he runs away, you catch him, and he says that it was Sephiroth who killed the president.
To make sure that Genova's will was broken, and that he was at the center to absorb it all. And in the process, the Sephiroth was now reborn, both...
I still don't know what to make of the difference, you know? Like if it's just a matter of making it cleaner or like a substantive difference, you know? Has anyone tried lard with their tea?
Through the Whispers exerting his will, not Genova's, but also through Cloud, the last holder of pure S cells and the person who has the strongest memories and connection to Sephiroth by directly having access to his mind, as demonstrated here by the first time he appears to him one-on-one at the edge of creation. So it's possible that what we thought was a depiction of multiple Sephiroths was basically a peek at the behind the scenes of Sephiroth entering the fray, hijacking the reunion, redirecting it to the northern crater, and as the Omega Ultimania goes on, adding a detour to the Temple of the Ancients to get the black materia, which serves his goal of summoning Meteor, triggering a reaction from the livestream, and being at the center of all of it in order to absorb the planet and, according to him, supposedly save it. And what allowed him to do all of this is breaking Genova's will and bending it to his interest. From that moment, Sephiroth was reborn into whatever world or continuity this is, and his choice to lead Cloud by toying him does not seem as uncharacteristic anymore, does it? So what about what came next in Rebirth? Did we again see this new Sephiroth trying to change his initial fate? Or did we see him go down the exact same path as before?
God, that'd be so disappointing just to go through the exact same path, you know?
The best way to measure Sephiroth's intentions up to the ending of Rebirth is his actions, and boy does he not apply what he preaches at all. We thought that Ore and Watashi...
Alright, Nightbreaker.
Sephiroths existed separately and had different agendas. But Rebirth, more than Remake, showed that even if that was true at one point, whatever Sephiroth we had at the end of the game was a Jenova puppet more than ever before. But Sephiroth's complexity and the reason he's fooled us all, and will probably fool Cloud in Part 3, is that on the surface his intentions seem to have some honorable dream behind them. And dare I go even further, at first glance Sephiroth's fight seems to be the same as that of the character who probably holds the biggest connection to the planet, the last remaining Cetra, Aerith, which makes sense because Sephiroth mistakenly intentions seem to have some honorable dream behind them. And dare I go even further, at first glance Sephiroth's fight seems to be the same as that of the character who probably holds the biggest connection to the planet, the last remaining Cetra, Aerith, which makes sense because Sephiroth mistakenly thinks he is a Cetra himself. Mind you, she does not fail to recognize that he thinks he wants to save the planet. She herself claims that the future is always a blank page, pleading to fight even when things don't look bright. But despite that, she knows that this is not the right way of solving the planet's crisis, saying that Sephiroth only cares about the planet and himself. They might share the same goal of purging the planet of the growing threat posed by Jenova, but they dramatically differ in the solution they offer, and the reason they do is because they don't value the same things, or view the world the same way to begin with. Aerith's positions are usually very nuanced, while those of Sephiroth are not. She agrees that life and death are two sides of the same coin, and Sephiroth calls death a homecoming, or more accurately, simply returning to the planet. But Aerith also recognizes that despite that, it's still hard to let go of the people we love. Sephiroth's solution to past pain and regrets is what Jenova taught him, turning it all into anger and pursuing a goal that might seem righteous on the surface, but is inevitably just a disguised way of giving in to the despair that she wants to exert on the world. That's why after Aerith and her friends went through trials that incited anger and a sense of revenge, specifically towards Shinra, in a place where she points out that the Lifestream is angry, Aerith said she understood how those emotions can make people stronger, probably thinking of how she's witnessing it materialize in the flesh in Cloud's journey. But despite that, she still insisted that the cost was too high, and that true strength comes from the ability to forgive and try to make things right rather than give in to the anger. The irony is that both preach for letting go of the past, but when...
Well, that's another part of the localization, though, that's like slightly different. Because it was, it's not just forgiveness. See if I can find it. Is it in here? Let's see. Forgiveness. To forgive. Here it says, like, I believe true strength is different from that. It's something we carry in our hearts, something soft but unbreakable. That's what I think. So focus on the future, not the past. We can become even stronger than Sephiroth, far stronger. It was interesting to me that, like, they added this concept of, like, to forgive in the localization, because I don't really understand how they got to that. Because there isn't even really a sense of forgiveness, unlike the other localization change that we talked about with, like, the Red 13 dialogue. There isn't really, like, within the context of this conversation, a real mention of, like, forgiveness. No matter how sad the past, no matter what cruel, no matter how cruel it's happened, we can't erase history. We can't wipe away what we've done, what's been done to us. But what changes from here on out can be changed. Sadness and anger may make us stronger. They change who we are. I believe true strength is different from that. It's something we carry in our hearts, something soft but unbreakable. That's what I think. So focus on the future, not the past. We can become even stronger than Sephiroth, far stronger. I really don't know where the forgiveness thing comes in from. Thank you so much, Jars, for the follow. Question is, how is Jenova responding to Sephiroth trying to interfere with her plans? Is this the reason why there is no mention of the reunion of worlds until after Remake? I'm not sure where you're going there, Ben. You mean like the reunion of worlds is like part of her reaction to Sephiroth? So is it almost like the reunion of worlds is something Jenova wants to create, but not necessarily what Sephiroth wants to make? I'm not sure.
When saying so, they mean entirely different things. Angeal told Sephiroth in The First Soldier that his inability to process painful memories opens a backdoor to the spirits. Sephiroth's solution to his past memories is to consider the death of everything a simple homecoming, as long as it satisfied what looks like the last hope of making his own choice, supposedly saving the planet. The existence of the cycle of life and death, according to Aerith, should not undo the quest to preserve life in all its forms, including what makes it even possible in the first place: the memories of people who lived and died on the planet returning to it and giving way for new life. But to Sephiroth, those memories don't matter. The screams of the trapped souls in the
I don't know if it was something that was like presented in the video Sleep Easy, but Ben and Chat was asking, like, the question is, how is Jenova responding to Sephiroth trying to interfere with her plans? Like, if Sephiroth is trying to sort of break Jenova's plan, is this the reason why there's no mention of the reunion of worlds until after remake? So essentially he was proposing, is the idea of reuniting the worlds a way to sort of like counter what Sephiroth is up to? Like, if Sephiroth is trying to kill Jenova or like separate himself from Jenova, then is Jenova saying, well, okay, let's unite everything so that she still gets her way, essentially. Is how I would interpret the question. And I said I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because it's hard to tell what is clearly / Edge of Creation Sephiroth in Rebirth. It's very which is kind of what this video points out a little bit, is it gets a little muddy and it's hard to tell. I wish this was a bit more condensed. Yeah, I'm like, it's taking a lot of brain power to piece all this together, or what to take away.
Lifestream actually sound like ecstatic cries to him. Aerith encourages striving for the ideal scenario that preserves the preciousness of life the most even when it seems impossible, while Sephiroth accepts the easy way out, at the very least on paper, regardless of the consequences. And if we were to bring this conflict down to its most fundamental level, Aerith's approach has above all an underlying layer of
Ben is saying Jenova wants to destroy the world, Sephiroth wants to save it in a twisted way. Yeah. I mean, that at its core makes some sense, right? And it does add up to what Aerith says in Remake of like, he'll say he wants to save the world, but this is not the way it's supposed to be.
Of acceptance of one's past and pain and processing it before looking forward.
It's just so weird because like Advent Children, you don't get that sense. Like OG Sephiroth, Advent Children Sephiroth, you get no sense of like wanting to save the world in any way, shape, or form. So I always read that as like manipulation in some way. I could be wrong, but I just wondered if that was like Sephiroth was just saying that to manipulate Cloud, and mostly Cloud, but Cloud and the party to get what he wants. Yeah, I don't know.
Forward and aiming for the better, whereas Sephiroth's biggest driver and complex as it stands is his inability to accept. The best example for that is his desire to stay alive and be reborn when almost everything about the planet's crisis just ends if he accepts to finally let go.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier.
And mind you, I believe that in the new Final Fantasy VII narrative, Sephiroth's salvation does not only come through accepting his inevitable death, but also possibly through accepting that despite trying his best, he is not the hero who saves the world, and that's okay, because his past shows that he was never given the upbringing and strong sense of self to grow into an actual pure hero. His intentions might still be coming from a good place of wanting to break free, but the way it's all achieved is still wrong. So by trying to become one with the planet and save it, at least in name, he plays exactly into what the Jenova inside of him wants, dreaming of an outcome where he saves the world and failing to realize that it's at the expense of everything that made the world special in the first place. And this might all seem metaphorical, but it's also true technically, because the way he's exerting his will is by trapping spirits in what essentially becomes a stagnant life stream, stopping everyone from returning to the planet and trapping them in a dream, his dream to be precise. A good showcase of this is how some of the trapped spirits who seem to be tragically under the control of Jenova were actually cleansed at the end of Remake, thanks to the actions of the main cast, allowing them to peacefully return to the planet in the form of these white shards, and the formation of this new dream world with very wholly friendly imagery. Yet Sephiroth's will still lives on beyond that, through this dream that he wants to enforce now on reality, and that's possibly the biggest driver behind this new narrative centered around the dream worlds, and how they're also bound for the reunion, mirroring the physical Jenova fragments heading towards the northern crater. Just like we have two stories, one for the characters and one for the players, we also have two types of reunion. The classic physical reunion at the northern crater, and the metaphysical one shown through the merging of worlds. In the Temple of the Ancients, Sephiroth...
The meteor is a plot to make everyone on the planet lose hope. That's why he de-summons it. You mean like when he scoops up the, when he like sucks it up, which he's done twice now. Once everyone loses all hope, he'll be in total control and no life stream deviations will exist. OG Sephiroth is all about apotheosis, becoming God, not really trying to save anybody. Yeah, Kofi, you're saying the same thing.
Says, "My fragmented mother, these errant worlds all shall be one again." To which a more accurate translation of the source Japanese is actually, "With Jenova, the world will also reunite." And as confusing
Hold on, let's read it. A world that has escaped the constraints of fate is marking a new era. Together with Jenova, the world will also reunite. I'm pretty sure I have this speech too. In here. This is Temple. Here it is. So the Cetra say, the wicked black meteor shall summon a meteor, and this meteor shall crash into the planet, shattering the earth, at which time all life that remains, and then he interjects, shall be mine alone. At last, a day will come for Jenova's chosen child to rule the planet. And now it is more than just one world. Freed from the shackles of fate, these worlds shall usher in a new age. What do you mean? Not only shall Jenova be reunited, but these many worlds as well. The reunion. What awaits at the end is eternity. There's no such thing as eternity. No, not yet. You're all wrong. You will all die here. But there's no need to despair. You will simply return to the planet. This is from the Shinra guys. So it's, you know, he says it's now more than just one world, which is funny.
With Jenova, the world will also reunite. And as confusing as the mechanics behind these dream worlds are at the moment, would it be surprising that the only way the true Sephiroth is able to interact with the world while still being dead physically is...
He was always being manipulated, but now he wants to break it all and become the one who is in full control. These machine translations are dire. Drag the video down. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I used Google at one point, but that other sheet that I just referencing was a human translation.
Through this dream, with the aim of replacing reality.
But I'm also like understanding, you know, like if you don't know someone or you don't happen to be friends with people who speak Japanese and translate this stuff, then that might be a challenge, you know, so you might need to rely on machine translations.
With it. As it stands, he's still unconscious in whatever real physical world there is, and his quest for merging the worlds is essentially in motion through this remake continuity, which almost seems to run as a perfect replica for the real world, with interventions here and there when necessary. This world essentially looks like the metaphysical vessel for Sephiroth's will. And in fact, it already plays out that way at the end of Rebirth, because as soon as Cloud, who Sephiroth now simply lives through, gets his hands on the black materia, the worlds are seemingly merged, before the reunion is stopped by Aerith, thanks to Holy, the white materia. So we spoke before about Sephiroth's characterization evolving dramatically over the past 3 decades, and where this brought us is to a realization that he is a human who keeps trying to break out from the cycle of Genova manipulation, but inevitably fails every single time, while possessing enough self-awareness to understand what is happening to him. And this, my friends, is when we get to the mysterious new design of Safer Sephiroth, which Nomura confirmed is a different design versus the original, but refused to comment.
Somebody in chat said, I think it might have been Ben, said like he looks sad or something in this art. I don't see sadness. I see more like almost like a determination, you know? Like when your eyes, like when this scrunches up, it's not like sadness necessarily.
Further on, and I have a question. Where has Sephiroth...
Wait, this is the new one. Never mind. It does look a little beaten, right? Like a little beaten down. Weary, maybe.
Sephiroth ever looked this tired, depressed, or done with life before this? At the top, a god reborn, and at the bottom, representations of every defining time of his life. A design that depicts his struggles and inevitable descent despite trying to fight against his fate in every single one of these stages. Is this art a foreshadowing of a villain who is so far down what he thinks is a righteous path, but who in a possibly very late moment of reflection over what he was and what he has become, has turned into a complete lost cause? This path that Sephiroth is on, and all the elements the story and its adjacent entries have been putting together, are the perfect setup, not for Sephiroth's redemption, but for his salvation and final return to the planet. Thematically, the FF7 Remake Trilogy
FF7 Resalvation
does not differ with the original story in terms of the headlines, but if there was one specific message that it keeps bringing up, it is that the path forward is through forgiveness and acceptance, rather than anger and refusal to let go. Sephiroth's best visible outcome is not only to finally be afforded the luxury of letting go, but to be forgiven as well, in a recognition of how he is, as much as everyone else, a human soul that hasn't had the love or compassion to stop him from going down the evil path and becoming a victim of the real otherworldly alien threat to the planet. So if we're building up towards a moment of realization, reflection, and finally return to the planet and one's senses, I wonder how the actual main character of the story, Cloud, fits into all of this. And I'll actually make it easier by asking the following. Where have we seen a main character hold the villain and let him go?
This is what I talked about earlier. Yeah.
In a moment of implied compassion and, dare I say, forgiveness, realizing that the villain himself was just a victim of circumstances and manipulation, finally freeing him from his curse. In the Advent Children reunion files, and speaking about the story, Nomura says, initially, the church scene was placed immediately after Sephiroth's defeat. None of the sequences with Kadaj were there, such as the scene where Kadaj feels Aerith's presence and disappears into the rain. We wanted to make Kadaj someone who also needed salvation. I'm glad that this part made it into the movie. In a world where each of us have constructed both their own version of Final Fantasy VII 30 years and what we think this remake should amount to, Sephiroth needing salvation, finally letting go and returning to the planet is hardly an unpopular outcome. And remember when we presented the Sephiroth dilemma? An outcome accounting for some sort of redemption for him has understandably become more and more popular because it largely satisfies the first constraint. It pays off the new meta-narrative, this increased presence of Sephiroth, and the clear implied link between his backstory and the Re-trilogy. Back to the character and player story, the first one pays itself off because it has already been told 29 years ago. But the second one, which seems to speak to us directly, is yet to totally make sense on its own, and wrapping up Sephiroth's arc could make that alternative journey worth it. But despite that, it's
still curious though how, like, because he set up at the very beginning of the video, which the way that I pause and talk happened like 17 hours ago. Like he set it up with a proposal for something that still lets Advent children happen. I assume he's going to say that, but he's also proposing, like, what I've thought of in the past too, of does he sort of allow himself to return to the live stream? Because all we know about Sephiroth post OG is that he refuses to like merge into the live stream. So I have thought the same thing. It was why at the end of my video I said, like, how the idea of acceptance, how the theme of acceptance could like result in how we get rid of Sephiroth. That was like I said, it was an unformed thought. Like, it didn't have it fully thought out or researched, or I still don't. But I thought of that Kadash example. But doesn't that also, like, if he were to sort of like let go at the end of Remake, wouldn't that also make it impossible for AC to happen? So I don't know.
Still doesn't meet the second criteria of our dilemma, which is to not render everything that came after the original Final Fantasy VII useless, particularly Advent Children, and to not create a time travel paradox by avoiding that Sephiroth's trigger to his own salvation in Remake is his non-salvation in the movie. So, can this dilemma ever be solved? Maybe, and maybe not. Maybe the writers can solve it but still decide not to, because they want the story to speak for itself and live on within the...
I mean, like I said, I don't have it fully sketched out. Just the fact that he has never really had a life or control over a life. If he wants a normal life, then maybe a way to have a normal life is to actually, like, you know, go into the live stream in the way a normal person would. I don't know, it's just a thought. You know, rather than just continue to rage against the norms, because otherwise, I don't know how you get rid of Sephiroth other than using the empty materia to sort of like erase everything that shouldn't be in the world. You know, or I know Holy is said to supposed to do that, but it didn't do it in the OG necessarily, or at least in the way that we thought. In fact, we talked about this on stream before. Like, at the end of the OG, fucking Holy does nothing.
Player's mind. But regardless of what they decide to do with it, a lack of solutions that satisfy the dilemma is not an issue. And case in point, here is one. Remember how there are literally two Sephiroths, Agent Nova projection and his real self? The current path of the story is setting up the latter to have control over things by the end of Part 3, as in the original game. The Ultimania Omega, talking about the OG, says that in time, Sephiroth's will might have taken over Genova's, and that the one time we meet the real Sephiroth is when we're about to defeat him in the final encounter. So this is not a Genova projection of him, but rather his human self that has given into the madness, as we just saw. And if Sephiroth was to finally be saved, his salvation would be about the part in him that can return to the planet. The human. The part that did show an ability to reminisce over his past and have a dream, despite how twisted up that dream ended up being. He
Yeah, Kofi, essentially. Want peace in a normal life, just let go and rest, yeah.
is, after all, part human, part alien.
That said, I struggle with like how you execute that in a way that will satisfy people, you know, because everyone wants Sephiroth to be the villain, you know, because he is the villain, you know.
Which means that a part of him
And they haven't given any like audiences, like they haven't given most players any of the context to really accept it, because all the context is in a goddamn mobile game. You know, he's basically Homelander. Yeah,
will never return to the planet, as it never came from it, and will keep coming back, as we see in Advent Children. And the only reason we could ever consider this possible solution is thanks to this mechanism that might have been just an idea in the original game, but was never truly explored until the question mark Sephiroth appeared at the end of Remake in 2020. The hidden initial struggle between Sephiroth and Jenova's will. It is that distinction that could solve the conundrum, allowing us to both have a satisfactory payoff to this remake, while
I want a true death far more than redemption. Yeah, me too.
While understanding how the events depicted in Advent Children still take place after both FF7 OG and the Re-Trilogy. With the remake project being tasked with tying into the compilation, referencing existing material rather than retelling the FF7 story as if it existed without acknowledgement.
That's why I was saying, though, acceptance as like a conduit to get rid of him, to like finally have him absorb into the live stream through using FF7's, one of FF7's major themes of acceptance, would be a way to sort of like give him true death. You know, whether you also see that as redemption or not, probably vary by people, but
of how it has evolved over the years, callbacks and references to future happenings have been at the heart of the Re-Trilogy. Some of it has been smooth, with an early introduction of characters that we will see in later entries, while some additions have shaken things up, and even led us to wonder if this is a setup for a different ending to the story. By the own admission of the staff working on the project, Remake went as far as recreating the Advent Children battle and bringing a mechanism that summons representations of the three remnants, the main antagonists of the movie, not supposed to have any role at this point in the story. And all of it confused the hell out of us. But maybe it did because we never thought about it the right way. We spoke about the trilogy recontextualizing Advent Children, and this is what that means. Final Fantasy VII, and especially Final Fantasy VII Remake, are a story about the main character letting go of his anger. But in that journey, the character's emotions and past are not all fully processed yet. As sane as Cloud looked at the end of the original game, he still had grief to go through in the couple of years following that. In fact, supposedly fully healed Cloud still had remote Jenova visions by himself, reminded him of his painful past as late as the beginning of the Advent Children story. Cloud isolates himself because he's afraid that bad things will happen again to those around him, just like it did for those before. And if we've come to learn anything about Jenova, is that she pounces on guilt, which is why, if FF7 was about letting go of anger, Advent Children is about letting go of guilt.
Dark Dragon, the whole thing of having AC still happen makes me wonder, how do you have part 3, how do you give part 3 a true ending to FF7 when there's still things to happen after the game ends? That is sort of like my fundamental issue with like things leading into AC. I could see some people, you know, thinking like if it recontextualizes Advent Children in, hold on, let me just, if it recontextualizes Advent Children to a place where you sort of like understand or appreciate Advent Children differently, there are definitely people who would probably see that as like a worthwhile thing. I think someone in chat essentially said that earlier. But I mean, you know, maybe it's because of the meta and how we've all talked about the 30-year cook and da-da-da. But even the devs have talked about like wanting to give a sense of like true ending to FF7, like the end of everything. So if it just leads to AC, it just feels like it would fall short of that, right? It's like I've continued to sort of like, and I still hold that it's going to resolve in some new way that doesn't allow AC to happen. I would even say this video proposes something that has AC happen, or that has AC not happen. We'll see where it ends. But it would be like, go watch this really old movie that doesn't have the same VAs as the game you just played to see the true ending. Yes. It's like, it would be such like a, it just wouldn't have catharsis. It wouldn't have the catharsis of like following this, expecting a true ending. And then it's like, oh no, the true ending, you already know the true ending. In fact, we put the true ending into theaters before the second game, which is weird as fuck in general. Like if you were going to do it before the third game. I don't know. Let's see where this goes. Long story short, yeah, I agree. I need a different endpoint in some way, you know? Specifically, like just getting rid of Sephiroth and Jenova for good.
Jenova's power to shape shift.
Like all the other stuff, I don't care about. You know, characters coming back to life, all stuff I don't care about. I need this fucker gone. I need the payoff of like, I will never be a memory. And it's like, no, now you will be. You know what I mean? You came back to sort of like mess with things. And it's led to your actual demise. You know?
Change the landscape and keep coming back is largely rooted in its ability to peer into people's souls, their fears and their memories, and manifest them in an instrumentalized way, something we've seen happen to Sephiroth himself in the past. So the rhetorical question becomes, does Remake reference Advent Children memories, or is it the other way around? Could Jenova eventually manifest the memories of Cloud and others from Remake in Advent Children, recreating the Expressway Sephiroth fight in its latest attempt to be reborn into the planet? Does
what? So you're saying like manifesting it in Remake to manifest it in AC?
The true Sephiroth refused to become a memory after Advent Children, leading to his return in Remake, a Sephiroth who struggles to remember who he is, who unlike his OG self is obsessed with Cloud, and who shares the exact same mission as Jenova, sailing the cosmos with this planet as his vessel. Or is it all the doing of Jenova itself, lingering in the Lifestream, clinging to people's memories, and desperately looking for the strongest possible connection in the physical world to manifest Sephiroth and bring him back?
Ben is saying the payoff is Cloud ultimately lets go of his rage and hatred. This means Jenova can no longer weaponize it against Cloud and therefore close the door of another return. I can sort of see that, you know, like in terms of, because Cloud just sort of like ends up in this like dark state. And that's how, you know, Sephiroth comes back in some way. But still leaves Jenova lingering, right? Which like in the long term, for the long term, like fate of the planet is a risk. Because we've seen Jenova manipulate someone like Sephiroth before, manipulate Cloud before. So if you leave Jenova around, it could in 100 years, 200 years, influence somebody else, like another FF7 type story could happen that just like still leads to the demise of the planet. Like fundamentally, we need to get rid of Jenova, you know, to really truly protect the planet and get it and save it, you know?
Is this him or the memory of him persisting in the Lifestream and people's minds?
And they have sort of made Jenova an even more equal antagonist to Sephiroth, which was always there in OG, but I'd say I feel it even more in Remake.
Does Advent Children set up the events in Remake, or have the writers achieved the impossible task of remaking a prequel while smoothly setting up events and concepts for its unchanged sequel? In fact, Sephiroth's return in Advent Children is so confusing that the writers themselves, while recognizing the importance of bringing him back in the movie one way or the other, still struggled to come up with a valid reason for him to appear.
Is there a writer's quote that shows like, yeah, we struggled with retconning. We knew we were retconning him.
Here, 2 years after seemingly being defeated. Going back to the Advent Children reunion files,
Apparently, yeah. Let's see what Nojima says. We're gonna hear Nojima's like existential crisis over this like capitalist desire to make Advent Children. He's like, I don't really know how to fucking bring him back, but we made it work somehow.
says, during the initial development phase, we didn't really have a very specific reason as to why Sephiroth would come back to see Cloud. I mean, we had a vague reason, but it wasn't very clearly laid out. Various ideas were put on the table, such as having Cloud be the only one who can see Sephiroth. The concept of the power of memories in the Lifestream.
We really struggled to come up with a reason. It was really tough. Yeah, I know. I could feel that. As a fan, I could feel that.
Always been
because the fucking end of the original game, it looked like he died.
There from 1997. But since then, it has become front and center to almost every new entry in the compilation. And both Remake and Advent Children are no different. So the necessary question is the following. Is the story cleverly using this concept of memories, which fortunately or unfortunately for us, can be referenced interchangeably in both past and future to simulate the world one last time in the livestream, completely detached from any physical existence in what is essentially interchangeably in both fortunately or unfortunately.
What if the 30-year cook was with expired ingredients?
Fortunately for us.
People said Remake was a catch grab when that was AC all along. Yeah. For sure.
Can be referenced interchangeably in both past and future to simulate the world one last time in the livestream, completely detached from any physical existence in what is essentially.
Sorry, I need to run that back again. We're almost at the end, chat. 4 minutes.
And both.
I'm almost surprised there's only 4 minutes left, only because I didn't feel like it landed on a true conclusion. But let's see.
Remake and Advent Children are no different. So the necessary question is the following. Is the story cleverly using this concept of memories, which fortunately or unfortunately for us, can be referenced interchangeably in both past and future to simulate the world one last time in the livestream, completely detached from any physical existence in what is essentially a secret FF7 sequel? Or is it instead using the same concept and power of memories to make sure that the transition between the story and its actual movie sequel finally makes sense?
Well, it's funny because I would argue it's kind of a combination of the two things he proposed, right? It's like using the idea of memories and a lot of the key elements of the Final Fantasy VII story to present like an alternative way for events to go, for some way to sort of like break fate and create a new ending, but still use the core concept of like memories and, you know, will and desire and all that jazz. It's like an acceptance, all the things that are like core to FF7. So using the same elements to land at a new end point, whether you call it a sequel, I find requel as like a better term, even though it's not even a word, but you know, it's a remaking to a new endpoint, you know, but still honors like all the core themes and elements of FF7.
Transition that was never intended in the first place, but that became necessary when deciding to remake an entry that had countless spin-offs to it. And at the center of those memories are those of the main character of Final Fantasy VII, not Sephiroth. This guy. This is Cloud's story, and the core driver behind his iconic journey is the contrast versus the villain, despite their relatively similar journeys, and his ability to succeed where Sephiroth was never able to, and break free from the fake destiny being enforced on him. As someone who goes on and on and on about Cloud all day, I tried my best to avoid focusing on him while thinking about this topic, but inevitably, The narrative beats of core FF7 have always served the purpose of portraying his story. We already have games where Zack and Sephiroth are the main characters, and it's not FF7 Remake. Cloud's journey is special not because he and others end up helping Sephiroth land the killing blow to Jenova and walk into the sunset, but because he grows to do so himself, despite not being set up to be the perfect hero, and in spite of the strongest soldier that has ever lived, now being reborn as a god. But hey, all of the above would only make sense if this distinction between Sephiroth and Jenova's will is valid to begin with, not only in the context of the original game and remake as we saw, but more importantly in the context of the actual sequel, Advent Children. If only we had a way to verify this claim. Remember what I told you about something not being totally incorrect, but rather a half-truth? I'm sorry for having to do this, but I was guilty of it this time. Back to Nojima's quote, during the initial development phase, we didn't really have a very specific reason as to why Sephiroth would come back to see Cloud. I mean, we had a vague reason, but it wasn't very clearly laid out. Various ideas were put on the table, such as having Cloud be the only one who can see Sephiroth. But towards the end, they solidified into the idea that it was actually Jenova's will, not Sephiroth's.
Yeah, I remember hearing that quote. I think that's it. Okay. I mean, I think there are a lot of interesting ideas in this video. Even like similar things that I've played with before. Let's like end on an image. Even like ideas I played with before, like I've thought of the idea of like Sephiroth having some level of acceptance. In terms of like Crisis Core Reunion, I find really interesting, and we'll get to it when we reach the end of the game. But in terms of like sequel or not, like what's happening with the Re-Trilogy, they talked about it as like, they talked about Crisis Core Reunion as like a setup, like a prequel for Remake, but also OG. I always found that idea strange. I've talked about this on stream before, but the what I find even stranger that I didn't really think about it until before this playthrough that we're doing now, because they didn't change anything in Crisis Core. Nothing. Not a single line of dialogue, as far as I can tell. They haven't changed anything other than voices or whatever. And I thought, oh wow, that's kind of interesting that they didn't change anything at all. But there's something weird at the end of Crisis Core Reunion. And it's that it resolves this way. It like transitions into the opening of FF7, but with two different art styles. One using the remake art style and the other using the Crisis Core art style. And I just found that strange. And this may be a reach, but it's the only thing that's different in Crisis Core Reunion. And so I wondered if it was showing how Crisis Core kickstarted both events, the events of Remake and the events of OG. So literally showing both versions here. We'll see in a second. See, so it resolves into Remake's look. This is the Remake scene recut in a different way. It's like after the flower got stepped on. And then it goes up to the long shot of the city. This is all we know this. But then it intercuts. with the Crisis Core style, the ending that's in Crisis Core. Just like remastered. Like every other cinematic asset. I think it's just them reusing assets. I thought so too. But why not just like reuse a remake? You know what's the most reusable asset? The most reusable asset is just the fucking Crisis Core ending. This is the most, reuse it like you've reused every cinematic in the game. Why not just reuse this one? I know technically they have the visuals from Remake, so that is possible. Like that's what I initially thought. But it's just strange to not use this. You use everything else, including the cloud scene afterward. So I just wondered if it was a subtle hint that like it was establishing that Crisis Core leads to both the events as we know them and also the events in the Remake Trilogy. Her necklace is different. I mean, that's what it was in Crisis Core, I guess. Just strange. Strange not to reuse this. But then to reuse this. Because they wanted a nicer looking intro. It's just strange there, yeah. I that's what I thought the first time I watched it. For years, that's what I've thought. It's just in the most recent time that I was thinking back on it, it was like, just strange that like the only footage in Crisis Core that's different is like that, right in the very end.
My name is Cloud. Soldier. First class.
So I just wondered if they were like setting up the like, yes, it sets up OG as you know it, but it also sets up this other, you know, potential following of events. I don't feel strongly about it. It's just like, it's just the only thing that's different, you know? I think they want people to play Crisis Core, then play Remake. That is a tie-in. I think it's just marketing. It's possible. It's just strange. I'll never get over like how strange it is that like they kept everything except that one thing. So yeah, so Sephiroth video was interesting. I think there was good stuff in it for sure. I think it's a nice little why isn't the rest of this? There we go. I think the recap of Ever Crisis is really good. Requel is the title. It's not. Yeah. There were, like I said, like I even agree with like some of the things that he was saying in terms of getting Sephiroth to accept. I feel like he didn't follow that through in the video though, because he talks about like Sephiroth accepting returning to the planet, but he doesn't really explain what that would lead to, when that would happen. Like, just seemingly it would, like, when does that happen within his proposal, right? Because he's saying it just leads to Advent Children, and we know he doesn't do that in Advent Children. Gadaj does, but he didn't really pay off that idea, you know? So I felt like there were a lot of things in it. The gist is Advent Children is Genova. Yeah, no, I've heard that quote too. He used it as a mic drop, but I didn't really feel it being a mic drop. So I don't know if anybody else did, but because like yes, AC was, according to that quote, like guided more so by Genova. But again, it's another reason why you need to get rid of Genova. To truly save the planet, you need to get rid of Genova. So, right now I'm trying to figure out what I want to do because what time is it? It's 6 o'clock. If I'm being completely honest, I'm starting to feel it a little bit. Starting to feel the drag. Like I don't know if I want to play Crisis Core right now or even near. I'm starting to feel tired. And usually whenever I do long streams and like we continue to go long, I'm into it. You know what I mean? Like I'm fully locked in. May have been that video just because it required so much brain power. To like think through and, you know, to think of what was being brought up. It wasn't against anything of this, and nothing against the video itself. It's just something that really engaged a lot of thought, right? So you do know rest. You can rest. You do know that. Yeah, so I'm thinking I might end stream now-ish. Next time we will jump into Crisis Core. Yeah, I think you know what it is too. It's like 6 hours of like conversation. Thank you so much, Mark, for subscribing. When we get back to Crisis Core, though, I want to show something off because I'm proud of this. So I went back and I looked at. So I was playing Crisis Core last night. Long story short, what I did was chapters 6 and 7 of Crisis Core are a bit of a gameplay drag. And I knew it was going to be a bit of a gameplay drag. Like, it's the one where you fucking chase Hollander again. It's the second time in the game you chase Hollander. And it's the, like, building the flower carts. It just takes time. There's, like, you got to collect all the materials. And I did all 3 wagons. And there's a lot of backtracking. Like, they take you back to Shinra HQ twice. Do like story things that you just need to. They just literally take you to the Shinra building. And then you need to run your ass back to the church twice. There's a lot of like gameplay wise, it was like 4 or 5 hours that I did yesterday. So what I did was I recorded it. And then I cut together like a super cut of like the cutscenes and like other like NPC interactions that I found interesting and stuff, and like fucking Consoul's weird letter where he's like, "I'm following you, Zach. I know everything you do." It's like, what is going on, Consoul? Oh, it's a little strange. So I cut all that into like a 25-minute video that I was gonna play for you guys and comment over, and we could talk about the cutscenes, but without having to play 5 hours of games, 5 hours of the game to get through. But like I said, we're gonna actually pick it up next week. And then when we pick it up next week, it'll be the Nibelheim chapter. So we'll be in the, in the guts of Crisis Core. But we'll still cover all the cutscenes and like major things to talk about from that 5 hours. You just don't have to watch me like going collecting wagon parts and all the sort of like running back and forth between Loveless Avenue. And I did everything. I did the side quests too. I did the fan club side quest stuff. I did everything. And so anyway, so I took the screenshot yesterday of my from that playthrough, and it's like where I left off, and it was Zach's stats, because I did even more like missions, like the like combat stuff, and I noticed, I was like, man, I feel stronger. And the big thing that I noticed was my Buster Sword proficiency, we can see down here, is at 12%. And I was like, man, I remember when I played this on PS5 after the remaster came out, I was like, I remember thinking my Buster Sword proficiency was really low. So check this out, chat. So here are my stats in my current playthrough. These are my latest stats. Attack is 78, Vitality 87, Magic 45, Spirit 80, Luck 30. My Buster Sword proficiency is almost 13%. So I was like, I'm curious, what was my Buster Sword proficiency on the PS5? Because I feel like it was lower. I feel like maybe I've done more content on this playthrough. And so I looked it up. So here are my stats from Chapter 7, because I had a Chapter 7 save still on my PlayStation. And you can see the difference here. So my current playthrough, look at these stats, the difference here. 73 versus 44, 87 versus 42, 80 versus 41, and that Buster Sword proficiency. I only got it to 2.6% at this same point in the game. I was at 12.7% here in my current playthrough. And then by the ending, because I had a final chapter save as well, my Buster Sword proficient at the end of Crisis Core was only 3.65. I basically did not use stance. I realized like that's why my Buster Sword proficiency was so low in my last playthroughs. I didn't use the Buster Sword soldier stance thing that it gives you. So I've like gotten it at least up to 12.7%. Then again, like my stats, 5,200 HP versus 3,200 HP. Even at the end game, I was at 3,700. So I'm like past where I was. Look at my AP, 535 versus 440 end game. And then my completion percentage, I actually did like a pretty good amount of missions in this playthrough. I was at 106, but I'm past that at 114 now. It's just funny. I'm actually playing more of Crisis Core this time through. So I don't know. I'm sort of proud of myself of like getting my stats to where they are. Partially because I remember reaching the Hollander fight in this playthrough, this initial PS5 playthrough, and fucking Hollander on hard mode kicked my ass. But look at my stats now. Look at my stats now, Hollander. Coming for that ass. Anyway. So whenever we get back to this playthrough, well, next week we'll jump on it. I think we are going to, I think my friend Relaza is streaming, so we can hop on over to her. But for everyone here, next stream will be Thursday, February 5th. We'll return to Midgar. That's the next thing in the OG playthrough. We may also do like Ultima Sword and all that stuff. We might do some like Disc 3 exploration stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. So that'll be Thursday. And then of course next Sundays. The next 2 Thursdays is when we're streaming during the week. Just as a heads up. Let me set up the raid. Actually, let me just see who else is on too. I just got the alert that she was on, but let me just see if there's anybody else on that you guys might want to drop into. No, we'll still do Relaza. She just started stream, so I don't even know if she even started yet. Like if she's like live yet. Let's see. So thank you all for hanging out. It's been a good time. She has started. All right, so I will see you all. Thank you all. JV Dragoon, Lazy Black Dragon, Dark Knight, Rowland, Horatio, Kofi, Sephiroth, Dunrick, Origami, Astrid, Juansi or Juansi. Let's Mosey. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm feeling a little limit broken. If anything, limits breaker. So yeah. I will see you all next time. So Thursday, please come back. OG. It's the end of this too. I cannot wait. Thank you so much. See you next time.